Unleashing the Phoenix. The group followed closely behind as Lin Feng led them away from Magneto's base. He had no intention of releasing Jean's Phoenix inside the headquarters. That would be a disaster waiting to happen. The Phoenix had been locked away for over a decade, and he had no idea how it would react once freed. An open space on the island would be a safer option. But before he left, he needed to inform someone. He couldn't have people searching for him when even he had no clue how long this would take. The island and Magneto's legacy. Aurora approached Lin Feng, curiosity in her eyes. "What exactly is this island?" she asked. Jean, walking slightly behind, was clearly nervous, while Fleur stood beside her. Nemuri followed at the back, a mischievous smirk on her face. Lin Feng glanced at Aurora. "This? Well, it's Magneto's base," he said casually. "You know old guy red robes, loves metal?" Jean's eyes widened. "The Brotherhood's base?" she asked in disbelief. "Oh yes, lovely people, just a bit too stuck up," Nemuri added sarcastically. Aurora frowned. Magneto would never take orders from someone else. What happened to him? Lin Feng chuckled. "I can be very persuasive." Fleur rolled her eyes. "Yeah, we've heard exactly how persuasive you were. Rumi wiped out the Brotherhood, and you scared Magneto half to death." She gave Lin Feng a pointed look. "Yes, well, fear is a great motivator," Lin Feng shrugged. Nemuri burst into laughter. Jean and Aurora weren't sure how to react. But Magneto wouldn't just give up, Aurora pressed. "He didn't," Fleur explained. "He knew he wasn't strong enough to help the mutants. After Rio showed him true power and told him about a safe haven for mutants, Magneto chose to stay and see if it would work." Lin Feng smirked. "You should see him now. Ever since we rescued everyone from Camp X-Ray, he's been running around like a kid on a sugar rush." They finally located Mystique, who raised an eyebrow as they approached. Mystique's concerns. "So, these two were with you," Mystique observed, nodding toward Jean and Aurora. "Nice to meet you both. How's Charles?" Jean stiffened. "You know Charles?" "Yeah, we ran into Cyclops too," Mystique muttered, her expression darkening. "Thankfully, he didn't attack us." Lin Feng sighed. "Scott's a walking disaster, but at least he knows when to hold back barely." Fleur folded her arms. "As soon as I saw him, I wanted to melt his face off." Jean nodded grimly. "You're not the only one." Aurora sighed. "You have no idea how many times I've had to stop myself from zapping him." Lin Feng waved a hand dismissively. "Enough about that idiot. Mystique, I'll be busy for a while, still on the island, but don't come looking for me. No idea how long this will take." Mystique nodded, then hesitated. "Oh, by the way, only 57 warheads left." Lin Feng smirked. "Don't worry. Momo's keeping an eye on things." Mystique sighed. "That doesn't make me feel any better." Unlocking the Phoenix. With no more delays, Lin Feng extended his hands toward Jean and Aurora. "Hold on tight." In an instant, they vanished. They reappeared on the eastern side of the island, an empty stretch of land bathed in moonlight. Aurora gasped. "Teleportation." Lin Feng nodded. "Flash step." Short-range teleportation. Nemuri and Fleur appeared beside them silently. "Nemuri, Fleur, some light please." A soft glow illuminated the area as lumos ignited from their fingertips. Lin Feng turned to Jean, his expression gentle. "Jean, step forward. I don't know if this will hurt, but I'll do my best to be careful." Jean nodded, determination in her eyes. "Fleur," Lin Feng said, "I noticed you using Phoenix energy to soothe her. Keep doing that." Fleur nodded. Aurora's concern deepened. "Will she still be?" "Jean." Lin Feng hesitated. "Honestly? I don't know. But if we don't do this, and she breaks the blocks herself, it could be catastrophic." "Catastrophic how?" Aurora demanded. Lin Feng sighed. "Nemuri beat him to it." "Oh, you know," Nemuri said casually. "She might lose control and destroy the world. Or she might go crazy and murder everyone around her. Or, maybe she just explodes and her guts paint the landscape." Jean visibly paled. Aurora looked horrified. Lin Feng winced. "Too blunt, Nemuri." Fleur scowled. "Could you be a little less graphic?" "What?" "I'm just being honest." Lin Feng sighed. "Jean, if you're ready, let's begin." Jean took a deep breath and nodded. Lin Feng entered her mind. Breaking the chains. The first step was unlocking her childhood memories. Memories where she had full control of her power. He bypassed her natural defenses, arriving in her mental space. There were 3 blocks. Left, early childhood abilities. Right, telekinetic power.
Center, the Phoenix Force.
He targeted the left block first, but it didn't budge.
Fine. Brute force it is.
As the block shattered, Jean screamed in pain. Fleur immediately cast a spell to keep her standing. The moment the block crumbled, memories flooded Jean's mind.
Happiness.
Sadness.
Excitement. Fear. And then,
Charles Xavier. Jean's first meeting with Charles and Magneto. Jean levitating cars as a child, displaying unimaginable power. Eric was fascinated, but Charles?
He was terrified.
So that's why he locked her power away. Jean took a moment to process her past.
Then, she nodded. The next block. The second lock.
The moment Lin Feng touched the right block, power exploded from it. Jean screamed again, but this time it was different. Damn it, Charles. This wasn't just a block, it was a suppression field. Charles hadn't just sealed the Phoenix Force. He had locked away Jean's own power. Fury burned in Lin Feng's chest.
With raw force, he crushed the block.
A wave of telekinetic energy erupted outward. Jean gasped as her own power surged back into her body. It took 30 minutes for her to adjust.
Then, she nodded. The final block.
Meeting the Phoenix. As soon as he shattered the center block, a portal appeared.
From within, blazing heat poured out.
Lin Feng steeled himself and stepped through. A massive, majestic phoenix greeted him, chained in darkness. The bird's golden eyes locked onto him. How ironic, the phoenix mused. My greatest nemesis has come to free me.
Lin Feng smirked.
Well, I do love irony.
With a flick of his hand. Ha Kai.
The chains disintegrated. The Phoenix Force was free. It spread its wings, letting out a triumphant cry.
Leviathan.
I wish for US to remain allies.
Lin Feng nodded. Fine by me. And with that,
the Phoenix returned to Jean. She collapsed into Aurora's arms. She's fine, Lin Feng assured them. She just needs rest.
Nemuri stretched. Then let's head back. Lin Feng sighed.
Yeah. I need some sleep too. The gatekeeper's warning. A dark-skinned warrior stood like a statue, eyes closed, clad in gleaming golden armor. His face remained stoic, unwavering. The air around him seemed to hum with power, his presence alone exuding authority.
Then, his eyes snapped open.
Twin orbs of blazing gold, glowing with an intensity that could pierce the cosmos. This was Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, the one who could see all things across the 9 realms. And what he had just seen. It demanded immediate attention. Without hesitation, Heimdall sent a mental summons to his king. Moments later, a swirling golden portal erupted onto the Bifrost. Odin Allfather stepped forward, regal and imposing despite his age. His one remaining eye gleamed with wisdom and power, his white beard flowing like a cascade of celestial storm clouds. He was flanked by his youngest son, Thor, the god of thunder, a tall, broad-shouldered warrior with long golden hair, eyes brimming with curiosity and battle lust. Behind them, the Einherjar, Asgard's elite warriors, stood at attention.
Odin and Thor approached Heimdall.
Heimdall, Odin's voice carried the weight of centuries. What troubles you? Heimdall's normally unreadable face was grave. Your Majesty. His voice was like the rumbling of distant thunder. I have found a cosmic entity on Midgard.
A cosmic threat.
Odin's single eye widened in alarm.
Thor, however, frowned. Confused.
Cosmic entity, he repeated, his deep voice carrying undisguised curiosity. Odin's silence spoke volumes. Thor had seen his father face giants, demons, gods, and monsters. He had never seen him look like this. What is a cosmic entity?
Thor demanded. Odin didn't answer.
Instead, he turned to Heimdall, urgency lacing his words.
Which one?
Heimdall's glowing gaze never wavered.
The Phoenix Force, he said. Silence.
Odin's face turned to stone. Thor, however, felt a surge of excitement. This sounded like a worthy foe. Odin exhaled slowly, the weight of ages pressing down upon him. That was not what he had expected to hear.
The Phoenix Force,
he muttered, distant memories stirring. He had hoped never to hear that name again.
Then Heimdall spoke again.
Your Majesty, there is another anomaly in Midgard. Something, even more concerning. Odin's eye narrowed. More concerning than a phoenix?
Yes. Heimdall's voice was grim.
I have sensed the use of the power of destruction. Odin staggered slightly. True fear flickered in his ancient gaze. Thor's excitement dimmed. He had never seen his father look afraid before.
In Midgard. Odin whispered. Yes, Heimdall confirmed.
But no matter how much I try, I cannot see the one who wields it. Odin's grip on Gungnir tightened. Two cosmic entities, on Midgard. The Phoenix Force was one thing, a force of creation and destruction, but largely unconcerned with mortals. But the power of destruction. That was something else entirely.
The unseen threat. Thor folded his arms.
Father, how strong are these beings? He asked, his voice eager.
Odin turned to face his son. Cold. Hard. Unyielding.
Strong, he said simply. Stronger than anything you have ever faced. Thor's confidence wavered. Odin's voice was quiet but firm. There are forces in this universe, my son. Beings that do not act with purpose or morality. They do not fight for glory or conquest. They act simply because they can.
Odin's expression darkened.
The Phoenix Force is the embodiment of rebirth, life, and destruction. It can incinerate galaxies as easily as a mortal blinks. And the power of destruction?
Thor pressed.
Odin's voice was hollow.
It is pure ruin. Unmaking.
It does not burn, it erases.
Thor frowned.
Then, what do?
We watch, Odin said.
If we interfere before we understand their purpose, we risk provoking their wrath. Thor nodded reluctantly. He was a warrior, but he was not a fool.
Odin turned to Heimdall.
Keep your eyes on Midgard. If either of them moves against us, we must be ready. Heimdall nodded, his gaze fixed upon the horizon. Odin and Thor turned and strode back toward the palace, deep in thought.
Kamartaj Nepal. Night had fallen.
But the Ancient One was still awake. Luna had already retired for the evening, but the Sorcerer Supreme found herself unable to sleep. She had seen the future shifting. The mutants, once destined for extinction, now flourished. Elysium, Rio's mutant nation, would one day become the heart of technological advancement, controlling industries from the shadows. But that wasn't what concerned her.
It was the Phoenix Force.
In the original timeline, the host of the Phoenix was destined to perish.
Now? She lived.
And the power of destruction. The Ancient One exhaled slowly. She had never been able to observe Rio directly. That alone was terrifying. Now, he had freed the Phoenix Force.
And she had felt it.
The power of destruction. She had hoped never to feel such a presence. Now, there were two cosmic entities on Earth. The balance of the universe had shifted. The Ancient One closed her eyes. She would have to consult Luna. Her friend's ability to see the flow of time was far superior to her own. For now, though, she could only wait. And watch. Because the moment she tried to observe the Phoenix Force, it had stared back. A cold chill ran through her. The Ancient One sighed, closing her eyes. For now, all she could do was prepare.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
After returning to our room, I found that Momo was already asleep and she had activated some kind of automatic system, namely an artificial intelligence to watch the satellite feed. I was quite surprised that Momo was able to make an AI smart enough to know when a mutant is being hurt and launch a warhead according to that. Trust Momo to invent something outrageous. I was immediately excited and decided to check the AI Momo had made. After a few minutes I was completely done. I shouldn't have expected anything less from Momo. Momo had bound the AI to certain parameters and the AI could never get out from those parameters unless Momo herself allows those parameters to be changed. Thank God. In my world I have seen that movie Terminator. Thankfully this AI won't be able to go Skynet on our arse. Or like that AI in Resident Evil. What was her name? Oh yes, Red Queen. This AI won't go nuts and kill everyone to make zombies. Sigh. I released an exhausted sigh and got up. I waved my hand and all the clothes on my body were neatly folded into a pile on the table. I decided to take a shower before going to sleep. After a relaxing shower I walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around my head. I could have used magic to wipe off my hair like I did with my body, but sometimes letting your hair dry naturally was also relaxing. That is when I noticed that a pensieve was kept on the table with a vial near it. I immediately understood that Momo must have kept it there for me. I became so excited that I forgot to wear clothes and slumped on the chair. Then I emptied the vial inside the pensieve and as soon as the runes glowed up, I lowered my head into the pensieve. I found myself in a regal-looking house. This must be Momo's house. I have heard that Momo's family was quite rich and influential. I saw Momo was sitting along with a man and a woman. The woman was definitely Momo's mother. The similarity between them was uncanny. I saw a kid version of Rio. It was easy to recognize him even though it was my first time seeing Rio's childhood version. Rio was being led by a normal woman in maid robes. That must have been Rio's mom. Rio had told us that his mom worked in the Yayo Rosa compound. But before any conversation could begin the scene paused and an adult Momo appeared on the screen. Don't be surprised to see me, and don't ask anything, this is just a recording. Before you immersed yourself in the story, I wanted to explain several basic things about my world. This information will be very necessary. The recording Momo spoke, well, it was nice of her to think all of this. Or I would have been drawing doodles for quite a time. After that Momo explained about quirks, hero society, villains, etc. When she was finally done she disappeared and the scene finally started to play. Rio's mom had brought him to meet the Yayo Rosa family. Momo's family is quite nice, they decided to take care all of Rio's expenses. Yes, I know that they wanted to get their daughter a friend but I would say it was fine. The scene changed and I saw Momo dragging Rio all around the house. I was quite shocked to see that little Momo had so much energy. I saw how she taught Rio to play games with her. I was even more shocked when I saw Momo devouring so much food without a care and she did that during every meal. Yes, I know that she did that now and I was really disturbed because of that but watching a 4-year-old Momo and adult Momo mowing down food is quite a different experience. I saw how they were privately tutored to use their quirks. I saw Rio once getting in trouble with the police because he was using his quirk in public. I saw how the years passed and they became close friends. It was clear that Momo liked Rio and Rio knew that but for whatever reason he didn't want to start a relationship. I quickly found the reason for that. Rio liked Nemuri since he was a kid. I saw it when Rio took Momo to his room for the first time. His whole room was filled with Nemuri's posters. Did Nemuri call that thing a hero suit? No wonder she is a depraved pervert. I saw Rio and Momo finally started their middle school. The system in France and Japan are really different along with the people and their traditions. I really like what I saw in their memories, but they didn't seem to like their school though. I don't even know how these little brats were already thinking about business and family at that age. When I was at their age, I was awed by all the magic. I knew from Momo's younger memories that she craved for friends but she was unable to get friends. At least Rio was always there to support her. Throughout their middle school Momo faced the same problem but Rio supported her. I saw how some mercenaries decided to attack them on the street and how Rio dealt with them. I finally saw that Rio asked Momo on a date. I could feel Momo's happiness even from the memories. I saw how both of them decided to take UA High exam. From Momo's memories it was the biggest and best hero school in Japan. Obviously, both were selected and both of them were in the same class. I saw how Rio and Momo won in that training exercise and Momo was finally getting some friends. I saw how Momo rewarded Rio after returning home. I saw how Rio defeated all those villains. I saw Momo give her first time to Rio. I saw that sports festival. I think they should also do something like this in the magical schools of our world. Maybe, I will go have a meeting with Madame Maxime, when I return there to meet my family. I saw how Rio overpowered through the whole tournament, how both of them celebrated during the night. I was quite surprised to see that Momo allowed Rio to have other girls only because he was too much for her. Though I would agree with Momo that Rio is truly too much for any one of us. And I am also happy that Momo allowed that or I wouldn't be getting myself this majestic man meet. After that the video ended and adult Momo appeared and told me that it was enough for today and I should go to sleep. I pulled myself back from the pensieve and noticed that 4 hours had already passed in the outside world. I carefully put the memory back in the vial and decided to get some sleep. I still have time to get some sleep. With a huge smile on my face I laid down beside Momo and pulled her into a hug. POV Jean. I slowly opened my eyes and found myself in an unknown room. Oh, right. Last night Fleur brought us to Elysium. All the memories of last night came rushing back to me. I even forgot to thank Rio. I looked around the room and found Ororo sleeping beside me. She was still sleeping. Huh? My body feels really good. I have never felt this good. It feels like that I have been missing a part of myself all my life and it's only returned now. I pulled myself up from the bed using my telekinetic power. Wow. I didn't even have to put much effort into that. I have asked that bastard several times about the memory blanks in my mind. Every time he said that he tried but he didn't find anything. Now, I knew that he didn't even try to help me. After all, he was the one who was responsible for those memory blanks. I looked down at myself and saw that I was dressed in my nightgown. Ororo must have helped me get changed. I have never felt so strong before. Well, when I was 10 I did but at that time I wasn't able to use most of my power because of my weak body but I don't have that limitation now. You are quite correct in that regard. I suddenly heard a feminine voice. My head immediately snapped around but didn't find anyone. I used my powers but I still didn't find anyone. You won't find anyone around you. After all, I am inside you. Mortal, the feminine spoke once again. After I heard that the voice was coming from inside me, an understanding dawned on me. The phoenix was speaking to me. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Aren't you a smart little girl? I wouldn't have accepted anything less. The feminine voice spoke once again. Did she just read my mind? Yes, I just read your mind. Of course, I would be able to do that after all. I reside in you, and I have done so since you were a young girl. The phoenix spoke again. So, what happens now? Is she going to take over my body? No, why would I do that? If I wanted to do that then I could have done so when I first entered your body. That would have been much easier for me. In fact that insect would have failed to imprison me. The phoenix almost shouted inside my head. She really must hate Charles. Yes, I hate that worm. Now, I selected you to be my host. The phoenix screamed at first but then continued in her gentle feminine voice. So, should I be doing something as your host? I mentally asked the phoenix. You won't be able to. If you try to use my power as you are now, then your body will start to break down and crumble into dust, the phoenix said, and I shuddered after hearing her. I don't want to turn into dust though. You don't have to worry. I will start to nourish and modify your body accordingly so that you can use my power. Even after that you won't be able to use my full power for long, but at least your body won't crumble into dust. I would have done this much earlier, but that worm imprisoned me. It will take more time though. Modifying a child's body is much easier than modifying an adult body. The phoenix spoke in gentle voice, but whenever she mentioned Charles, she spat his name. Of course, I hate that insect and I will kill him, so, I need you to train so that I can kill him, or I will just take over your body and do it. The phoenix spoke once again, but this time her voice was filled with complete venom. Ask that other phoenix to train you, the phoenix said, and I completely agreed with her. I also wanted to kill Charles for what he did to me. You are up? How are you feeling? I heard Ororo's voice from the side. She must have woken up when I was talking with the phoenix. We will talk later, the phoenix said and stopped speaking. Yes, we can speak afterwards. Better than I have ever felt. It's like I have been missing some part of myself all this time and I finally regained that part. I feel complete now, I happily answered Ororo's question. Ororo smiled after she heard me. Good. You had used way too much power yesterday. If Nemuri hadn't used that shield, all of us might have been injured, Ororo said with a sad voice. But it wasn't your fault, I know, Ororo added in a gentle manner. I didn't know that. The pain I was feeling had made my body go numb. I didn't even know what was happening around me, I said, looking away from Ororo. I didn't want to hurt any of them. Ororo got up from the bed and smiled. You don't have to worry. I didn't tell you that to make you feel guilty. I just wanted you to know about it. All of us except you and Rio already knew that you weren't in control of your actions, so, I thought you should know, Ororo said. We were about to continue when I felt someone coming towards our room. It was Fleur. She approached our door and knocked. I opened the door and found Fleur standing there. I don't know the reason, but she looked really happy. Good morning, Fleur. What can I do for you? I greeted Fleur. Good morning. Oh, I just came to call you both for breakfast, Fleur said. Yeah sure. But first, let us get freshened up, then we will join you, I said. Fleur nodded her head and gave me the directions, and then left. After Fleur left, both me and Ororo got freshened up, taking turns. After getting dressed in fresh clothes, I followed Fleur's directions and found the whole group sitting waiting for food. Rio was cooking. I have missed his food. I saw 4 more girls on the table. One of the girls was slightly glowing and had elf-like pointed ears. The other girl had a dreamy look on her face. She looked like a child in an adult body, and the last girl had silver glowing hair with a pair of bunny ears on her head. Are they real ears or a prop? I guess they are real. After all, Nemuri had her fox ears and fox tails. The silver-haired girl with bunny ears was the first one to notice us. I remember you. You came along with that fool on wheels, the woman spoke while looking towards Ororo. Have they met before? The last woman was also a redhead, but she looked quite normal to me. Yes, I see you still remember me. The last time I didn't get your name though, Ororo spoke slightly peeved. Rumi Usagi-yama, I am glad that you decided to leave that fool's group, the silver-haired woman now named Rumi spoke. Hello, my name is Luna Lovegood. It's nice to meet you too, Jean Grey. Will you give my greetings to the phoenix inside you? The dreamy-looking girl introduced herself to me. I was really stumped. She is quite an outgoing girl. My name is Momo Yayo Rozo. Please don't mind about her. She is just like that. Don't get stumped like that, the glowing woman with elf ears introduced herself. Yes, I was surprised to see Luna greet me like that. After all, she shouldn't have known that I was able to talk with my phoenix. She is a true seer. That is why she knew about me. I heard the phoenix voice inside my head. True seer? Does that mean she has the ability to see the future? My name is Natasha Romanoff. Like you, I am also new here, the other redhead introduced herself. After that, I introduced myself and sat down like the others. I saw Aurora was talking with Rumi. All these girls looked really close, and I am not stupid that I wouldn't notice that all of these girls are involved with Rio. How does this even work though? Maybe I will ask them later. The food was finally ready and the girls helped Rio to set up the table. I was shocked to see how much food Momo was surrounded by. She isn't going to eat all that, right? Are you going to eat all that food? Aurora wasn't able to hold back her shock and asked Momo in a bewildered tone. Yes, this is my usual diet, Momo said and started to eat her food. She eats like that regularly? That must be insane. I looked at Momo in utter fascination while she ate all that food. Oval Office, White House. So Mr. Xavier, why did you decide to turn against your kind and decided to help us? The president asked in a hard tone. General Newman, OC, brought Charles Xavier to meet with the president. Last night, after the others from his mansion left with Fleur, he contacted General Newman and promised him that he will help the humans. In the morning the president had already announced that mutants won't be harmed, and if anyone is found hurting mutants then they will be severely punished. After the president heard that a powerful mutant has come forward to help them, he decided to change his speech. He wanted to give the order to take the mutants to the given locations, but now that he had gotten a hold of an inside man he could strike back. Well, that was the plan, so he decided to buy some time by saying that no mutants should be hurt. When I was young I had taken a vow that I will never use my powers to hurt humans. I will only use my power to protect them. So, when my own kind decided to hurt you, I decided to stand against them, Charles spoke in a grim voice. The president looked contemplative for a few moments. He had made a stupid decision before, but there is no way he was going to do that again. Yes, he is now feeling the true pressure. His wife was killed by mutants, but he shouldn't have taken such an action against all the mutants. That was why Leviathan attacked them in such a manner and left them crippled. Now if he decides to take any action against Leviathan, he needed to be sure he could win. If not, Leviathan might outright start slaughtering people. There was still another problem. No one knew what Leviathan's power was. Some speculated hacking, that he could hack into anything with his mind, but they couldn't say anything for sure. And how are you going to help me? The president asked with thinned lips. I already have someone I trust in there. He will be able to provide me any information, Charles said. The president nodded. Yes, having an inside man was good, but can his inside man get the information required? Yes, if we do this then there would no going back. So, what do you need, Mr. Xavier? The president asked, leaning back on his chair. I will be needing access to Cerebro, Charles replied with a smile. And, what is this Cerebro? The president asked. Mr. President, the Cerebro is. With that, Charles started to explain about Cerebro to the president. What neither of them knew was that their meeting was being recorded by the AI Momo made. POV Rio. When everyone finally finished their food, I decided to speak up. I know that Charles Xavier will go to the human authorities and try to help them. Now the thing I want to know is he going to do all this on his own, or does he have more than one spy here? I know very well that he had sent Scott here as a spy. Fleur, can I request something? I was brought out of my thoughts when I heard Jean speak up to Fleur. Sure, what can I help you with? Fleur asked Jean with a smile. I wanted to ask you if you can help me with my training. Jean asked meekly. Fleur just nodded her head with a smile and happily agreed to train Jean. My eyes immediately turned in Ororo's direction. I had heard from Rumi that Ororo has a magical core. My sensory powers are very different than Rumi's, and I trust Rumi's judgment, and there is no harm in at least trying. Ororo, Rumi had noticed something special inside you, I spoke, bringing everyone's attention to me. Ororo immediately looked towards Rumi with a questioning look. Ororo, I think you have a magical core inside of you, Rumi said, surprising everyone except me and Luna in the room, while Jean was just confused. What's a magical core? Before anyone could speak, Jean asked with a worried tone in her voice. That means she can perform magic, but I thought there would be no one in this world with a magical core, Momo explained, and then turned her eyes in my direction with a questioning look. I just shrugged. This world is a big place. Obviously, I can't know everything like Luna. I shrugged once again. Magic? You mean magic is real? Ororo asked in a shocked voice. Of course it is, Momo said, and conjured a cat out of thin air. Then she converted one of her plates into a ceramic tablet. This surprised both Jean and Ororo. You are saying that I can learn this magic? Ororo asked with a mix of curious and excited tones. Nemuri can help Ororo with the magic. If she is good with charms, you will train her, and if she is good with curses, then I will train her, I spoke, looking towards Nemuri. She just cackled madly while nodding her head. Ororo was quite disturbed to see that. Is she supposed to do that? Ororo asked in a worried tone. Don't worry, she is just excited because she got someone to corrupt, Rumi spoke with pity in her voice. Ororo looked at everyone in the room, and everyone except Luna and me were looking at her with pity in their eyes. Corrupt? Ororo and Jean asked at the same time in a confused tone. Oh, don't listen to them. I will take care of you, Nemuri said with an assuring tone, but her facial expressions were telling something completely different. She had a perverted leer on her face, and she also licked her lips after she spoke. Neither Ororo nor Jean looked quite assured. Good girls, they have a good head on their shoulders. They must learn to sense threats. Unfortunately, Dora and Natasha were unlucky. Well, Dora was small and didn't have the skill to sense threats, while Natasha is simply unlucky that Nemuri decided to pay special attention to her. Rio, I am going to Nox to bring Adela. She is feeling bored. I haven't taken her out for a walk, Luna said and vanished. I didn't even feel anything. This must be her teleportation ability. I feel sorry for everyone on the island. They are going to get the scare of their life. n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. Even though I am excited to learn that I could use magic, but for whatever reason I felt really uneasy. I squirmed once again under the hungry gaze of Nemuri. Rumi had mentioned previously that Nemuri is the biggest pervert to ever walk on Earth. That is the reason I am worried. Why am I here, pervert? Natasha asked in an annoyed tone. She just openly called Nemuri a pervert? My eyes immediately dashed towards Nemuri, who had a frown on her face. I am not a pervert. I am a super pervert. Nemuri exclaimed while puffing out her already impressive chest. Did she just proclaim that she is a super pervert? Please, this can't be happening to me. Does this woman have no shame? Of course, she doesn't have anything trivial like that. After all, she was proud when she proclaimed that she was a super pervert. Nat, I thought that you will be bored on your own, so I decided to bring you here, Nemuri shrugged and spoke. I guess I would have been bored, Natasha reluctantly conceded while nodding her head. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Natasha sat down on the floor. She was slightly away from us. Then, Ororo, let's start with something basic, Nemuri said while grinning and pulled out a small trunk. She waved her hand and the trunk expanded. Nemuri popped open the hood and gestured me to come forward. I took a look inside and found that the trunk was completely filled with sticks. Of course, their design, length, and colors were very different. What are these? As soon as I saw them, I was unable to hold myself back and asked Nemuri. These are called wands, these are basically crutches and that is why we don't need to use them. But you will be just starting to learn. Throughout all these years your magic was left untrained in your body, so if you want to learn magic you must use a wand at the beginning, Nemuri said, showing the stick. Wands. Pick them one by one. I doubt that you will get a perfect match, but we can never be sure. The warmer the feeling you get from the wands, the better match it is, Nemuri said and gestured me forward. I nervously picked up the first wand, but it just felt a normal stick to me. This happened 4 more times until I picked up the 6th wand. But for whatever reason I felt the wand was cold, like chilling cold. As a reflex, I dropped the wand on the floor. What did you feel? Nemuri leered down and asked me curiously. I didn't like the hunger in her eyes. I felt like I was a rabbit being stared down by Nemuri like that. It was cold. It felt as if my skin would freeze solid, I answered Nemuri. This seemed to satisfy her and she slightly backed away. Oh, that won't do. Cold is wrong. When you pick up a right wand, you will feel warm, just like how warm I feel when I take Ryo's manhood. But of course, you won't know because you haven't taken it, Nemuri said in a dreamy look. That's way too much information, and I didn't want to hear that. Okay, maybe. I wanted to hear it but not like this. Shut up, pervert. Natasha exclaimed from the side. Nemuri just gave Natasha a smug grin and made blowing off gestures with her hand and mouth. Natasha gave Nemuri a disgusted look while I just stood there dumbly. I was interested in Ryo, wrong, I am still interested, but I have no idea how I am going to approach the topic. He already has multiple lovers, even though I have been on this island just for a night, it was quite easy to notice. Women can easily understand these things unlike men. Since Nemuri was busy making dirty gestures towards Natasha, I decided to ignore the two of them and picked up another wand. This wand felt slightly different. It was slightly warm, but for whatever reason the wand didn't feel quite right. I continued to try wands until I picked up a bone-white wand. It felt that it was wood, so I had no problem with the color even if the wand looked like bone. The wand felt right. I just know it. There could never be any better match than this wand. White ash, not a common wand, Nemuri said looking at the wand. What is this wand made of? I asked Nemuri curiously. The wood is white ash, anything else, I have no idea, Nemuri said and shrugged her shoulders. I was disappointed to hear that she didn't know what my wand was made up of. Fuck? Who cares, since you got your magical prick let's start your training, Nemuri said and giggled perversely. I wanted to protest that this wasn't a magical prick, but the glint in Nemuri's eyes shut me up. POV Jean. Is Ororo going to be fine? I asked Fleur in a slightly worried tone. After I heard about Nemuri I was really worried about Ororo. Don't worry, she will be fine, maybe accept her innocence, Fleur answered, but she didn't seem to be too confident. After breakfast Fleur brought me to the eastern part of the island. She brought me exactly where Ryo freed me. Okay, let's start, Fleur said and started waving her hand. I no longer felt the sun burning my skin. Fleur must have done something. She continued waving her hand and a blanket formed on the floor. Fleur sat down on the blanket cross-legged and gestured me to sit. I sat down exactly like Fleur did. So, what are we going to do? I asked Fleur curiously, who just smiled at me. To learn about your powers, first you must feel all the energy inside your body. You need to feel them. This will be important because in your body you have 2 different kinds of power. One is your own and the other one is Phoenix's. You must learn the difference between them. It might take more time for you since my Phoenix powers were my own, Fleur explained. I guess that kind of makes sense. So, how will I do that? I asked Fleur curiously. Meditation. I don't know if there are any other ways, but I found my power by meditation, Fleur explained. Well, this again kind of made sense. I have to keep myself calm, so I released a sigh and closed my eyes. 2 hours later. I don't know how much time had passed, but I was finally able to feel my energies, but what Fleur told me is going to be really hard. I was only able to sense some kind of energy flowing through my body. Suddenly I heard a swishing and crawling noise near me. I had no idea what was making that noise, but it must be quite big to make that kind of noise, so I opened my eyes and found Fleur was looking towards where the sound was coming from. Fleur had a small and caring smile on her face. I followed Fleur's eyes and looked in the direction where Fleur was looking and almost had a stroke. What in the name of God is that? That's a giant fucking snake? And why the hell Luna is riding it? This was the most terrifying creature I had seen ever. I have seen much worse things in movies, but seeing this in the real life almost scared me to death. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest. What the hell is that? I asked Fleur in a horrified tone. I noticed that my hands were still shaking. That's Adela, it's a basilisk, Fleur said looking at me oddly. I thought Adela was a dog? Why else would Luna ask to take it on a walk? I almost screamed. Of course, I was no longer scared that the giant snake was going to bite me or eat me, but I was still scared. Nope, Luna is quite close to Adela. Both of them watch cartoons together while eating ice cream, Fleur said with an odd look on her face. I was simply stumped and didn't know what to say. That horrifying beast watched cartoons while eating ice creams? That's quite hard to comprehend. Don't worry so much. It also took us a lot of time to wrap our head around this, Fleur said wryly. You said, basilisk? What's a basilisk? I asked curiously. Even if I was scared of that beast, it's not like I wouldn't want to know about it. It's a breed of magical snake. Their gaze can kill anyone if stared directly, and it could petrify anyone if looked indirectly. A poison so strong that you will die within a minute if bitten. Adela is especially strong. It is a 1,000 years old basilisk. It is the biggest in recorded history, Fleur explained with slight awe in her voice. Truth be told, I was also awed but scared and horrified too. Then, how are we still alive? I asked Fleur. I am pretty sure that I looked it in the eyes. That's because Adela has multiple eyelids. Using them allows her to control her gaze's power, Fleur said. I guess that makes sense. Finally, Adela and Luna both disappeared in the horizon and I gulped once again. POV Momo. Ah, this is so relaxing. Working for days without taking a break definitely gets evened out with a body massage. After breakfast, I asked Rio to take me on a date, so here we were on a lovely yacht enjoying ourselves. Well, it was more like I was the who was enjoying more. After all, Rio was giving me a body message and I was just laying down. I was also watching the feed from the satellites. 26 warheads were remaining. People never understand. Even after Rio gave them clear instructions, they still decided to harm the metahumans. AHN. A moan escaped from my mouth after all Rio was messaging my chest. I was only wearing a bikini bottom while Rio was wearing a Speedo. Well, he vehemently denied wearing the Speedo, but after some coaxing I was able to get him into a Speedo. I saw that the AI recorded some video. If the AI had recorded something, then it must have been important. Have you seen this? I asked Rio. He was rubbing my underboobs with oil now. No, I haven't. Play it, Rio, and I immediately started the video. I was disgusted to see someone going to such an extent to kill their own kind to help humans. Don't get me wrong. I love humans, but what these humans were doing to the metahumans made me completely disgusted. As I have mentioned previously, this was the reason I never bothered with these kinds of things. Did you know about this? I asked Rio. I could already feel Rio's power radiating from his body. No, I had an idea, but I didn't know that they would try to sell us out like that, Rio growled in anger. This is bad. Rio will slaughter mercilessly if he gets angry. What is our current population? Rio asked me out of the blue. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. About 12.5 million. The count is still going up. Momo checked the numbers of registrations we have got. As soon as someone arrived on the island, Magneto and his group registered his name in their system, and their system was connected to our laptops. So, what are you going to do about him? I asked Rio curiously. After all, since I have known Rio, I have seen that Rio either cripples or kills his enemy. I will kill him if Jean doesn't want to do it, but before that, I will have to deal with Scott, Rio said, and lightning danced around his whole body. Well, he can do that later. My date is more important now. I put my hand over Rio's crotch and started to massage it. Rio's anger was immediately gone. Rio leaned his head down and his lips met mine, and we started to kiss hungrily. Why don't we move on to the main event? I asked, and Rio just nodded his head. But I will be on top today. I tried to get more advantage from him. I guess I can allow that, Rio said in an haughty tone. This made both of us laugh, and Rio again lowered his head and we continued kissing. I don't know what happened, but I was brought out of my meditative state when Jean started to freak out. She started to babble some incoherent words. Well, clearly, she wasn't incoherent, but due to hurry she was jumbling up her words. Jean, calm down. Take a deep breath and tell me what happened. I grabbed Jean's shoulders and shook her slightly to make her understand what I was saying. After Jean heard me, she took a deep breath and calmed herself down. We need to inform Rio about this as soon as possible, Jean said in a hurried tone. I nudged her to continue. When I was meditating, I noticed a mental link. It was really subtle. I wouldn't have noticed it if I wasn't meditating like this, Jean said. Well, this is definitely worrying. Can you find out who it is? I asked Jean. After all, if she doesn't have any idea who is doing this, then we have to look around for ourselves. Yes, Scott is being contacted by Charles through Cerebro. I will recognize those brain frequencies anywhere. Jean spat out both names. Well, this certainly makes things much easier. I didn't waste any time and pulled out my phone and called Rio. After ringing for some time, it was Momo who answered the phone. Hello, AHN. Rio is not available, MHN. Right now I didn't need to be a rocket scientist to know what they were doing. I understand, but this is something urgent. Scott is contacting Charles Xavier, and I am sure that Scott is giving out information to him. I said. I can understand that they are having sex and it's rude to interrupt, but this is important too, and I definitely didn't do this because Momo didn't take me with her. AHN? Right there, Rio. Oh, we already knew that. Don't worry, Rio had said that he will take care of everything later. MHNNN, by Momo said, and cut the call. Well, then I have nothing more to say, even though I am hot and bothered after I heard them, but I can hold it in. After all, I have been a sexual creature for most of my life. I looked towards Jean. She was blushing up a storm. She must have heard Momo. Momo said that Rio already knows and he will take care of it later. I told Jean. She just meekly nodded her head. How does that work? I mean, all of you loving the same guy. Jean was still blushing while she asked me the question. If you want to know my personal opinion, then you need to know some things about me. I have not been a phoenix for long. Before this, I was a Vela. We had some similarities to phoenixes, but we were very much different. Velas have an avian form and they have the ability to make fireballs. Velas are sexual creatures. We naturally love both men and women, so it wasn't a problem for me to get used to this. You won't get anything if you ask Luna because she is Luna. I think it would be best if you ask Dora, I explained to Jean. Hearing my explanation, her blush was already gone. I didn't go into too many details, but I tried to give her my best explanation. After all, I can't let her know that we came here from a different world. For that, she needs to be Rio's lover. So, Rio doesn't mind that you like the girls too? Jean asked me in a curious tone. I could see a pink tinge on her cheeks. He knows that I love them, I know he doesn't mind. But as he is my mate, out of respect I don't start anything with the girls if he is not around, I explained. Well, I never felt anything while discussing these kinds of things. Back in the Vila conclave, we discussed much more private topics openly. And from what I have seen, Jean looks interested to join our little group. But I personally think that it would be too soon for her. She needs to make up her mind before taking a step. By the way, who is Dora? I don't think that we have met her, Jean asked me curiously. She is on a secret mission. Her full name is Nymphatora Tonks, but if you ever meet her, don't call her using her first name. She doesn't like her name. Even Rio is not allowed to call her that. Dora is the best we can get. She is really vindictive, I said while nodding to myself. I still remember when she hexed me when I called her by her first name. Ah, lovely times. How will I recognize her? Jean asked, looking really interested. If you see a clumsy woman with outrageous hair color or style, then it's her, and from outrageous I mean neon blue, electric pink, neon green, colors like that, I said, and Jean gave me an odd look. Hey, I am not the one who gets her hair like that. Nov. L. B /JNN. Xavier Mansion, New York. So, what have you found out? General Newman asked Charles Xavier. After getting permission from the president to move forward with the plan, they directly returned to the Xavier Mansion. Newman ordered his men to get the electricity and water back into the mansion. Charles gave Newman permission to use his mansion as a temporary base. The Xavier Mansion was currently filled with soldiers. After electricity returned to the mansion, Charles and Newman both went to the Cerebro room. They needed information as quickly as possible. Charles activated the Cerebro and sent a mental link to Scott. Newman was looking around with an odd look on his face. This technology was really advanced, and if he could get his hands on this technology, then it would help the humans by leaps and bounds. He is saying that they are on some island. The island is being protected by some kind of barrier, and only a few of the mutants know how strong the barrier is and where the island is, and they won't answer these questions, Charles answered Newman with a sad look on his face. Newman slightly frowned with only this amount of information, but he can't complain. After all, to gain information sometimes you needed to blend in. To blend in you needed time, and time was something they didn't have. Can't you read some other mutant's mind? Someone who knows the information. Newman asked Charles in an urgent tone. Yes, I can, and I will surely get all the necessary information, but they will immediately know that I am inside their mind. As soon as I break the connection, they will inform Leviathan, Charles said in a grave tone. But what if you take over control of their body? Newman asked in an impatient tone. Charles slightly frowned but then shook his head. It could work, but I don't know how long I will be able to keep control over their bodies like that. If only I could modify their memories, then it would have worked, Charles said, and again shook his head. Fine. You keep in contact with him. I need to inform the president about the situation, Newman said and left the room. Charles again put on his helmet and turned on Cerebro. This is for peace, Charles said and activated the link. New York Harbor, New York. Carlson, what can you tell me? Fury asked as soon as he got down from his chopper. Sir, I have never seen anything like this. When we, Carlson said, gesturing to everyone around, humans enter this place, nothing happens, but as soon as a mutant takes a step in here they just vanish, Carlson said, handing a file to Fury. What are the experts saying? Fury growled in anger. He didn't like not knowing, and this situation was exactly what he hated most. They are saying that it must be some kind of teleportation array or something similar, Carlson explained. Have we detained some mutants to test? Fury asked curiously. Yes, sir. First, we entered the place while grabbing the mutant, but the mutant vanished, leaving all our agents behind. But we have stopped doing that because as soon as we have done that, a warhead appeared near Texas, Carlson reported with a slight worry in his tone. So, we can't try that again if we are not risking another warhead? Fury asked in a bewildered tone. Yes, sir. That will be right. Currently, the scientists are trying to find out anything about the teleportation array, Carlson explained. How the hell are they keeping watch on us? Fury growled in frustration. Never in his life he had been treated like this. He wasn't sure if he should call his wayward friend with the pager or not. Sir, we have found out that they are using our own satellites to keep an eye on us. Currently, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s satellites is positioned right over us and we can't even control its trajectory, Carlson said, pointing towards the sky. Fury went completely silent. He knew that their satellites were compromised, but this was just some other level shit. He took a deep breath and calmed down his anger. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he must not lose his cool. Any reports on the location of Natasha Romanoff's body? Fury asked. Yes, there were having problems because of the lack of communication, but that didn't mean that they couldn't find a body. From what the forensics reported, that the amount of blood Natasha Romanoff had lost, there was no way she could have survived. Sorry sir, no progress there. It's like she vanished into thin air, Carlson said. She wasn't a mutant. Humans don't disappear into thin air. I want her body found ASAP. Fury barked out and started to think if anything is going to go right for him this week, but he had no idea that his whole life has already been ruined. William Stryker was not a happy man. All of his intricate plans were destroyed now. He came so close to achieving his dream, and then suddenly one of those freaks, Leviathan, decided to strike back. He tried to fight back, tried his best to make the president see reason, but he failed. For his own stupidity, he even lost his rank. He had executed 2 mutants because of that, and he had noticed that 2 warheads were launched on the soil of the US because of that. This made a fact clear that he was being watched, but how could that be? He killed those freaks right in the middle of that damn frozen lake. It could mean only one thing, that he was being watched by some freak who had the ability to see anything in the world, or they were using satellites to watch them. Neither of those scenarios was good for him. He knew that there was a good chance that Leviathan would come chasing after him. He could run away and leave behind all of his research in here. That wasn't an option. He was quite sure that if Leviathan had the ability to monitor him, then even if he tried to run away it won't work. So, he chose the best course of action. Mount a defense here. After all, this base was heavily fortified and he could put up a commendable defense here, and if still everything he had failed, he would just have to flood the whole base. This way he would be able to take out Leviathan. Sir, are you sure that he will attack? Sergeant Lyman asked Striker. Striker was currently reapplying the brainwashing serum on his own son. Yes, he will definitely come, or he will send someone, Striker said with full confidence. With all these mutants here, he was sure that he could win, and if the situation demands it, he could use one of these mutants as his hostage. Leviathan had clearly proved that he cared about mutants. Striker then moved on to the next mutant. This mutant was a giant with a metal helmet on his head. The mutant looked like a monster. He had to pull some strings to get this mutant under his control. The man was named Kane Marco, but he was better known by his other name, the Juggernaut. POV Rio. After I spent the whole day with Momo, I was lying down with Momo's head on my chest while she was lovingly caressing my hair. What are you thinking? Momo asked in a whisper. I am thinking about killing someone, I said in a dismissive tone. In the MHA world, I would have never done this, but Momo has grown up a lot since then. Even in the MHA world, she knew that I killed, but I never had the guts to tell her that openly, but it is completely different now. Momo has seen the evil around the world. So, who is this unfortunate guy? Momo asked in a neutral tone. William Striker. He was the one who started this mess, I answered Momo and opened Striker's file on the laptop. Then make it painful, Momo said in a clean, determined voice. Well, I guess some changes are needed to be made to the plan. I won't kill the bastard now. Instead, I will crucio him into insanity. Both of us were hungry, but neither of us wanted to get up. So, Momo did the next best thing. She called one of Nemuri's house elves and asked him to bring us some food. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The house elf, in their usual house elf attitude, decided that we would need a lot of food because we have been making babies, and brought us outrageous amounts of food. Thankfully I had Momo with me, who single-handedly mowed down everything, leaving only a small amount for me. But that small amount was more than necessary for me. When Momo finally finished the food, it was getting dark. So, we quickly got dressed and decided to return. After reaching the small port on the island, both me and Momo Flash stepped into our room. I found Nemuri on the bed watching porn on her laptop. Nemuri want to go outside and kill some people? I asked, bringing Nemuri out of her trance. No. I just got myself a new DVD. I need to watch that now, Nemuri said in a dismissive tone and went back to watch porn. I leered over her shoulder to see what she was watching. Oh, Steps is stuck under the bed. I decided to leave Nemuri with what she was doing. I have to commend Nemuri. She definitely had her priorities. While Nemuri continued her depraved crusade, Momo started to lay down the room expansion runes. She also texted the other girls to help her. Since Nemuri had decided to stay, I had to pick someone else. I already had one partner, Rumi. No matter how busy she is, if I ask her, she would agree in an instant. Who else to take? Magneto. Well, I could take him. Soon Rumi arrived in the room with the other girls. Rumi, let's go. We have to kill some people, I said in an excited voice, and I could already see her eyes started to shine in excitement. Where will we be going? Rumi asked me in an excited tone. Alkali Lake. I don't think that you know about that place, I told Rumi, who nodded her head in agreement that she didn't know about that place. After that, we both left the room and left to find Magneto. I have already noticed where Magneto was. It took us 5 minutes to get to him. Eric, I have found out who was responsible for the murders of the Kelly family and the assassination of the First Lady, I said to Eric, who was quite shocked to hear the revelation. So, what are we going to do with him? Eric asked me, looking interested. Obviously collect all the proof and then torture him into insanity, I said like it was a matter of fact. Eric looked at me appreciatively and nodded his head. He was also happy with what I have planned. So, Eric agreed to join us. He wanted to bring Mystique with him, but I told him that we would be directly attacking the base. We won't be needing subterfuge. I agree that Mystique was a powerful metahuman, but in a frontal assault, she was going to be useless. I grabbed both Rumi's and Eric's shoulders and apparat to Alkali Lake. Rumi was completely fine, but Eric lurched forward and dropped on his knees. Thankfully he didn't empty his stomach. This was very different than Portkei, Eric spoke, breathing heavily. This is called apparition. For this, you just need to know the location where you want to teleport, and voila. Here you are, I said in a mock cheerful voice. Have you been here before? Eric asked me, finally getting up from the ground and looked around. No, but you don't need to see the place physically. A picture or video of the place would also work, I explained. Rumi had told me about apparition, so you were able to do this because you are magically stronger than Rumi? Eric asked me with curiosity in his voice. I simply nodded my head. There are 2 snipers stationed on those 2 trees, Rumi suddenly said, pointing towards 2 huge trees. I had already noticed them but didn't do anything because they were quite far away. Deal with them, I said to Rumi, who nodded her head and jumped away without making any noise. She would have been a good assassin if she wasn't a battle maniac. But what about the metahumans? Eric asked me. We will save them. Striker is using some kind of brainwashing liquid on those meta-humans to control them, I said in a dismissive tone. But if he uses one of the mutants as a hostage, then I can't promise anything, I reminded Magneto, who nodded his head in agreement. With that decided, both of us started to walk towards the alkali dam. Suddenly Rumi returned to us and started to walk by our side. We finally appeared in front of the gates and I was quite surprised that no one attacked us. I was quite sure that Striker already knew we were here. I waved my hand and the huge metal gates in front of us were ripped apart. After all, we didn't have any need for subtlety here. We entered the dam. I was already able to feel all the life signs inside. Suddenly one of the life signs vanished and all three of us heard a mild thump behind us. Nightcrawler appeared behind Magneto with 2 glass daggers. Looks like Striker had prepared them very well. Nightcrawler stabbed his dagger towards Magneto's back, but before he could do anything he was kicked away by Rumi. That was a really slow teleportation, Rumi said, and Flash stepped in front of Nightcrawler and punched him, but this time Nightcrawler was ready and disappeared in a blue mist, but Rumi again Flash stepped and appeared where Nightcrawler was about to appear and kicked him. Nightcrawler arrived out of thin air and was shocked to see that Rumi was already there. Nightcrawler knew that he couldn't dodge the kick, so he braced himself with his arms. Rumi hit Nightcrawler and several cracks were heard and Nightcrawler was completely blown away, but before he could collide with the wall he disappeared in blue mist. I felt him return to his previous place. Rumi must have broken several of his bones. Ha ha ha, bring me more. This will be too much fun. Rumi exclaimed happily while laughing. Yeah, battle maniac. Did you miss me? Cliffcon asked cutely with puppy dog eyes. Rumi, you need to calm down, I spoke to Rumi, who was jumping like a kid on a sugar rush. Yeah, sure, Rumi said dismissively, but it was quite clear that she was still very excited. She must love fights, Eric said while nodding his head. Yes, that she does, I said. Rumi didn't even notice our small chat. Rumi was in the front leading us. After Nightcrawler went back crawling to his master, Striker didn't send anyone to intercept us. I could feel that all of his soldiers were still stationed inside the deeper parts of the dam. From what I was able to sense till now, Striker has completely fortified this place. It looks this was Striker's last stand. Smart man. I would have found out where he had run off to and then I would have killed him really slowly. Maybe, cut off his legs and hands and make him a handless, legless thing and keep him alive to show him metahuman domination. Yes, that would have been great too, but I think torturing him into insanity is good too. After all, he stayed here and didn't make me chase after him. We arrived in a huge room made up of concrete and steel beams. I noticed someone running in our direction with a huge momentum. I didn't need to be a genius to know who it was. It was Kane Marco. I have already seen him with Striker. 3 metahumans were following behind him. Soon the opposite side of our room burst open by Juggernaut, but he didn't stop. He continued to charge towards our group. The helmet on top of Juggernaut's head wasn't metal. I don't know what material Striker had used to make that, but when I had previously seen Juggernaut through the satellite feed, he was wearing his original metal helmet. I shrugged because it wasn't important now, as Rumi was already charging towards Juggernaut. Let's see who is stronger, Rumi said, and her whole body was covered in armament haki, and when she finally arrived in front of the Juggernaut she gave him a roundhouse kick. As I had expected, Juggernaut was blasted away by Rumi's kick and collided with the concrete wall behind him. The other 3 metahumans who just arrived in the room were completely dumbfounded. Eric, you can deal with the kung fu chick if you want, I spoke to Eric, pointing towards Lady Deathstrike. No, I will deal with all of them, Rumi declared, stopping Eric. Eric just raised his hands in a surrendering manner. After all, he didn't want to interfere with Rumi's fun. He had already seen what she could do and Eric wasn't a battle maniac like Rumi. One of the other 2 mutants was shown in both the original and revised timeline. Though I was quite surprised when I first saw her here, in the original timeline, she was a member of Omegas, a group led by Callisto. Her name was Betsy Elizabeth Braddock, or commonly known as Psylocke. The other woman was also a part of the Omegas in the original timeline, Archlight, but what happened to her in the revised timeline nobody knows. Are you confident enough that you can fight with the 3 of us? Lady Deathstrike or Yuriko Oyama asked Rumi in a mocking tone. No, I am sure that I will be more than enough for the 3 of you, Rumi retorted with a bloodthirsty grin on her face. Deathstrike was clearly angry because Rumi made fun of her, but she didn't underestimate Rumi. After all, she just defeated Juggernaut with just 1 strike. Wanna bet that Rumi will defeat the 3 of them in 5 minutes? Eric suddenly asked me. I didn't expect this from him. But, he is an idiot if he thinks that I would accept a bet that I know that I would definitely lose. You had another thing coming if you think that I would agree to a bet that I know I would lose, I spoke to Eric with a smile on my face. Eric just shrugged his shoulders and turned his head towards the fight. I also did the same. Currently, Rumi was being attacked by Lady Deathstrike with her adamantium claws. Rumi was skillfully dodging the strikes, making Deathstrike more frustrated. Psylocke was attacking Rumi from the side while Archlight was sending shockwaves in Rumi's direction whenever she was getting the chance. You 3 make a very good attack team, Rumi said, complimenting the 3 women. This made the 3 of them scowl even more. It was quite clear that Rumi was just toying with the 3 of them. All of a sudden, Rumi's whole demeanor changed, and punched Psylocke. Rumi was way faster this time. The sudden change of demeanor and speed surprised Psylocke, but it was too late for her to dodge and she could only brace for impact. Rumi hit Psylocke on her stomach. The punch was so strong that Psylocke immediately grabbed her stomach in pain and passed out after emptying her stomach on the floor. You will pay for that. Archlight screamed in anger and sent multiple shockwaves in Rumi's direction. Seeing that Archlight lost her cool and the erratic shockwaves, Deathstrike decided to jump back. But Rumi wasn't even slightly worried after she saw all those shockwaves. Instead, Rumi used Flash Step and appeared behind Archlight. Rumi hit Archlight's nape, knocking her out successfully. Now, only you are left. I hope that you can entertain me, Rumi said with a bloodthirsty grin on her face and attacked Deathstrike. Deathstrike was immediately on defense. She knew that there was no way that she would be able to defeat Rumi. All of her confidence from before was completely gone. Rumi raised her leg and kicked Deathstrike, and a metal clanging sound was heard. Rumi was slightly surprised to hear a sound like that. The floor beneath Deathstrike cracked because of the force Rumi had applied on the kick. Rumi took this chance and punched Deathstrike with her full power. Another metal clang was heard and Deathstrike collided on the floor with a huge force. Deathstrike's right side of the face was completely gone. Her adamantium skull could easily be seen. Because of Rumi's punch, Deathstrike was completely disoriented, and Rumi used this chance, and her arms wrapped around Deathstrike's neck, grabbing her in a chokehold. How the hell is she still alive? Eric asked with a shocked look on his face. Body modification and regenerative healing factor. Can't you see her face is almost healed? I said, pointing towards Deathstrike's still exposed skull, but it was healing visibly. I saw Deathstrike was struggling on the floor, but Rumi didn't give up and Deathstrike finally stopped struggling and her whole body went limp. She wasn't dead. Rumi had just knocked her out. I pulled out iron rods from a nearby wall and wrapped them around Deathstrike. Eric saw this and did the same with Psylocke and Archlight. Unfortunately, Juggernaut died while Rumi was fighting against the three women. Rumi's full-powered armament Haki kick sent him to his next great adventure. I made a portkaya from a nearby piece of rubble and sent the three women to Elysium. Eric looked sad that Juggernaut died, but instead of Rumi he decided to blame Striker. After all, he wouldn't achieve anything by blaming Rumi. Smart guy? Why can't Charles be like his old friend? Then, I would have felt bad when we would have killed him. But he had to be a bitch a loser. We finally moved from the room and went ahead. I felt some humans were preparing to ambush us. But they were not carrying anything metal. Looks like Eric is quite well known. Even if they weren't using metal guns, it won't be a problem for us. Maybe it would have been if it was only Magneto, but since I am here there will be no need to fear. Rumi, do you want to beat them up too? I asked Rumi. After all, if she was interested then I would just stay back and let her have all the fun. Yeah sure, Rumi said and Flash stepped towards the group. Rumi quickly dealt with them. We met several groups like them until there were only 2 people left inside the dam. Rumi had killed everyone else with her use of excessive force. Well, it wasn't her fault that humans were fragile. We finally arrived in the last room and found William Stryker pointing a gun towards Nightcrawler's head. Nightcrawler had already passed out due to the pain and broken bones. So, you decided to stay? I asked Stryker in a mocking tone. Stryker didn't say anything and pressed a button. A huge explosion shook the whole dam. I just gave him a disappointed look while shaking my head. Ha 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 ha. I knew that I will die, so I decided to take you all with me, Stryker shouted in rage. Ah, that's where you are wrong. You think flooding this whole place will be enough to kill me? You are just a naive fool, I said and pointed my finger in Stryker's direction. Before he could say anything or do anything I cast the spell. Crucio Stryker immediately screamed out in pain and dropped on the floor. At this moment he was feeling an unimaginable amount of pain. I used my other hand to cast the sealing and locking charms on the door. After I was sure that the room was completely secure I turned back towards Stryker, who was rolling on the floor in pain. How is he doing that? Eric asked, looking slightly pale. He is using the Cruciatus curse. This causes unimaginable pain and prolonged exposure will definitely snap your mind. Rumi gave him a brief explanation. Eric gulped loudly after he heard that. I finally lifted the spell from him and kneeled by his side. So, Stryker, how are you feeling? Are you feeling some kind of discomfort? I asked him with a caring tone. Please, don't. Stryker started to beg, but I will be damned if I allow him to beg. You don't have to beg to feel that again. Here you go, I said in a mocking tone. It was almost like I was scolding a child. Ag. Stryker began to scream again. Eric, Rumi, look around the room. He will definitely have some documents stashed in here, I said, turning towards them. Both of them nodded and started to look around. They found several files and documents about his experiments. After a few minutes, Stryker finally stopped screaming. It was clear that his mind has been wasted away. Eric grabbed Nightcrawler, who was still passed out, and we finally left the base operating back to Elysium. Adela is missing me and her ice cream treats. I must go and get her. Rio, I am going to Nox to bring Adela. She is feeling bored. I haven't taken her out for a walk, I said and disappeared from metahuman land. I don't understand why Rio decided to give the island a stupid name like Elysium. He should have named it Rainbow Land. Yes, that would have been much better. Okay, I will call this Rainbow Land from now on. Even though I said that I was coming here to get Adela, I had one more thing to do in the Powder House. I don't understand why they decided to name this Nox. Well, I would call it Powder House. After all, I know powder was made in this house. I quickly went to the basement and found myself before a solid concrete wall. I simply touched the wall in several different places and the wall swung open, leading to a huge safe. Hehe, it is good that I am a seer and I don't need to look over my shoulders to check if anyone followed me or not. I cannot allow the others to find this place. This is where I keep my weapon of world domination. If this gets out in the public, then the whole world could be destroyed. My breath hitched as I approached the safe and entered the code. With a clang, the safe was unlocked, but I didn't open it. It wasn't safe if I opened it like this. I put my hands inside my pocket and pulled out gloves. This is necessary or I might contaminate the products. After wearing the gloves, I opened the door and walked inside. I didn't even dare to breathe and approached a nearby rack and picked up a cup. I looked towards another cup. No, I must not give in to temptation. I must not be greedy. I left the safe while carefully carrying the cup. As soon as I left the safe, I released a huge sigh and closed the safe. Finally, my eyes landed on the cup I had brought from the safe. I stared at the cup intently and carefully pulled its lid and gave a lick to the cover, then vanished it. I licked my lips, just as I had thought. These are the best pudding in the world and they must be protected. If anyone finds that the world's best pudding is being kept here, then wars will be waged and I can't let that happen. For the greater good of this world, I must make the ultimate sacrifice and keep devouring the pudding before anyone finds out. I waved my hand and closed the wall, completely hiding my biggest secret. I conjured a spoon and started eating my pudding. Yes, this is the flavor. The color is right, the thickness is right, and the taste is amazing too. Having only one thing perfect doesn't work. Everything should be perfect. This is the way we will achieve balance in the universe. No, this is the true path to achieve harmony. After devouring the whole cup of pudding, I decided to find Adela and give her some ice cream. Poor girl misses ice cream. I didn't have to search for Adela after all. I knew where she was. Perks of being a seer. She was on the roof, looking sadly towards all those cars. I vanished and appeared beside Adela's head. She wasn't even surprised. Good girl. Adela, how have you been? Did you miss me, girl? I asked her while patting her head. Adela's eyes told me everything I needed to know. Let's go, girl. I will take you to a whole new place. I will even give you a whole bucket of mint chocolate chips, I said, and Adela immediately licked me with her huge forked tongue. Adela hissed and my eyes narrowed on her. How did you know that I ate pudding? I asked her dangerously. She hissed again. Adela, you must understand that what I am doing is important. I am stopping world wars, one said. One must make her understand. Adela nodded her head and hissed again. Yes, good girl, I complimented her again and petted her head. Adela hissed once again. You want a car to cuddle with? I asked her. Her tail happily swayed around while she nodded her giant head. Nov, L, B / JNN. Which one do you like? I asked her, pointing towards the road. Adela used her tail to point towards a small blue car. Okay, I will get you that one, but now I will take you for a slither. A walk seems to be inappropriate for you. You would like that, won't you? Adela happily nodded her head. I grabbed her head tightly and disappeared and appeared on Rainbow Land. Adela, my young Padawan, this whole island is waiting to be explored by us. Let's start our adventure. The Force will be with us, I said, and climbed on Adela. I definitely knew every nook and cranny on this island because I have seen it, but seeing it once again won't be bad. After Mum died, I got this ability. That's not right. My ability became much stronger and I gained the ability to see the future. I saw visions of our world, and they were very bad. No matter what path was chosen, it always led to a bad end, but one day everything changed. For whatever reason, Rio's and the girl's future was always hidden from me. I was only able to see the new and better future after I laid my eyes on Rio for the first time. Everything changed after that day. I saw that he and the girls had come here from another world. I saw how they will change the future for the better. Yes, there will be deaths, but for the first time the story will end on a good note. I saw that I will become his lover and how he will come to care for me. I saw all of our adventures. At that time I wasn't as strong as I am now and I wasn't able to process all the visions, but now the story is completely different. I can see everything and process everything. After my mother died, I have come to terms with the fact that I had the ability to see the future and I started to think of my life as a puzzle. After all, I had seen everything and I started to get satisfaction from watching things coming together as I have seen in my visions. Go Adela go, I encouraged Adela, who started to happily slither through the forest and grass. I can understand she is feeling nice. I always wanted a puppy, but Daddy said they make a mess, so I had to get myself a basilisk. After roaming through the forests for a couple of hours, we arrived where Jean and Fleur were learning about their powers. Jean will be a nice sister and I know it. I waved at them while Adela passed them. We finally arrived near the beach and Adela was happy like a kid. This was her first time seeing the ocean. Adela went into the sand and coiled herself on the beach, feeling the ocean waves on her scales. I knew that Adela was content, so I laid myself down on her head. After half an hour, Adela started to slither through the water. Adela, you will need to take a bath, or your scales will become sticky, I told Adela. Adela hissed back in agreement. Adela finally found a cave. She looked towards me for permission. I already knew what was there, so I gave her the go-ahead. Adela became happy like a child who just got permission to buy candy. Adela slithered into the cave in mad glee, and only after a minute we found ourselves in front of an underground lake. The lake was glowing because of some minerals on the lake bed. Come on girl, let's take the bath, I said while getting off of Adela. Adela didn't need to be told twice and slithered into the water. Adela, stay here. I will get you your mint chocolate chips, I said and disappeared. I appeared inside an alley and walked into a nearby store. I walked up to the ice cream parlor and pointed towards the whole bucket of mint chocolate chips. Please, I want that, I said to the shopkeeper, who gave me an odd look. I came here from time to time, but I used different faces every time. If I don't use a disguise, then Nicholas Fury could use it in the future to anger Rio. That future is a good one, but a group called Avengers was killed by Rio because Nicholas Fury tried to threaten Rio. Are you sure, girl? The shopkeeper asked me with an odd look. Yes, auntie, I said and took out the money from my pocket, but for whatever reason, the shopkeeper started to glare at me. I checked the money again. Yes, it is real money. Well, she must be showing her love. After getting the whole bucket, I went back towards the alley and disappeared and appeared back in front of the underground lake. I saw that Adela was eagerly waiting for me. I conjured a bowl for myself and scooped up my share and then gave the whole bucket to Adela. She happily started to lick the ice cream with the forked tongue. Who's the good girl? I asked while patting her. Adela hissed again and returned to her ice cream bucket. Yes, you are the good girl. After you finish this, we will play fetch, I said, and Adela happily wagged her tail. How much did we get? I asked Eric after returning to Elysium. If you hadn't tortured him into insanity, then I would have happily agreed to give it another go, Eric said in a disgusted voice. But we shouldn't release all this information. We could use this information to our advantage, some unnamed girl from Eric's group spoke up. My eyes immediately zeroed in on her and she was immediately nervous. The girl should just be a college graduate. I like her plan. I also had a similar plan. And why would we be doing that? Eric growled in anger. Eric was definitely not happy with her and gave her a glare, but this time the girl didn't falter. Yes, we could release all of this, but it won't do us any good. We will get the necessary effect if we just release the video footage of Stryker brainwashing Kurt Wagner to assassinate the Kelly family and the First Lady. The rest could be used as leverage, the girl finished. The girl is smart. My idea exactly, I pointed. Eric didn't say anything and nodded his head in understanding. After that, I decided to leave them be. We can deal with the announcements tomorrow. Though, I am not in any kind of hurry to announce the news. From what I have heard, currently, the island's population is 13.5 million. From the original story, I had remembered that there should be about 30 million metahumans around the world. That means, more than half of the metahuman population is still out there. Even though, I didn't have a discussion regarding this with Eric, he knows that this is necessary. After all, if we announce the news tomorrow, then most of the government will start to welcome back the metahumans to their countries and everyone will give up their hostility temporarily. This will be counterproductive for my objective. But giving up their hostility temporarily doesn't mean that they are going to stop hating metahumans. Metahumans might have special abilities, but they are still human. Their human nature won't just disappear, so if the governments around the world call off the hunts, the metahumans will find relief in that and they will definitely decide to remain there, and the metahumans here will try to go back. Then, I had another matter to deal with. Scott Summers and Charles Xavier. Currently neither of them poses a single threat to me or Elysium, but that could change at any moment. I don't like having threats towards anything I have worked for, so that means that they need to be dealt with. With this thought, I directly headed towards Aurora's and Jean's room. I approached their room and knocked on their door. It was Aurora who opened the door. For whatever reason, as soon as Aurora saw me, she blushed deep red and ran away. That was weird. I just stood right at the door with no idea what to do. Finally Jean arrived and gave me an awkward look. Don't mind Aurora, she has been acting weird like that since she had returned from training, Jean said, ushering me inside and gave me a tight smile. Oh, now, I understand. Obviously spending a day with Nemuri was too much for Aurora. It's okay, spending a day with Nemuri could be, stressful, I said and gave myself a mental pat on my back for my diplomatic answer. Jean's lips thinned again, but she nodded her head. I was expecting Jean to react how Aurora reacted. After all, it was Jean who heard me and Momo having sex. I am not stupid, these things are simple common sense. Jean's cheeks were turning pink from time to time. That was the only indication I got. Jean, I need your help, I spoke up, deciding to get to the point. Jean's demeanor immediately changed. So, how can I help you? Jean asked curiously. You were able to sense the connection between Cerebro and Scott, right? I asked her. Jean nodded her head with a confused look on her face. So, I wanted to know if you can find out if there is anyone else other than Scott who is relaying information. I asked Jean, who looked contemplative for a few seconds before turning her gaze in my direction. Yes, I can do that. It won't be hard, but Scott might get suspicious if he sees me and I won't be able to do it if Scott is connected with Cerebro at that moment. Charles will definitely notice that, Jean answered in a serious tone. Can you tell me how the Cerebro works, or is it possible for Charles to notice everyone around Scott? I asked Jean in a curious tone. This was something important I needed to know. After all, I don't know much about Cerebro, and in the movies much is not explained about that damn machine. I also don't know a lot about Cerebro. I know that it amplifies Charles's mental abilities, but I don't know the exact ins and outs about the machine. Charles has always been secretive about his beloved machine, but from what I have seen, he can do anything with a willing subject. We know that Scott is a willing subject, so he can share his vision, control all his actions, sense everything around him. I don't know, Jean finished with a frustrated look on her face. So, you are saying that he can use Scott as a medium and extend his powers here? I asked her with a bewildered look on my face. If this is possible, then it's not good at all. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Jean didn't answer and shook her in denial. No, he can't do that. This I know for sure. He can't use Scott as a medium and extend his powers, but he can use Scott as his messenger or his puppet, if that makes any kind of sense, Jean said and started to pace around the room. Okay, let's do this tomorrow. First I will deal with Scott and anyone else who are in league with Charles. Then, we will go and deal with Charles, I said, making up my mind. Some might call me stupid because I will be going with incomplete information and half-baked plans, but then comes the deciding factor, my power. I am not absolute, but I am very much overconfident that I will be able to deal with anything Charles throws at me. Just like that? Won't we need plans? You might be strong, but Charles always has contingencies. He still has a loyal friend. Hank McCoy. Jean spoke with skepticism in her voice. You don't need to worry about that human-loving fool. They are inconsequential. Charles will die tomorrow, one way or another, I said with a determined voice. Leviathan, Charles belongs to me. I will be the one to kill him. Suddenly Jean's whole demeanor changed and she spoke in a different tone. It was quite clear that it was the Phoenix. Jean's face and the rest of her skin had started to crack, but as soon as the Phoenix gave back control to Jean, the cracks started to fade. I immediately grabbed Jean by her shoulders so she wouldn't fall down. Are you okay? Are you still hurting? I asked her in a worried tone. She didn't say anything and nodded her head. I led Jean to the couch and helped her sit down. I knew that Aurora was in the washroom but didn't want to call her. That was way too much power for my body. The Phoenix thought that you would take away her prey. Jean spoke while huffing. Tell her I won't, but she needs to hold back on the power, I said in a caring tone, and Jean just nodded her head meekly. She was blushing once again. Must be because how close I am to her now. Why does the Phoenix call you Leviathan? Jean asked me in a curious tone. She was still blushing, but she thought that the question might be more important. Because I am the Leviathan of destruction, I said in a proud and arrogant tone. After all, I have got nothing to hide. The current person who can give me the most trouble on Earth is the Ancient One, and she didn't look too keen to get my ire, and there is no one currently on Earth who could match me except the Phoenix. I am not quite sure if Heimdall had noticed me or not. I have not a single fucking clue about how the Asgardians treat cosmic entities like me and the Phoenix Force inside Jean. If this was the comics world, then I would have a better idea, but the Marvel Cinematic Universe never interacted with the X-Men Cinematic Universe, so it's hard to say. I finally left her room, but not before meeting Aurora. She was dragged out of the washroom by Jean. Not forcefully. Jean's words were enough. Aurora was a strong girl, but I have no fucking idea what Nemuri could have done with her to make her this bashful. It would be better if I asked Nemuri about it though. With that thought, I finally left the room and returned to my room. I sensed that all the girls were already there. I walked into the room and found that all 5 of them were waiting for me on the bed in racy lingerie, wearing animal ears and tails. Well, except Nemuri and Rumi, because they had natural tails and ears. Wow, I exclaimed, and I was pretty sure my jaw hit the floor when Fleur waved at me seductively with her finger. Handsome? Why don't you join us? Don't you see we are quite lonely here? Fleur said with a pout. I didn't even notice that the room was much more bigger now. I have much more important things to deal with. I quickly undressed myself and joined the girls on the bed. After all, I can't allow them to feel lonely now, can I? A man sat quietly inside a dark room contemplating where and when everything had gone wrong in his plan. He was this close to success, this close to eradicating the only threat to his existence, but ultimately, he had failed. He was enraged, furious, but he knew that acting upon those emotions would bore no results to him. He had lived in this world since the beginning of life on this world, and he had learned not to act on volatile emotions, which would only lead to rash decisions that could become his undoing. He always likes to play games, and after humans made their kingdoms, he found a certain taste for playing games from the shadows. He had been enjoying his life just like that, playing games with people's minds, manipulating them from the shadows. But everything changed when a completely new species was born among the humans. The first mutant. And Sabanur. At first, he decided to just ignore it, as he knew that he was the most supreme being and he could easily take control of the mutant if he becomes a threat. The man's suspicion became clear when he found that this new species of human could not be controlled by him. This scared him, and he decided to destroy the Ensabanur from the shadows. He tried to kill Ensabanur using humans, but none of them worked. Ensabanur was a very powerful mutant, and no matter what he tried, he failed. Then a fact clicked into his mind that a human could never kill Ensabanur. Soon, other mutants also started to born, and the man decided to take drastic steps. He started to poison people's minds against mutants. He felt threatened because he was no longer on the top of the food chain. It took millennia to finally get rid of Ensabanur and his force horsemen. The man decided to use his brainwashed pawns to strike when Ensabanur would be at his weakest. This would only happen when he was transferring his conscience into a new body to gain his or her powers. Ensabanur has used this method to gain powers throughout the millennia. The man was finally able to deal with Ensabanur successfully while remaining in the shadows, but the threat to his existence was far from over. Mutants were being born all around the world. Killing the other mutants wasn't hard like it has been to kill Ensabanur, the first mutant. But the man soon realized something: he would never be able to kill off all the mutants. After all, it was just a natural evolution, and a time will come when mutants will become the majority of the population, so he decided to make up another plan. What if the humans themselves drive mutants to extinction? Yes, this outcome will be the best, and he will be still in the shadows. So, with the progression of time, he started to spread rumors about the mutants and how they are a danger to human society, but he again noticed that this wasn't an ideal method. So, he decided to make something up to affect all the humans worldwide. This would make humans instinctively hate and fear the mutants. These two emotions were enough to outcast the mutants. Even though he hated mutants with his whole being, he was fascinated by their powers. He couldn't even withstand the thought of not wielding such powers, so he decided to make humans with mutant powers. The easy way to do this was using the mutant DNA or blood transfusion. He decided to make humans with mutant powers because he never thought that mutants were humans. He could never accept something like that. After all, he could take over humans, but that wasn't possible with mutants. So, he started to abduct both humans and mutants to conduct experiments, but the experiments didn't bore him any results. So, he moved on to the next experiment, organ harvesting. He decided to implant mutant organs into humans. Using this method, he finally achieved success. This was how the group U-Men were born. But he still needed to continue hunting mutants so that mutants don't increase in numbers. After all, not everyone can successfully become a U-Man. In the latest episode of the human mutant drama, he didn't even have to do something. He would have never thought that William Stryker would take such a drastic step to eradicate humans. It was good, the man thought. But all of the progress made by humans was destroyed in a swift move by Leviathan. He was brought out of his thoughts by a knock on his door. Enter, the man commanded, and a man in a lab coat entered the room. So, what's the progress? The man asked in a serious tone. Sir, there isn't much progress from the video. No matter what we have tried, we were unable to enhance the video quality to identify the assailants, the man in the lab coat answered meekly. The man just waved off the scientist and sent him away. No matter what others said, he was sure that Camp X-Ray was destroyed by Leviathan. He knew how these things worked, but currently, he had another problem to deal with. He had no idea how Leviathan along with those two women were able to use their powers in the mutant suppression zone. That shouldn't have been possible. Mutant suppression zone was personally made by him, and it was made to specifically target to X genes to render them unresponsive. He had also received reports that those mutant suppression zones were completely active. That could only mean two things. Leviathan and the two women were able to overpower the mutant suppression zone, or they weren't mutants to begin with. The man frowned once again. If they weren't mutants, then they could have been super soldiers, like Captain America. But Captain America didn't have any supernatural powers like these people had. Whatever it was, he needed more information. Even if gathering information took time, it wouldn't matter to him. After all, time was one thing he didn't have any problem to spare. This is just a minor setback. John Sublime would never accept defeat, the man now recognized as John Sublime said in his mind. Unnamed warehouse, Nevada. So, were you able to get any information? Emma Frost asked another woman who just entered the room. No, nothing is known. As soon as the metahumans enter those named places, they just disappear, the woman replied. The woman's name was Callisto. What about electricity? A man with angel-like wings behind his back asked the question. The man was named Warren Worthington III. Electricity? What's that? Callisto asked in a mocking tone. Leviathan wasn't joking. Anything electrical in this city is completely fried. Even cars are fried, Callisto finished. So, we are just stuck here, a teenager asked with worry clear in her voice. She was the newest member of this small group. Marie D'Ancantu, A/N, can anyone recognize her, has just joined the group a month ago. No, but we need to get out of here. If Leviathan can truly provide us a safe haven, then he might have a chance to kill Sublime. Emma Frost, the leader of the group, said. Marie didn't know much about Sublime, but she knew that Sublime was her mortal enemy. Yes, so should we head to any of those given location? Warren asked in an excited tone. We should. There is no meaning in wasting more time here, Emma said with a frown, and Callisto kicked the CPU of their now fried computer. With that decision taken, all of them started to pack their stuff. Slowly my eyes fluttered open and an unwilling groan escaped my mouth. Like expected, I was tangled in female flesh. Both of my hands were feeling slightly numb. I carefully pulled out my arm from Momo's and Fleur's grasp, who were hugging my arms like a teddy bear. I waved my hand and cast Tempest to check the time. Thank God, it was still early. I didn't expect to wake up early after all of our adventures last night. I pulled myself out of their grasp carefully. I didn't want to wake up the girls, at least not now. After extracting myself from the bed, I directly went to the bathroom to complete my morning rituals. When I finally walked out of the bathroom, I found the girls were already up. Good morning, how are you feeling? I greeted them and asked with a smile on my face. The girls returned the smile. Sore, but a good kind of sore, Momo said while pouting, but she was still unable to hide her smile. I leaned down and gave her a kiss. Though I wouldn't mind another go, Fleur spoke up next. I smiled and kissed her next. You know, Fleur, I have a lot of work to do today, even though I want to, but I can't spend my day with you girls, I said with an apologetic look on my face. I know that the girls miss me a lot, and in the last few months we weren't able to spend time together, but there was nothing I to do. I have a lot of stuff to do. Unfortunately, he is right. He will have a lot on his plate today, Luna said with a dreamy look on her face. That immediately rang several bells inside my head. Luna, care to tell me what that was about? I asked Luna while staring at her intently. The girls also did the same, but she wasn't even fazed with all those piercing stares. You will get some information you didn't know about. That's all I am going to tell you, Mine. Luna said and pouted cutely while puffing out her cheeks. I didn't know how to react to that. I understand that if she tells me about the future, then she might unknowingly change the future. We all know that time is a fickle thing. Even something small like dropping a nail could change the future. Even a small thing like a nail could result in someone's death. After all, I still remember the Final Destination movies. I have learned one major thing from there, even minor things can lead to severe consequences. Okay, I guess. I will be expecting the information then, I said with an awkward look on my face. This just proves my theory that the future is changing. I have no idea what kind of information I would get. Would it be about something that never happened in the original timeline? Or some villain showing up suddenly? Or something entirely different? But can't we have a quickie? You can even do it from the behind. The offer was rather enticing and I had to use all of my willpower not to jump on the bed and take Nemuri up on her offer when she started to shake her beautiful and sexy ass in my direction. Cough. No, Nemuri, you heard the seer. I will have a lot on my plate today, I said, trying to divert her attention. But your one-eyed snake seems to have different idea, Nemuri said while giggling perversely. I looked down and found that I was already semi-hard, even after so many years. I can't say no to that ass. Nemuri, I think you should stop. Luna has never been wrong, Rumi pointed out, and Nemuri huffed and started to pout. Fine. I give up, Nemuri said in an irritated voice. I just chuckled after hearing her and went to kiss Luna, Nemuri, and Rumi respectively. I told the girls that I was going to make breakfast and they should get freshened up and join me on the table. The girls happily agreed, and with that I left the room. I arrived in the kitchen and decided to make ramen for breakfast. It has been a long time since we have enjoyed a traditional Japanese breakfast. Now, I know some might say that it isn't traditional, but it was traditional in the MHA world. If you want to complain, then go to that world's author. I started to prepare the food and noticed two women coming in my direction. A small smile graced my face. I won't say that I don't like them, but we can only be called friends, at least for now. They finally arrived in the kitchen. I turned around and greeted them. Good morning, both of you, I greeted Jean and Ororo. Ororo looked much better today. Good morning, Rio. Jean greeted me back with a smile on her face, but it looked slightly forced. Morning to you too. Ororo also greeted me and sat down. I hope you don't mind some ramen for breakfast, do you? I asked them while I went back to work on the food. No problem. I haven't tried something new for a long time, Ororo said, and Jean hummed in agreement. Ororo, how are you now? I asked Ororo, my head slightly turned in Ororo's direction to watch her expressions. Ororo frowned when she heard my question. I have no idea how can be someone so shameless. Ororo said with a worried look on her face. I am sure that I am scarred for life, Ororo said while pouting. It was clear that she didn't hate Nemuri, rather she just felt irritated and frustrated because she wasn't able to hold her dignity in front of Nemuri. Yeah, she can be like that. The others had gotten used to it, I said in a dismissive manner and went back to work on the food. So, Jean, what's on your mind? I asked Jean, but this time I didn't even need to look at her to see that she was frowning. My eyes were still on the oven. Nothing specific, a lot of things, Jean answered, but she herself wasn't confident by her answer. Does this have something to do with killing Charles? I didn't need to hear her answer to know that I hit the nail right on the head. That must have been worrying her. After all, from what I have known about her from the movies and now in this life, she has never taken a life, and this must be scaring the shit out of her. For a few minutes, nobody said anything and I continued to work on the ramen without looking towards Ororo or Jean. Jean finally released a defeated sigh. I want to kill him, and it's not because of the phoenix inside me. Believe me, what he had done to me has made me feel really violated, but for whatever reason I find myself lacking the resolve. Jean finished. I finally turned around to take a look at her and found her staring at the table. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. I kind of understand your feelings. You should talk with Rumi, I think. She might be able to help you, I said in a solemn tone. I still remember my first kill. It wasn't something life-changing for me, and I didn't even feel anything when I thought about that, but I only remember Magna because she was my first kill. The first life I ever took. Jean just nodded her head in understanding. I have never felt any feelings like that. Never cared anything special about taking lives. It was just a neutral matter for me. They attacked me, so they died. Plain and simple. After that, we didn't talk much and my girls finally arrived in the kitchen. The girls greeted both Jean and Ororo. Ororo was afraid of Nemuri. It was quite clear with how Ororo was scooting away from her. The food was finally prepared and the girls helped me set up the table. I don't have a single fucking clue about how they can all be abysmal at cooking. I have planned to deal with Scott today and maybe Charles if Jean is prepared. I don't want to force her, and I am sure that the Phoenix will throw a tantrum if I kill Charles. Even if the Phoenix won't be able to hurt me, but the others around me won't be so lucky. When the breakfast was finally over, Jean asked Rumi if she could talk with her. I recommended Rumi because she was the only person who might have felt something when she killed for the first time. I know about Nemuri. I still thank my lucky stars that she didn't go around the bend and pull an Obito. Even though the similarities between their conviction was uncanny. This world is completely rotten does sound really ominous when you have seen Naruto. Since Jean wasn't ready, I decided to wait. I needed Jean's help to find out if Scott was alone on the mission or not. I could do it myself, but it won't be practical. After all, I can't go around using legilimency on all of them to read their mind. And passive legilimency won't work, as I might miss their mission if I only read their surface thoughts. I would need to dive into their memories. All the girls left for their own tasks. Fleur went with Jean and Rumi. Nemuri dragged away both Ororo and Natasha with her. Luna took Adela for an adventure on the island. Momo decided to return to her research and studies. I decided to check up on Eric, so I went to find him. He was currently inside his office, quite surprising because nowadays he liked to run around talking with all the metahumans. I arrived outside his office and knocked on the door. Enter. I heard Eric's voice from the other side of the door. I entered the room and found Eric was contemplating something while reading some files. So, what got you so worried? I asked and sat down in the chair. The brainwashing serum. I would have never thought that someone would be able to make drugs like these, Eric said and rubbed his temples. Well, if I was in his shoes then I would have worried too. So, how are those mutants? Did they get back their own will? I asked him curiously. In the movie, Stryker never mentioned how long he would be able to control a metahuman using that serum. Yes, they are back, but they are not doing well with the coping. They had done several disgusting things when they were under that bastard's control. Eric spat out in anger. He took several deep breaths to calm himself down, but Kurt Wagner is still knocked out. He had multiple broken bones and fractures, Eric said, releasing a sigh. I felt Mystique coming in this direction along with another woman. So, how long are we going to wait to make the announcement? Eric asked me, changing the topic. While I was paying attention to what Eric was saying, I was still interested to find out who that woman was. For whatever reason the woman looked kind of familiar. It's like I have seen her in some movie or something. Just 3 days have passed since we have made the first announcement. I think we should wait for a few more days, I said, and Eric nodded his head in understanding. Now, Raven and the unknown woman were just outside Eric's door. Before Eric could say anything, the door was knocked. Enter, Eric said and sighed once again. Mystique and the woman finally entered the room. Now, I know why the woman seemed familiar. It was Emma Frost. If I remember correctly, she was dead in the original timeline. How have you been, Eric? Long time no see, Emma greeted Eric, who was completely taken aback. Eric was horrified when he recognized who the woman was. You were dead. Eric almost screamed. No, I never died. Only Azazel and Angel were killed, and due to some reasons, the rest of us decided to go into hiding, Emma answered Eric, who was still peeved. Then why didn't you approach me before? I thought you were dead. Raven thought you were dead. We all mourned for you. Raven even killed Bolivar Trask, Eric continued with a betrayed look on his face, though Emma didn't look too happy too. For now, I decided to sit back and watch the drama for now. Eric, listen to me. Azazel and Angel weren't even killed by Bolivar Trask. Our group found out something we shouldn't have found out. That is the reason we went into hiding, Emma said, trying to explain. I have to say I was interested to know what she has found out. Luna must have been talking about this information. I can't be sure until I hear her out. I turned my eyes towards Mystique. She was also interested to know the reason. So, why show up now? And might we know what was the reason? Raven said with a mixture of a sneer and a scowl on her face. She must be really angry. Emma looked down at the table. I decided to come out of hiding because of him, she said, pointing towards my direction. I didn't know how long we would have been able to hide with everything happening outside, so I decided to take the chance, and here I am, Emma said while shrugging. And the reason we went into hiding was because... Emma began to say. Subarashi, Lord Cliff said and grinned evilly. I was quite taken aback when Jean called me out saying that she wanted to talk with me. I don't think that I have anything to tell her or advise her, or does she want to fight me? But I doubt that our matchup would anything good. After all, she isn't a hand-to-hand fighter, means she would be fragile like the guy I killed yesterday with just a kick. I mean, it wasn't my fault that he was so fragile. The way he broke through that concrete wall, I had thought that he would be able to withstand my full power, but that wasn't the case. I didn't even use my full power though. I just covered my whole body in armament haki, and we all know the result. He died. He shouldn't have shown up like that. It's his fault. So, what do you wanted to talk about? I asked Jean. She looked kind of nervous. Jean was silent at first, but I patiently waited for her to speak up. After a few seconds, Jean finally sighed and stared directly into my eyes. How did you cope up after your first kill? Jean asked me. She was still looking me straight into the eyes. I have to say the girl is determined. But what she asked me wasn't something I was expecting. I contemplated for a few seconds. I needed to arrange my words correctly before I started to speak up regarding this matter. At the beginning, it wasn't something I liked to talk about, but now, I no longer care. It was bad. I mean really bad. I paused. She didn't know that we were from another world, so I needed to speak carefully. I thought of myself as a monster. Since the beginning, I have loved to fight, and if my opponent was strong then I would lose all restraints. One day something similar happened. I was fighting a strong guy. I got excited and he died. I explained as briefly as I could. Thankfully no one blamed me for his death. After all, accidents happen, but I blamed myself for taking someone's life. For a few months, I was completely out of it. I started to hate myself for my weakness, and then I found myself fighting another strong opponent, but this time I subconsciously held myself back not to hurt the guy. I paused and saw that Jean was intently listening to me, but I quickly found that I wasn't strong enough to beat the guy if I kept holding myself back, and my opponent truly wanted to kill me, I said. This time I didn't release a sigh. Instead, a huge grin appeared on my face. It was a do-or-die fight. If I kept holding back I would die, and if I used my full power he might die, so I asked myself what I wanted to do. I got the answer that I didn't want to die, so I let myself loose and started to fight with my full power. I finished with a smile on my face. Thankfully the guy didn't die, but he was pretty badly beaten up, I said. This happened a few years before I got together with Rio. If I had Rio with me at that time I might not have gone through that stage, but whatever happened I came out stronger. That was good. Your first kill was an accident? But I want to kill someone because of revenge. Jean spoke to me looking slightly confused. Reasons don't matter. The things that matter are your conviction, your determination, and your will, I said while making points. I have killed a lot of people after that, but I wasn't bothered by it. But every time I killed, there was something common. It happened in a fight, I said while nodding at myself. Jean didn't speak up for a couple of minutes. A look of determination finally surfaced on her face and nodded her head. Thank you for helping me, Rumi, she said and walked away. I never did talks like these, so it was quite an eye-opener for me. POV Rio. I patiently waited for Emma to start her tale. And the reason we went into hiding because we were being hunted down, Emma said. Eric and Raven both frowned. This had obviously piqued my interest. She said that Azazel and Angel weren't killed by Bolivar Trask. After all, that is what happened in the original timeline. But something different happened here. I was quite sure that this is what Luna had told me about, but I had no fucking clue. What could it be? Hunted down by who? Striker? Trask? Eric asked with a frown on his face. I wish that it would have been the case, but we weren't that lucky. In the year of 1962, we noticed that some metahumans had started to disappear into thin air. This sounded suspicious. We already knew about the experiments in metahumans, so we started a wild goose chase. At least, it was a wild goose chase in the beginning. Emma spoke with quite a venom in her voice. A/N. In the original timeline, Emma Frost, Azazel, and Angel were killed in the year 1963, but in my fanfic, it would be different. It was never confirmed, but a sentinel was shown to be using Emma's diamond powers in the X-Men Days of Future Past. 4 years passed just like that and we kept chasing ghosts, but we finally got some success, Emma said in a slightly mocking tone. We finally got our hands on some information and heard a term, human. Another year passed and the trail went completely dry. We were completely fed up and we were about to give up when we got some information about someone who is harvesting DNA and blood from metahumans, Emma finished. She still had her mocking and sarcastic tone in her voice. Human? Did she just fucking say human? Oh no, please don't be him. Please don't be him. I am not scared, but I honestly don't want to deal with that fucker. Hearing Emma, both Eric and Raven became unhappy. But Emma decided to continue her tale using the latest information. We arrived in Fukuoka, Japan, and started to look around, but what we found was something we had never imagined. We found a completely barren building, but it was a slaughterhouse, a metahuman slaughterhouse. We found 38 metahumans butchered up, metahumans rotting inside there. Blood was drained from their bodies, all of their organs were taken, and they were also missing bones and bone marrow. Emma spat out in disgust. Both Eric and Emma looked completely horrified. Okay, I am already pretty sure that she is talking about Sublime now. Erg. I groaned mentally. There was nothing more to hear, but Sublime was never introduced or brought into the movie universe, though I can't be sure. After all, the movie universe was portrayed quite badly. Even in the revised timeline, there were several holes in the story. Now that I know that Sublime is in this universe, that means Archaea is here too. She might not be on this planet now because she was exiled by Sublime, but she will eventually return. She is currently growing in power using alien technology. Sublime is also a shameless fucker. When Archaea came, he went crying to X-Men like a pussy, and X-Men were the biggest fools in the whole universe that they decided to help Sublime. I mean, what the fuck? We buried the bodies, but the people responsible for this were already gone. So there was nothing left to do there, but all of us vowed to find who was responsible for that and continued our search, Emma said while gritting her teeth. Even though I hate to deal with that annoying dirty fucker, I have no choice, I have to deal with it. It's like the saying goes, when life gives you lemons, then make a lemonade. We continued for 3 more years before we found their trail in Dresden, Germany. This time we weren't late and found that the people responsible were just about to start. So, we attacked, and using the chaos we were able to free all the metahumans while killing all the scientists in there while their boss was somehow able to get away, Emma said with a smile on her face, but the smile immediately turned into a frown. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After the successful mission, we decided to have some fun, but we were soon attacked by some men in suits, Emma spat out in disgust. For the first time we were able to get away, but the attacks continued no matter where we went, Emma said and dragged her hand through her hair. Only 5 months later, we lost our first, Azazel. During the attack, they concentrated on him specifically. They knew that he had the ability to teleport. Azazel was killed, but we were able to get away. Just 2 weeks later, we decided to attack that group. Callisto was able to put a mark on them, Emma said with fake joy in her voice. We attacked them and we were able to kill 2 of them before they ran away. They had similar powers to metahumans, so we were disgusted to think that they were doing this to their own kind, but the information we found there shook our world. We found that these weren't metahumans, they were normal humans, but they gained powers by grafting metahuman organs, DNA transplantation, and blood transfusion. Emma finished and looked towards Eric and Raven. It was quite easy to see that both of them were enraged. They really cared about metahumans after all. My face was expressionless, completely blank, thanks to occlumency. They called themselves U-Men, and their leader is named John Sublime. I don't know who he is, but he is the main reason behind the hate between humans and metahumans, Emma finished. Only after an hour we were attacked again, and this time we lost Angel. The rest of us got away. We continued to get attacked. Our group was pretty large, but slowly everyone left. I didn't have any time to look after them, so I decided to go into hiding with our remaining members, and that's it, Emma finished with a shrug. It was clear that Emma was holding back her tears. Damn. Well, I won't be getting bored anymore. I will be chasing U-Men and Sublime. When Emma finally finished her tale, the room was completely silent. Eric and Raven didn't know how to react to what they have just heard. They were angry, sad, and scared, all at the same time. I didn't need to use legilimency to know that. Emma was just trying to glare a hole in the table. She was gritting her teeth while her fists were clenched. So, how do we find these men and Sublime? I spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. Hearing me, everyone was finally pulled out of their pity party. I know how annoying Sublime can be, and the sooner I deal with him the better. In the comics, he died twice, but he was able to return. I have no idea how the hell I am going to use Hakai on bacteria. I might need to use a fucking microscope for that. Archeo was easily killed. If nothing else, then I will just use Fiendfire or Crucio him into insanity, though I don't think that Crucio will affect a bacteria. There is no way to find them. We can only follow trails. Nothing more, nothing else, Emma said while shaking her head. This could be a problem. From what I have heard, I am pretty sure that Sublime is working in Trask headquarters. I can find him easily enough. I think I should deal with him first. After all, he will run away like a coward as soon as he finds out that I am after him, or he will simply go into hiding. I am no fool, and I know recognizing his body won't work. After all, he can change bodies whenever he wants, and with all these endless amounts of humans, he won't be having any shortage. I need a spell to track a single cell. Sublime is actually a bacteria, so he is a single cell being. Momo might know some spell. After all, she is the one among us with the greatest amount of spell knowledge. But I still know a broker who will be able to give the information we need. Emma suddenly spoke up, pulling me out of my thoughts. Oh, are you sure that he will be able to give you the information? I asked her in a skeptical tone. After all, she had been hiding for all these years, and even after all these satellite surveillance, I didn't find out about the human. Sublime is a very intelligent being. He must keep all the documents and files in physical form. After all, someone like him would definitely want to stay out of digital surveillance. Yes, for the right amount of money, of course, Emma replied. Okay, then let's go and meet your informant, I said in a cheerful tone and got up from the chair. Eric and Raven didn't say anything. As soon as I left the room, I pulled out my phone and texted Momo asking her about the spell. Emma kept curiously looking at my phone. I have read something like that in some ancient texts. Wait for a bit, let me get the tome, Momo replied after a minute. I was completely fine with it. After all, I wasn't going after Sublime right now. First I needed to meet Emma's informant. So, how do you contact your informant? I asked Emma curiously. It's quite simple, but we would need to go to Buenos Aires, Argentina. Though I am quite curious about how we will go there, Emma asked me with a smirk on her face. She still has a lot to learn if she thinks she can get information out of me like that. You don't have to worry about that, I said and smirked. Seeing that her plan didn't work, she decided to use her powers. I felt several assaults on my mental barriers. Emma immediately frowned in confusion when her attack didn't work. Without waiting for a moment, I immediately used legilimency on her, and I wasn't gentle this time. I assaulted her mind like a battering ram. Emma fell to her knees and shrieked slightly. I found that she just wanted to know if she could trust me or not. Why in the name of God does every telepathic metahuman want to read your mind to know if they can trust you or not? I was finally out of her mind, and Emma was still on the floor grasping her head with her hands. Hearing the shriek, both Eric and Raven came out of Eric's office. What happened here? Raven asked me while her eyes were on Emma. She wanted to have a look at my mind. Obviously, I didn't like that, I said while shrugging dismissively. Raven didn't look happy, but there was nothing she could do. Eric didn't say anything and returned to his office. Raven also followed his lead and entered his office. I looked down at Emma, who was finally getting up from the floor. Don't try that again or you won't like the consequences, I said to her in a warning tone. The next time anyone tries, I will let them in my head so that they could play solo leveling. I have never been to Argentina, but I know someone who has been there. I texted Nemuri to come and meet me. Emma didn't say anything anymore and silently stood at the side. I have been a gentleman with her until she decided that it was a good idea to poke around my head. Only after a few minutes, Nemuri flash stepped beside me. So, what's the urgent matter you wanted to talk about? Nemuri asked curiously, looking over at Emma. Where are Ororo and Natasha? You didn't ask them to wait, did you? I asked her because I will be taking Nemuri with me and she is much more knowledgeable than me about things around the world. Oh, I sent them away when you texted me, Nemuri said with a frown on her face, but soon a perverted grin appeared on her face. Hello there, my name is Nemuri Kayama, call me Nemuri, please, Nemuri cooed while gliding towards Emma and extended her hand towards Emma. Emma was slightly gobsmacked and didn't know how to react to that. Emma Frost, Emma nervously said and took Nemuri's hands and shook it. Nemuri, have you been to Buenos Aires before? I asked Nemuri, who happily nodded her head. Of course, I own a lot of things there. I also own the biggest hotels there, Nemuri said with a proud look and puffed out her chest. The buttons in front of her shirt definitely felt the stress, but somehow they held on. Okay, take us there. Apparate to some safe place, will you? I reminded Nemuri, who pouted and nodded her head. After all, I didn't want to appear right in the middle of the road or inside someone's shower. That would be really awkward and I wouldn't put it past Nemuri to do that. n/o/vel/b/c/om. Nemuri was still holding Emma's hand, and as soon as I placed my hand on her shoulder, we disappeared with a loud crack. The three of us appeared on a roof and Emma immediately dropped to her knees. Thankfully, she had a strong stomach and didn't empty it. Please don't do that again, Emma said while breathing heavily. Oh, don't worry. First time is always rough. Next time I will be gentle, Nemuri cooed in a soothing manner. At first, Emma didn't understand what Nemuri meant, but soon understanding dawned on her and she blushed brightly. It was quite common for Nemuri, so I didn't even react to her perverted joke. Shut up, you pervert. Emma stuttered out a scream. Where are we? I asked Nemuri, trying to change the topic. After all, I didn't want to hear Nemuri proudly proclaim that she was a super pervert. I am not a pervert. I am a super pervert, Nemuri declared with a proud look. Her fists were on her hips and her nose was pointing towards the sky in haughtiness while her already brilliant chest was puffed out. Apparently, she ignored me and went along with her declaration. I just gave her a blank look. That isn't something you should be proud of. Emma screamed out in shame. Emma is quite old and Nemuri is still able to rile her up like that. I can't even imagine what kind of tortures Ororo has to go through. Nemuri scoffed in annoyance. You are still a kid. Grow up, Nemuri said with a haughty look on her face. I am not a kid. Emma screamed out loud and fumed in anger. Her face was almost purple in rage, but her anger increased when Nemuri ignored her and turned towards me. We are currently on the top of Park Tower, so where are we going from here? Nemuri said, looking towards me. Hearing Nemuri, Emma finally calmed down. Then it's good, my contact is also here, Emma spoke up, forgetting her anger. Your contact? It wouldn't be Catalina, right? Nemuri asked Emma in a mocking tone. Emma was taken aback. How did you know? Emma stuttered out. Of course I would know. This is my hotel and I know everything that goes on in here, Nemuri said with a proud look. So, who is this Catalina? I decided to butt in once again. She is the head of special services, if you get my drift. She runs her own information syndicate through her business of special services. For enough money she will get you any kind of information, Nemuri explained. Yes, I obviously got the drift of what she meant by special services. Paid escorts, though I have to say the idea is quite ingenious, but before I could say anything I received a text from Momo explaining to me about the spell. It was a spell used to mark cancer cells inside a human body. The spell was used in the early years when cancer showed up for the first time. The spell was stopped being used in the later years because healers discovered better methods. Even though I didn't hold much hope about the talk, it did certainly help me. Yeah, her reason was completely different, but her words made a point. No matter what my reason is, I should be determined to follow it through. Now that I finished my chat with Rumi, I needed to find Fleur for the training. Finding Fleur wasn't too hard for me. After I found out the differences between a human and a phoenix, it was an easy task. I have also noticed that none of Rio's lovers were humans. Except for Fleur, Nemuri, and Rumi, I didn't know what the others were. Fleur is a phoenix, Nemuri is a nine-tailed fox, and Rumi is some kind of rabbit. Oh yeah, Momo might be some kind of elf, though I am not sure. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I found Fleur on the roof. She was reading some book. As soon as I arrived on the roof, she had noticed me. I have finished my chat. Where is Rio, by the way? I asked curiously. After all, we had an important mission today. I don't know. Do you need him for something? Fleur replied, casually gesturing me to sit beside her. Yes, we had some work to do, I answered her. Fleur nodded and pulled out the same device she did yesterday and clicked a few times. The thing chimed once again and Fleur read something and slightly frowned. He had to leave for something urgent. He said his current mission is much more important than dealing with Charles is. He said that Charles isn't much of a threat for now. Well, it looks like he wants you to do something while he is away. Fleur spoke to me with a smile on her face. I frowned. He thinks his current mission is more important than dealing with Charles? What kind of mission is he on? Well, he is dealing with the whole world now, so he must have been busy. It's not that I am angry or something, but I was excited because I would have gotten some time to spend with him. So, what does he want me to do? I asked Fleur. Looks like nothing can be done, so I should get over with whatever he wants me to do. He wants you to find out if Scott is the only spy in here or if there are more, Fleur said, getting up from the floor, and she closed her book and put that device in her pocket. Oh, yes. I can do that happily. I happily accepted my mission or task. Fleur decided to accompany me. I didn't mind her. Fleur placed her hand on my shoulder and both of us found ourselves in the resident area. I have to say, whatever this teleportation method is, this is awesome. Fleur said that phoenixes have their own form of teleportation. Fleur is still not strong enough to use that method of teleportation. I have talked with the phoenix force inside me and she also told me that I would be able to use that method, but currently, my body is not ready. We don't need to go inside, we can do it from here, I said, and Fleur nodded in understanding. I closed my eyes and activated my telepathic power in full blast. Getting my full power unlocked has done me a lot of good. I am nothing compared to Charles even now, but Charles only has telepathic powers, nothing else. He doesn't have telekinetic powers. I spread out my telepathic field and covered the whole residential area, but I found myself still lacking. I could feel the whole place, but I can't sense everything in there. My telepathic wasn't strong enough. So, I decided to concentrate where Scott was. Finding him among all these metahumans wasn't something hard. After all, I have spent a lot of time with him in the Xavier mansion. Just like I had thought, he was still connected to Charles, so I will be unable to get into his mind without notifying Charles, and that's something I don't want to do. I knew that if anyone else was in cahoots with Scott, they will be near him, and I was right again. Surprise, surprise. Charles sent his most trusted friend here. Hank McCoy. Using the same feeling, I started to sweep the whole place. Fortunately, there weren't any more spies, so there were only 2 spies. Scott and Hank. When I finally opened my eyes, I found Fleur was sitting on the ground on a blanket with a book in her hand. How long it has been. I asked Fleur. My throat kind of seemed dry, so, some time has passed since I had started. Oh, you are finally done? It has been something like a couple of hours. Fleur got up from the ground and vanished the dirt on her dress and the blanket she had spread on the ground. Yes, Scott Summers and Hank McCoy. I didn't expect Hank to be here though, I told Fleur, who started to click on her device. Now, I was really curious about the device. Hank, a friend of yours? Fleur asked me curiously. As if he is also one of Charles's pets, I said with venom in my voice. Oh, okay. Let's go back for now, Fleur said and started walking away from the place. What's that device? I wasn't able to hold myself back and asked Fleur. Yesterday, I saw you talk to Momo through it. Is it some kind of phone? But I have never seen one like that. I continued speaking without giving Fleur a chance to speak. Ah, yes. This is a phone, but it is way more advanced than anything out there in the world. Momo made this for each one of us, Fleur spoke, showing me the phone. POV Rio. We were in the lift on our way to meet this Catalina, when my phone chimed up. I pulled out my phone and saw that Fleur had sent me a text asking me about Jean. Oh, I kind of forgot about that when Sublime and you men came up. Charles isn't a threat when compared to Sublime. Charles is just a pathetic fool, and he will definitely die like a pathetic fool, but Sublime is an annoying bastard. It's not about power or strength. If compared, he is way weaker than me, but the thing is he could enter any human around the world and become its host. The spell Momo gave me is going to be a lifesaver, but I would still need to identify the bacteria in the whole human body. That is going to a chore in itself. I cursed once again inside my mind. Why the fuck Sublime has to show up here? What's got you so worried? Nemuri asked me, patting my head. I would never say this, but her patting my head feels really nice. Stop it, even though I wanted her to continue. I had some dignity. I will ask her to do that later in my bedroom. I am worried about several things, I said dismissively, and we finally arrived on the floor where Catalina's office was. Emma and Nemuri walked side by side while I calmly followed them. Before either of them could knock on Catalina's door, the door opened and a girl in maid dress welcomed us in. Emma was slightly peeved by that, but Nemuri completely brushed it off and decided to roll with it. It's really amusing to watch Nemuri. We finally walked into a room where a woman was sitting in a regal crimson dress while looking over the city of Buenos Aires. The woman saw both Nemuri and Emma. For a moment she checked me out too, but her eyes were back on Nemuri. The woman got up from her seat and walked up to Nemuri to greet her. Lady Welsh, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here? The woman happily greeted Nemuri, who just smirked. Nemuri must have used a different identity to buy this hotel. It's nice to meet you too, Catalina. How is the business going? Nemuri asked Catalina with a smile and sat down. Business is fabulous after you took over the hotel, and your ideas changed my whole business, gave me a new front to work with. The number of client demand has increased by a huge margin, Catalina said and gestured us towards the seats. Like I have said, Catalina, in these kinds of things I could never be wrong, Nemuri said in a haughty manner and nodded at herself. Narcissist much. That's true. So what can I do for you? Perhaps I can arrange some service for you. Catalina offered Nemuri, who immediately denied it. Unfortunately, Catalina, we are here for your other services. Nemuri drawled off. I have never seen Nemuri doing a business deal, and the way she interacted with Catalina. I have released a monster in the multiverse. Yeah, that's it. I am pretty sure that no matter where we would go, she will bring ruin and chaos to the global market. Of course, for the right amount of mon. Catalina didn't even get to finish before Nemuri pulled out a diamond from her pocket and placed it on the table. Catalina grabbed the diamond and smiled happily. Yes, I have made a monster. But she is my monster with 9 fluffy tails and 2 fluffy ears. What kind of information do you need? Your payment was enough for several transactions, Catalina said with a smile. Nemuri just smirked and gestured towards Emma. I remember you. You were the leader of that metahuman group. But I would have never expected that Leviathan himself will come here. Catalina started to speak, looking towards Emma, and when she finished her eyes were on me. Emma didn't waste any more time and started to ask her about organ trafficking and metahuman trafficking rings and where they were going. She didn't ask Catalina about either you men or John Sublime, and I appreciate her for that. She is an information broker. If someone pays her the right amount of money, then she will happily blab about us in front of them. Catalina immediately called some assistants and asked them to look into the files. She didn't trust computers because she believed in the old ways. It took 2 hours to get the whole information, and everything pointed towards Tehran, Iran. Thanks for the info, Catalina. I will be in contact, Nemuri said and got up and walked. Emma and me both followed suit and got and walked out of the room. Before we could even leave the room, I received the text from Fleur telling me there were 2 spies on Elysium. Scott Summers and Hank McCoy. I will have fun dealing with them. Do you have contacts in Tehran too? I curiously asked Nemuri, who just smirked and nodded her head. Only a few minutes ago we arrived in the outskirts of Tehran. I had no idea why Nemuri operated us outside the city. After all, her nod just confirmed that she also had contacts here. You don't have to worry about anything. I have already contacted someone to pick us up, Nemuri said and started towards the city. Both me and Emma were completely dumbfounded. When and how did you even contact someone? I asked incredulously. The local crime lord is under my Imperius. Did you know that I could still maintain the Imperius like a link if I wanted? Nemuri exclaimed in mad glee. I didn't know that the Imperius could be maintained in such a manner. What's an Imperius? Emma asked in a confused tone. It's something really nifty, you know, using Imperius I can make anyone do my bidding, Nemuri briefly explained. I guess it's good that she isn't overconfident. I would have hated it if she gave away more information. It's simple logic. As a friendly gesture you should never hide information from someone who is working with you but never give them complete information, give them enough that they would be satisfied for the moment but not enough to keep them wanting more. It's kind of complicated to explain the thing in words, you get it yourself with experience. In the HP world, all of us learned how to manipulate and get what we want through subterfuge. When Emma heard Nemuri's explanation she was placated for the moment. Emma didn't ask for anything more, all of us were sweating because we were waiting by the roadside. I waved my hand and cast a sunscreen and a heat-blocking charm on the three of us. Emma was completely confused when she suddenly found the heat wasn't bothering her anymore. Nemuri very well knew what happened and who was responsible, she just gave me a perverted grin. We finally saw a convoy of 4x4 trucks coming in our direction. Nemuri waved at the convoy and they stopped in front of us. It was clear that they were from the underworld. They didn't say anything and just opened the doors for us. We also didn't say anything and entered the car. It didn't take us long to enter the city but to reach their main hideout, it took us about 1.5 hours. It was a large villa. As soon as we got down from the car a pudgy man in a turban greeted Nemuri calling her Miss Oxford. I snickered after I heard her fake name. I remembered a certain joke. Nemuri decided to give me a glare. I don't know what she talked with the pudgy man but he happily gave her one of his trucks. Well, it's quite understandable. After all, from what it looked like the pudgy man looked like the leader of this group and Nemuri had him under Imperius. Nemuri didn't even bother to thank him after he pointed towards the best truck he had. Nemuri gestured us to get in the car and we did. I have to say you are quite connected, Emma said in a surprised and shocked tone. Hehe, what can I say? I am an avid follower of the Deo of Perverseness, the whole world bows beneath my feet, Nemuri said and started to cackle in mad glee. I professionally ignored her and Emma didn't know what to say after that so she decided to stare outside the window. After some liberal use of the Imperius curse on the traffic police we were able to find the place we were looking for. It was an old factory, we had no idea what could have been made in that place. Nemuri stopped the truck at some distance, we didn't want to alert them after all. You stay in the car. No leaving, we will go and check it out, Nemuri said looking at Emma. Emma didn't look happy and immediately protested. There is no way that I will stay here. I will come with you even if you don't want me to, Emma exclaimed, but I decided that since we would be sneaking inside Emma is just going to be a bother. I pointed my finger towards her and stunned her. I could already feel several life signs inside the place so sneaking it was. Good job, Nemuri said and cast a notice me not charm on the car. Let's go now. Oh, do you have those surveillance interference runes? While walking I suddenly remembered about those runes and asked Nemuri. Nemuri didn't say anything and handed me a parchment. I slapped the rune on the shirt and the parchment glowed and disappeared. We finally arrived in front of the building and I pointed towards two guards hidden near the gates. If I didn't have the ability to sense people I wouldn't have found them, after all, they were very well hidden. Both me and Nemuri were under disillusionment charm so we had nothing to worry about. We were pretty sure that they won't notice us, but for extra caution, we also cast a notice me not and a body heat masking charm on ourselves. We quickly entered the building without alerting the guards. I killed them both with strong piercing hexes on their throats. Killing like this is much better if you are hiding. I have already sensed that there were 11 more people inside the factory and decided to take care of them before checking around. I didn't know if any of the metahumans brought here were alive or not, but from the life signs, I didn't think that we were going to find someone alive. Both of us arrived in some kind of laboratory and I was kind of disturbed to see what was inside the room. 20 brains along with their eyes and spinal cords and nervous systems were being kept alive inside tanks filled with some kind of liquids. They are fucking alive. I could see their brain activity on the monitors. Neither me nor Nemuri were rocket scientists but we very well knew that they were still alive, but I didn't feel their life signs because they didn't have a fucking body and blood running through their veins. What the hell is happening here? Nemuri whispered into my ears furiously. I could see fury burning in her eyes. I don't have a fucking clue, but let's grab a lab guy and rip apart his brain, I replied to Nemuri and she happily agreed. I am not a saint and I have done a lot of questionable things like crippling, killing, torturing someone until their mind snaps, but I haven't done something like this. I didn't even know that there was technology to achieve this kind of feat. This was actually disgusting. Well, whatever. We quickly moved towards the next room and found 5 guys in lab coats that were cutting apart a woman. Well, I think it was a woman since her body parts have been spread around the table. I would have saved the woman but it was too late. She was still alive only because of the machine. Her body was completely drained of blood. Not a drop of blood could be seen except a big jar filled with blood. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The woman was ripped open and they were doing the same thing they have done to the 20 metahumans. We cast a silencing charm around the room. The guys in lab coats were still busy with the woman. We dropped all 5 of them with a stunning spell. We decided to leave them here for later. I pulled the plug of the machine that was keeping the woman alive. As soon as I did that the woman was gone. First let's deal with the others, I whispered and Nemuri nodded. Both of us decided to go on our own way. There were 6 more people inside the building but they were spread around. Nemuri cast a human revealing spell and confirmed what I just mentioned. I decided to go left because women are always right. Yeah, I know that was a bad joke but what can you do? The rest of the people inside the base were just simple guards. The first died when I aced him in the back. The remaining 2 were also quickly dealt with. Nemuri also returned after she dealt with the 3 on her side. No mercy, right? Nemuri asked me when she grabbed the first scientist. No, no mercy. Rip apart their brain and leave them drooling, I declared, and grabbed another scientist from the pile. Legilimens, both of us said as we dove into their minds without holding anything back. I ripped into the guy's mind in reckless abandon. I noticed the guy was screaming and his mind was being shredded, but I didn't care at all. I noticed that Nemuri was also doing the same. I saw all of his memories and got several locations of their bases around the world. But the most important thing I plucked out of his brain was the location of Trask headquarters. I was pretty sure that if Sublime was hiding, then he would be in that base. This world's Sublime was slightly different than the original one. In the comic, Sublime showed his face from time to time, but the Sublime in this world liked to work from the shadows. I didn't know much about him, but I didn't find anything about him anywhere. It was like he didn't even exist, but I knew very well that wasn't the case. There was one more thing. You men were only formed after the formation of Avengers, but you men were already running around the world now. Before we could conduct more attacks, I needed to deal with John Sublime. I needed to at least mark that fucker. I can't afford to tip him off. The bastard will just go into hiding if he thinks that he is in danger. Did you find anything important other than those disgusting experiments? Nemuri asked me with clear disdain in her voice, and she dropped the lab guy. The guy was bleeding from his eyes, ears, and mouth. I was surprised that Nemuri didn't turn his brain into mush. Yes, I got the location of Trask headquarters. I have to say they had hidden it pretty well. There were no records of such a place ever existing, I said to Nemuri. That is the reason I never found their headquarters even with our overpowered laptop. After all, I can only find the things that exist in the records, and there were no records of that place. I can't go around looking at random buildings with the satellites. So, Trask Industries are involved in this? I hold 30% of their shares, but I never attended their board meetings. Nemuri spoke with a shrug and picked up another lab guy. I wasn't surprised at all that Nemuri owned 30% of Trask Industries. If she didn't own anything there, I would have been surprised. I also did the same and picked up the next guy. Legilimens, Nemuri said, and the guy she was holding started to scream like a gutted pig. I just shrugged and used legilimency on the guy I have been holding. I didn't find anything important in this guy's mind. It wasn't something important, but I found that none of these guys knew their names. All of them worked in cycles. After this project was finished, all 5 of them would have gone their own way and joined another group of scientists at a different place to conduct experiments. You take the last guy. I am not interested in seeing them cut apart metahumans. Nemuri dropped the guy on the floor and walked away with a disgusted look on her face. I shrugged my shoulders and picked up the last guy and ripped apart his mind. I didn't get any new information except this guy also knew about the base in Nebraska. Did you get anything new from the 2 of them? I asked her, and when I dropped the last guy on the floor, Nemuri shook her name in denial. Just some names and locations. I will write them down for you, Nemuri said, and started to type on the mobile. Me too, but the last guy knew about Nebraska too, I told Nemuri, who raised her eyebrow in my direction. Is that where we are going next? Nemuri asked me while making faces. Yep, why the faces? I asked her. It was quite odd for Nemuri to make faces. Well, I don't want to see brains in a tank and their eyes staring at you. I find it slightly disturbing. Nemuri grimaced and pointed towards the tanks where those brains were being kept. All of their eyes were turned in our direction. Oh, I forgot that we have dropped the charms. Yeah, I kind of agree with Nemuri. This is slightly disturbing, but I don't want them to live like this. Nemuri, help me. Let's put these guys out of their misery, I said to Nemuri in a solemn voice. She just nodded her head. A few bombardas took care of the problem. This place is giving me chills. I want to get out of here, Nemuri said, and both of us walked out of the factory, but leaving this place like this won't do. I pointed both my arms towards the abandoned factory. Fiend fire. As soon as the word escaped through my lips, 2 leviathans made of fire leaped towards the factory from my palms. In a matter of few seconds, the whole factory was engulfed in the cursed fire. Nemuri watched the cursed fire with slight awe in her eyes. No matter how many times I see you using those cursed flames, I find myself wet, Nemuri said in a husky tone while rubbing her thighs together. Nemuri, not now. We have one more place visit before we can delve into debauchery, I reprimanded Nemuri, but she didn't seem to give up the idea. Well, I know how her brain works. I would have been worried if she would have given up. We returned to the truck and found that Emma was still knocked out. Nemuri disabled the notice me not on the car while I revived Emma. Emma immediately shot up from the seat and looked around with a confused look on her face until her eyes landed on both me and Nemuri. The confused look on her face changed into anger. How dare you? Why the hell did you do that to me? Emma asked us. Her voice was filled with rage. But before she could continue to glare at us, her eyes landed on the burning factory, which finally collapsed. If it would have been a normal fire, then it would have taken at least several hours to bring down the factory. You burned down that place? Where are the metahumans? Emma spat out in an incredulous tone. There was still venom in her voice. No one was alive. All the metahumans were already dead. They were going to leave in some hours, I lied with a straight face, and technically it wasn't a lie except the leaving in some hours part. Emma just kept staring at me and turned her eyes towards Nemuri, who also nodded her head in agreement. Emma looked heartbroken. She was clearly sad to hear that all the metahumans were dead. Emma didn't say anything, but I could see tears rolling down her cheeks. Both me and Nemuri climbed into the truck and Nemuri turned the engine on. It's much better like this. If I had told Emma what was done to the metahumans in there, she would have felt much more worse. Nemuri drove the truck in complete silence. Suddenly my phone chimed. I pulled out my phone and saw a message from Momo. We are out of warheads and several sites of metahuman brutality have been seen through the US. Her message was short, but I got everything I needed to know from there. This was truly convenient for me. I couldn't have asked for a much better time than this. I have been mulling with the thought of how was I going to destroy the Trask headquarters without damaging everything else around. Their base was set up in the form of a government office and their headquarters was completely underground. While reading their memories, I got the Resident Evil vibes several times. Now, I didn't need to worry about it. I could destroy the whole building and then burn down the whole city. Yes, but before anything like that, I needed to make an announcement. If people are going to push me, I am going to push them back. I clearly gave them an ultimatum, but they didn't listen to me. Is it bad that I am going to destroy a whole city? Definitely yes. Is it really necessary? Definitely yes. After all, if I don't follow through with my threat, the metahumans will keep getting abused. Now that we have used all the warheads, I must follow up through with my threat. But first, I needed to send back Emma to Elysium. I can take Nemuri with me because she will be able to take care of herself, but Emma won't be able to. Even with our rough start, I don't hate her, and if I was in her place I would have done the same. After all, if you had the power to read people's mind, are you not going to use that to know if the person in front of you is trustworthy or not? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Now, someone would say that I am being contradictive since I attacked Emma with legilimency when she attacked me, but I did that only because I was annoyed. I never said that she shouldn't do it. I just said that I don't like someone trying to read my mind. Call me hypocritical or vindicative, but I am like this. Emma, both me and Nemuri have something to do. Why don't I send you back to the island? I asked Emma. She was staring outside the window, but her eyes were still glistening with tears. Yes, I think that would be good, Emma said after slightly thinking. I pulled out a coin from my pocket and made it a portkaya and handed it to Emma. I gave her the activation word and she was whisked away as soon as she said the activation word. So, how are we going to do this? Nemuri asked me, and now only I remembered that we needed to go to Nebraska and we were currently driving in Tehran. Hey, why the hell are we driving? I asked Nemuri with an incredulous look on my face. I guess I kind of forgot. Let's go to Nebraska. The fatty will collect the car from here, Nemuri said with a blank look on her face. The face she made reminded me of a Kaso from Sekirei. Let's go then, Nemuri said, parking the car at the side of the road. She placed her hand on my shoulder and Aparat taking me side along with her to Nebraska. Nemuri and I appeared in some random alley. Both of us walked out of the alley and I found that Nemuri had teleported us near O Street. Personally, I didn't know anything in Nebraska, but the signs near the streets helped. I remembered the building name from that guy's memories. Neither of us knew where that building was. Nemuri might know a lot of stuff, but it's kind of impossible to know everything in this city. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. So, we decided to take a cab. After all, that is something reasonable. I hailed a cab and asked the guy about the building and he immediately agreed to take us. The streets were quite busy. The traffic systems were still broken, so, on every crossing, 2 or 3 traffic police have been stationed. Because of the shitty traffic management, it took us 1 hour to finally reach the building. I regretted shutting down their traffic systems, but nothing could be done now. After getting off the cab, both me and Nemuri decided to look around first. Nemuri got us hamburgers from a street shop. We have been out all day and we were hungry. You can't massacre a whole city on an empty stomach. Even if we were immortal, we still felt hunger. Yes, maybe, we could survive for a long time without food, but we would still feel hunger because of our usual eating routines. Both me and Nemuri decided to sit down on a bench by the street while we finished our food. We won't be satisfied with just 1 hamburger, so we decided to call a food break. So, how are we going to do this? Nemuri asked before taking a bite of her burger. Sneakily, we need to sneak until we find John Sublime, I said to Nemuri after I swallowed everything in my mouth. Who is this Sublime, by the way? Nemuri asked and raised her eyebrow in my direction. From what information I had gathered, Sublime is a sentient and intelligent bacteria which likes to take rides on human hosts. I started to explain to Nemuri. She intently listened to what I was saying. During the explanation, we finished our burgers, so Nemuri got up and brought us chicken sub rolls. I continued explaining to her about Sublime. So, you are saying that we need to mark this bacteria? Why not kill it? Nemuri asked with a confused look on her face. While talking with Nemuri, I have decided that I would allow Sublime to run away after I mark him. I wasn't doing this because of overconfidence, but because I wanted to destroy everything Sublime created before I took care of him. There was another reason I was doing this. I didn't know that Sublime was in this universe when I arrived here. That is the reason I never tried to find him. But suddenly, Sublime popped up like a hidden villain. So, I wanted to know if there were more hidden villains out there or not. Sublime had been on this planet since the beginning of life, so there was a very good chance that he knew about dangerous entities hidden around the world and he might lead me to one of them. And the reason I am choosing this path is because I know that Sublime is the biggest coward in this whole world. As soon as he finds that someone like me is after his life, he will run off to someone strong who could oppose me. Sublime might be a coward, but a fool he is not. So, he will only approach people who have the ability to oppose me. Hehe, this way I could rid the world of some future villains, and there might be some comic exclusive in this world. Yes, I want him to escape. He is a coward and he would go to any lengths for self-preservation. I want to see if he could lead me some future threats, I said with a shrug. Nemuri just nodded her head and continued to munch down the sub. After eating the sub we decided to have a cola before we went sneaking into the Trask Industries headquarters. That hit the spot, I declared with a burp and noticed that Nemuri was lost in her thoughts. What's on your mind? I asked her, pulling her out of her thoughts. I was thinking about how are you to destroy this whole city? This city is quite big, Nemuri asked me. Nemuri, even if the city is huge, the city is still filled with metal. As long as they have metal I have nothing to worry about, I said while stretching my arms and caused a small earthquake by rattling the metals around us. People around us were surprised by the sudden quake but nobody bothered with it and everyone returned to what they were doing. Cool. Nemuri exclaimed with stars in her eyes and glumped on me. After some struggle, I was able to get out of her hug. We wasted a lot of time. Let's go and mark him, I said and headed towards the building. While walking towards the building both of us cast Notice Me Not charms on ourselves along with disillusionment charms, body heat masking charm, silencing charm on our feet. We might sound slightly paranoid but we wanted to cover all of our bases. How are we going to recognize him? Nemuri furiously whispered to me when we finally arrived in front of the building. Read my surface thought, I said and stared into her eyes while thinking about the face I have found in that guy's memory. I felt a foreign presence in my mind and as soon as it appeared it disappeared. Nemuri smirked and nodded her head. This was the best way to show her how Sublime looked. After all, I wasn't going to draw a sketch now and the guy didn't have any digital identity and even if he had any, he was definitely using a fake name. I gestured Nemuri to follow me and both of us entered the building. From the information I got from the guy's head, you needed to punch a secret code on the center lift to access the underground facility. There were other methods to enter the facility but this was used for the visitors where you didn't need any biometric scans to gain access. But this entrance was the hardest to break into, but if you can use magic like us then this was the easiest way to break into the facility. I walked up to the lift in the center and after entering I punched the codes and the lift started to descend immediately. We silently listened to the lift music until the lift finally stopped and the doors opened with a ding sound. As soon as the lift opened we found ourselves in the corridor filled with 4 guys with submachine guns and 2 automatic turrets and a checkpoint. If you wanted to enter using this way you needed to pass by all these guards, and this was the reason this was the most difficult way to gain access to the base. The guards saw the lift was empty and they were immediately spooked. In a blink of an eye, they rushed towards the lift. Both me and Nemuri were able to move out of the way easily. The guards immediately started to bark orders. We waited for a few seconds and the doors opened and several guards rushed in with assault rifles. I looked at the guns. Yeah, they kind of seem familiar. Glowing blue guns? Yeah, Hydra. I knew that Hydra was growing inside S.H.I.E.L.D. like cancer but I don't think Alexander Pierce provided these guns. As soon as the guards passed by us we sneaked inside before the door could close once again. After finally entering the main base I decided to think about the only person that used this technology after Red Skull was dealt with and that person was Wolfgang von Strucker or better known as Baron Strucker. I won't put it past Sublime to have contact with Baron Strucker. Looks like my decision to allow Sublime to get away was the best. Sublime could lead me to Strucker. I have tried to find Strucker when I flared satellite lenses in the direction of Sokovia but I didn't find anything. I don't know if Baron Strucker had made up his base in Sokovia in the year 2002 or not but he might have made some kind of technology to hide his base from satellite surveillance. I decided to use the guy's memories and decided to directly head towards Sublime's office. Both me and Nemuri decided to ignore everything else. What the hell are these? Nemuri suddenly grabbed my arm and pointed towards a huge workshop. I slightly frowned when I saw what these guys were working on. This thing shouldn't be here. It was too early. I mean way too early. There is no way that they were able to get Raven's DNA or Rogue's DNA, so the hell did they even make this shit now? In front of my eyes, the scientists were working on a Sentinel MKX, or was it something else completely? Is this something related to Weapon Plus program? It could be, but whatever it was I needed to check it before I vaporized this whole facility. Maybe, some kind of Sentinel. I answered Nemuri in an unsure tone. Leaving that behind we decided to directly head towards the Sublime's office. We quietly arrived in front of the room and Nemuri cast Imperius on a guard and decided to use him to get the door open. The guard happily opened the door and we heard an cold voice from inside the office. What do you want? It almost sounded like a growl. The guard walked inside and started to strip down. Of course, trust Nemuri to do something like this. I immediately recognized Sublime and we both slipped into the room. Sublime was completely baffled by the guard. What the hell are you doing, you fool? Sublime thundered in rage. I slowly approached Sublime from the right side while Nemuri approached him from the left. We immediately started to cast spells on Sublime, spells to identify any foreign material or organism in the body. This was a spell commonly used by the healers to fix cuts and infections. Sublime's nape glowed blue. Sublime was immediately alerted by the sudden light but before he could react I marked the cell with the marking spell. As soon as the mark landed I felt it appear inside my mind. That means no matter what he does, he would never be able to hide from me anymore. Sublime's nape glowed blue. Sublime was immediately alerted by the sudden light but before he could react I marked the cell with the marking spell. As soon as the mark landed I felt it appear inside my mind. That means no matter what he does, he would never be able to hide from me anymore. How did you get in here? Sublime pulled out a gun from under his table and pointed in my direction and somehow stuttered out. It was quite clear that Sublime had recognized me. His face was completely pale while his hand was also shaking. Wouldn't you like to know? I asked him in a mocking tone, but a look of disgust appeared on my face when my eyes went towards the improvised guard. The guy was already in his birthday suit, and currently, he was fondling his family jewels. There was no way in hell that I would watch something like that. I waved my hand in the guy's direction and the guy exploded, splattering the wall behind him with blood, innards, and bones. Humph, that was cruel. You should have allowed him to finish before you killed him. Nemuri appeared out of thin air with a pout on her face. Sublime turned in her direction, but his gun was still pointed in my direction. Fox, there is no way in hell that I would watch a man jerk off right in front of me, I said in a no-nonsense tone. Nemuri huffed but didn't say anything after that and sat down on Sublime's chair and started to use his computer. My eyes turned back towards Sublime, who saw what Nemuri was doing but didn't have the courage to say anything. Just like I have mentioned, this world's biggest coward. Now, I think you already know me, but I will still introduce myself. Leviathan, you can call me Leviathan, I said and used my powers to crush the gun Sublime was holding. Sublime took a step back in fear and dropped his gun. That's rude. You should introduce yourself when someone gives you their name, I said with a look of disgust on my face, but Sublime didn't say anything and kept staring towards me with a look of fear. Leviathan, I think his parents haven't taught him manners, Nemuri said while making a face. She was looking at Sublime like she was looking at some insect stuck on her shoes. You know what, Fox? I asked Nemuri. I didn't want to spout out true names in front of Sublime even if he had no way to find out anything with that information. I think you might be right. His parents haven't taught him any manners. Let's help this poor fellow, wouldn't you agree? I asked Nemuri, who nodded her head with an excited smile on her face. I pointed my finger towards Sublime and decided to use one of my favorite spells on him. Crucio, I whispered, and I saw Nemuri firing several spells on the walls. The spell hit Sublime and he immediately dropped on the floor. For the first few seconds he only whimpered in pain, but after that, he started to scream out his lungs. Such pleasant screams. Nemuri exclaimed happily and clapped her hands. Do you think that he will learn some manners? Nemuri asked me with a confused look on her face. He might, but don't hold too much hope, I said in a mocking tone and kept the spell on him. Sublime rolled on the floor in pain. The mark that I have put on the actual body of Sublime was also reacting. I didn't know if the bacteria was feeling the full pain or not, but it was reacting to the pain, which meant Crucio worked. I wanted to try Fiend Fire so badly, but he might die. I can't have that now. I finally stopped the spell to give the coward a break. He started to breathe heavily and stayed on the floor completely powerless. Pity, I can't use that spell, Nemuri said with a pout on her face. I have to say that she looked really cute. I frowned when I heard her, but suddenly an idea popped inside my mind. Why don't you give it a try? I spoke to her and gestured towards Sublime. Are you sure? Nemuri asked and got up from Sublime's chair and walked towards us. Yeah, pretty sure. You just need to give it a go, but you need to want him to feel pain or the spell won't work. You must mean it, I said, explaining it to Nemuri. She nodded her head like a good little student and pointed her finger in Sublime's direction, who had a look of fear etched on his face. Crucio, Nemuri said, and before Sublime could make any protest his screams started to echo throughout the room. It was clear that Nemuri's spell wasn't as strong as mine. After all, I had a lot of practice in the HB world and this was the first time Nemuri was able to cast this spell successfully. None of my girls were able to cast either the Cruciatus curse or the killing curse. They didn't have the emotion to fuel the spell. Nemuri lifted the spell after a couple of minutes. Wow, that was intense, Nemuri said with a huge grin on her face. I patted her head, making her happy. Yes, that was good for your first attempt, but you would need more practice, I said, giving her advice. Like a good student, she nodded her head. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. I finally leaned down beside Sublime, who was glaring at me. If he had the ability to spit fire through his eyes, then I would have been burned to death several times. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability, so he just kept glaring at me. Did you learn anything? I asked Sublime in a mocking tone, but like before, he stubbornly kept his mouth shut. Then, I guess you need to learn some more, I said, and cruciated him once again. His screams echoed throughout the room, but this time I stopped the spell only after 30 seconds and allowed Nemuri to practice on him. Nemuri came forward with an ecstatic look on her face and cast Crucio on Sublime. He started to scream once again, but I noticed that the mark I had put on the actual body of Sublime has stopped reacting. I concentrated on it and found that the mark was outside the body and it slowly entered the cracks on the floor. Sublime ran away like I had thought he would. With this mark on his body, there isn't a corner in this world he will be able to hide from me. Stop, the actual body of Sublime is gone, I said to Nemuri, and she stopped but gave me an odd look. She looked like a kid who just lost her favorite toy. Actual body. After dealing with her initial feelings, Nemuri asked me with a bewildered look on her face. Yes, I have told you before, I said, and Nemuri remembered what I have told her about Sublime before we entered this place. But I wasn't sure if a bacteria could be called an actual body or not. Yeah, I must contemplate this on a later date. So, what do we do with him? Nemuri asked me while pointing towards the shell left behind by Sublime. I checked once again and found that Sublime was already out of the base. I could still sense him. I looked towards the shell once again and shrugged dismissively. This was enough for Nemuri, and she cast a skin-rotting curse on the body. This time no screams were heard, even if the experience was painful. The skin slowly rotted away, followed by the muscles and organs, leaving behind only a skeleton. Did you find anything on his computer? I asked Nemuri, her eyes glowed in excitement. Oh yes, I got a lot of things. You better take a look, Nemuri said and grabbed my hand and started to lead me towards the computer. I allowed her to lead me. There is no way to win when any of my girls get excited like this. Wait, I need to do something before that, I said and stopped. I pulled out my phone and texted Momo to prepare a broadcast. I needed to make an announcement before I could start destroying the city. Publicity is very important in these matters. I immediately got a reply from Momo. You get ready, I will set up a link so that you will be able to directly stream the video from your phone. You don't need to come here with that. I immediately started to transfigure my clothes. I saw Nemuri vanish all the remains of that perverted guard and then she vanished the skeleton. Nemuri, you got to help me with the setup, I said and told her what Momo told me. Nemuri conjured a mobile stand and started to set it up on the other side of the room. It didn't even take 10 minutes to get everything ready. Both Momo and Nemuri were done long ago. I took most of the time to transfigure my clothes. After all, looks were necessary. Around the world, all the TVs around the world started to make that odd noise once again. This was enough to scare all the humans around the world. All of them had seen that all the warheads have been launched and most of the governments were now thinking that the threat of massacring a whole city must have been a hoax because they have already beaten up some meta-humans and nothing happened. But when the TVs started to make that odd noise, all of them knew that they had fucked up. The noise finally stopped and the same guy who called himself Leviathan appeared on the TV with similar clothes on his body. Citizens of Earth, I am very disappointed. Curse me, hate me, beat me, cut me, or kill me, but I will always prevail. Quote by Cliff. The noise finally stopped and the same guy who called himself Leviathan appeared on the TV with similar clothes on his body. Citizens of Earth, I am very disappointed in all of you. Believe me, I didn't want to do this but you didn't leave me much of a choice. Leviathan paused for a few seconds. Everyone around the world stewed in their thoughts for a few seconds. As all of you might have noticed, all the warheads have been launched and a lot of countries decided to try their luck. They beat up meta-humans on the streets because they thought it was a chance. They made a mistake. I had promised that I would massacre a whole city after all of my warheads are launched. I didn't want to do this, but you forced my hand. Now if I don't follow through with my threat then I will be a liar and I promise you that I am not a liar. Leviathan paused once again for a few moments. Country leaders around the world started to sweat. They started to dread the next words Leviathan was going to say. All of them started to pray to gods. After all, none of them wanted their countries to be the first victim of the massacre. All of them thought that what Leviathan was doing was completely unfair, evil, and villainous, but all of them knew that they could do nothing. They knew that a lot of innocents were going to die because of a handful of people, but there was nothing they could do. Proof must be given and all of you will get the proof in 5 hours, just 5 hours. In 5 hours I will prove to all of you that I am not a liar. Leviathan spoke in a dramatic manner and like a broken dam a lot of people started to cry and curse towards the TVs. To give you proof I will make an example. After all, nothing could be better than an example. Once again, I will start with the United States of America, Leviathan declared, and every country leader out there released a huge sigh. Every leader did, except one. The President of the United States of America lost all of the strength in his body. He was shaking in fear and worry, but he remembered that he had got 5 hours. Maybe he could do something in these 5 hours. And I have chosen Nebraska for this auspicious occasion. The citizens of Nebraska were already on their knees in fear and panic. The city of Nebraska was completely still after that. Nobody spoke anything and said anything, only wails and sobbing could be heard. Now, I believe that I am someone generous, so like any other generous person, I will give you a chance. A chance to stop this massacre. To stop me from massacring you need to do one simple thing. You will just need to kill me, Leviathan said in a gentle tone. He looked really heartbroken with what he was going to do. Don't need to fret, people. After all, there will be no need to look for me. In 1 hour I will arrive on the roof of the tallest building in Nebraska. Send your armies, send your weapons in the hope to stop me. I am giving the citizens of Nebraska 5 hours to evacuate the city. Parents, take your children out of this city. I am a good person and I don't want to kill children. If you don't get out of this city then only you will be responsible for the death of your children, not me. Please don't kill your children. Good luck and may God have mercy on you because I won't. With that the broadcast finally stopped and pandemonium broke out in the city of Nebraska. Everyone heard the announcement, so all of them knew what was going to happen after the 5 hours. There were a lot of people who scoffed off at the claim of Leviathan. They said he must get off his high horse because something like this was simply not possible. But there were many who were already leading their children to their cars. Nov. L.B//JNN. A lot of people scoffed when they heard how arrogantly Leviathan declared where he was going to appear and how he would fight against the US Army. Everyone around the world knew that they had dodged a bullet, but all of them wanted to see what was going to happen in Nebraska. But what they didn't know was that Leviathan heard their wishes and he was going to broadcast the whole fight via satellite feed. Oval Office, White House. The president was completely stunned silent and he was shaking in fear. This was something he had been dreading since the warhead counter on the TVs had turned 0. He had never thought that revoking the citizens' right from mutants could lead to something like this. When he was elected the president, he was full of ideas. He himself thought that his country was great and there was no way his country could be defeated. But he was proven wrong by a single person. Just 3 days ago the country he thought great and undefeatable was brought to its knees by a single mutant, and with this announcement, he knew his great country was defeated. Never in the history of the United States of America did someone have the courage to threaten their country in such a manner. Mr. President, what's your order? A special agent asked the president, who was still shaking in fear and worry. The president finally looked towards the agent present in his room. What can we even do other than fight? Send all of our available men to Nebraska. We never bow down in front of terrorists, and we won't bow down now. We will fight even if we get defeated. The president gave a short, encouraging speech. It worked like a charm on the agent, and he immediately ran out of the room. SHIELD headquarters, New York. Nick Fury, along with his most trusted aides, Agent Maria Hill, Agent Phil Coulson, and Agent Clint Barton, saw the whole broadcast. To say that all of them were enraged was just an understatement. All of them were downright furious. All of them were patriots, and they would have died for their country, and when they saw someone threaten their country in such a manner, there was no way that they were going to stand back. What can we do, Coulson? Nick Fury had decided to stop with formalities. I don't know, sir, but I think we should prioritize evacuation, Coulson said in a solemn voice. The rest of the occupants in the room stared at him like he had grown a second head. What? And we give up the fight? Agent Barton screamed in anger. Even if Nick Fury and Agent Hill didn't say anything, they had similar feelings. No, that's not what I meant. I said we prioritize evacuation. We don't even know what kind of power Leviathan has. Even if he is way over his head, he must be confident about his powers to give out such an open threat, Agent Coulson explained in a solemn voice. I agree with Coulson on this. We must prioritize evacuation. Hill, I want you to inform the president. If the army attacks him before evacuating the citizens, then we have already lost the fight. Fury agreed with Agent Coulson as soon as he finished speaking. He decided that evacuation would be best. In this way, they will be able to fight against Leviathan without worrying about collateral damage. Agent Hill nodded her head and left the room to inform the president. With their communication systems gone, they needed to use radios. After all, only radios were working, and they didn't have any huge-ass radio capable of long-distance broadcast inside Fury's room. Barton, I want you to lead the evacuation. Remember, don't engage before the evacuation is over. I just hope that the president decides to evacuate before attacking, Fury said in a solemn tone, and Barton also left the room. Only Coulson and Fury were left in the room. After a few seconds, when Fury didn't give any order to Coulson, he also left the room. Xavier Mansion, New York. Charles Xavier along with General Newman had heard the announcement, and both were angry and heartbroken at the same time. Charles had been working with the U.S. government since all the residents of his mansion had left for this so-called safe haven. He had been in contact with Scott Summers since he had powered up the Cerebro, but he hasn't got any result. From Scott, he was able to find out that they were on some kind of island, and the island was being protected by some kind of barrier, and he wasn't able to get any more information. He also found out that Eric's base was on the island, but he had no idea where the island was. So, he had to invite his old friend Hank McCoy, another mutant who believed in his cause. His cause of protecting humans using their powers. Hank McCoy was a brilliant scientist, and after Hank McCoy arrived in that safe haven, he immediately recognized that place as Genosha Island, and now named Elysium. Hank McCoy was able to get the approximate location of the island using the position of the sun, but nothing more than that. Charles had passed on this information to General Newman, but all of their defense systems and satellites were down, so they were unable to verify that information. Charles was completely enraged when he found out what Leviathan was going to do, and he had decided to do something about it, something he had never done before. He was going to destroy Leviathan's mind. He was pretty confident that using Cerebro he would be able to do that. Unfortunately for Charles, he had no idea how much painful this experience was going to be for him. Phew. I released a tired sigh and sat down on Sublime's table. That was pretty intense, I said dismissively. Nemuri picked up the mobile and handed it back to me. Was it smart to invite the army? Nemuri asked me, giving me an odd look. No, it wasn't smart at all, but I didn't want to kill all these normal people. You know, most of the people in this city are completely innocent. I won't say that all of them are innocent. Some people have definitely abused metahumans, but not everyone, especially kids, I said in a determined tone. Yes, I might be an evil guy, but I won't happily slaughter children. What I did in Daika City was completely different. Even the kids in that city were members of the Meta Liberation Army. In the HP world, while I killed Petunia and Vernon Disley, I allowed Dudley Disley to survive. Even though I wanted to kill the ferret face so badly in Hogwarts, I allowed him to survive. At least the children inside this city are completely innocent except for bullying some children. That is the reason I have decided to give them time to run away. Now, if the parents are unable to run away with their kids, they will die, and it won't be my fault. Will I feel bad if innocent children die because of me? The answer is no. Now, everyone would call me a monster because of this, but it is completely different for me. Since my first kill, which was Magni, I never felt anything when I killed someone. No matter if those people were innocent or evil, it was just a neutral matter for me. Even when I tortured people into insanity, I never felt bad. I know my moral compass isn't pointed in the right direction, but can anyone fault me for not having human emotions? I have always found it odd that I never felt bad after killing or slaughtering people. I should have been sick with myself after what I had done in Daika City, but I didn't feel anything, neither remorse nor regret. Now that I know that my soul is a combination of the Leviathan of destruction and a normal human, I know why that is. No matter how you compare a human soul and a soul like the Leviathan of destruction, the soul of the Leviathan would always be dominant. Now, why would the Leviathan of destruction ever feel bad when he was killing a measly mortal? It might feel like I am blaming my lack of remorse on the soul of the Leviathan, but that isn't the case. I am not blaming it. I am accepting that part of me. Even though a human soul is merged in there, I am still the new Leviathan of destruction. I am neither the human nor the old Leviathan. I have long ago accepted what I am even before I knew about my true origins. But there are still some human morals left inside me. That is the reason I am giving the humans a chance to get their children out of this city. Could I have gone without destroying a city? Of course, yes. But then I would have been just a joke in front of the humans. Oh okay. I also think that the kids should get out of this city. Nemuri thought for a few seconds and nodded her head. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Don't you feel bad that I am going to kill all these innocent humans just for my ego? I asked Nemuri. My eyes were on her face, carefully checking all of her expressions. Honestly, no. Back in the HP world, I found out how corrupted these worlds can be. Yes, from what I have heard, Sublime might have been responsible for the hate between humans and metahumans, but even after you threatened them they thought it was a joke. There is no way in hell that I would believe that humans wouldn't have hated metahumans if it wasn't for Sublime, Nemuri said with a serious look on her face. Nemuri released a sigh and sat down on Sublime's chair. It's in human nature to hate what you don't understand and fear the unknown. They would have always hated the metahumans, Nemuri said and turned the monitor of Sublime's computer in my direction. Looks familiar. Nemuri pointed me at the display and asked me. It was the same sentinel that we saw the scientists were working on. I immediately checked on the details and found that it was currently being called Sentinel M and not Sentinel MKX, which was shown in the movie X-Men Days of Future Past. This sentinel didn't have the morphing ability or the metahumans' power absorption ability which they got from Raven and Rogue. These sentinels only had the power of flight, telekinesis, and energy blasts. These sentinels were specifically designed with Magneto in their mind. They only used metals that didn't have any magnetic properties, but what they didn't know is that I didn't need the metals to have a magnetic property to control them. If they were metals, I would be able to control them. These sentinels were also being designed for hunting. Once activated, they will start to collect information. If someone is able to destroy these sentinels, then the sentinels will send complete data of the metahumans back to their database. The theory was something similar to what was used in the Incredibles movie. Omnidroid V.10 was designed in a similar manner by Buddy Pine. Currently, these sentinels weren't a threat to metahumans. Most able metahumans would be able to defeat these with some effort, but in the future, they will be strong, very strong. I have to say these guys are really working hard. They were at least able to make a prototype, I said with a low whistle. No matter what these guys were doing, but what they have achieved here must be praised. No matter if what they are doing here is evil, it can't be denied that it is great. Well, in that regard I agree with you, Nemuri said and pulled out the next project. I was slightly surprised, but I was kind of expecting this. Sublime had already started to work on the Weapon Plus program, but currently, everything was theoretical. Can you move all the data to Elysium? I asked Nemuri, who simply nodded her head and connected the computer with Nemuri's laptop on Elysium, and she started to transfer all the data on the computer. I checked the time and about 15 minutes have already passed, so I had 45 minutes before I needed to appear on the roof of the tallest building. Nemuri, check if there are any metahumans imprisoned in here. I nudged Nemuri, who nodded her head and started to check the information about metahumans. Sublime's computer was directly connected to the mainframe with administrator rights. That is why Nemuri didn't have any problem accessing all the data. She even stole the data of these sentinels. Unfortunately, there were no metahumans imprisoned here. So, we decided to simply leave. I had promised that I won't be attacking the city before my given time ends, so I decided to leave the base and the sentinels intact for now. Are we going back to Elysium? Nemuri asked me after the data transfer was complete. Yes, I need to get my armor. There is no way I am going to fight in these clothes, I spoke, gesturing towards my clothes. Nemuri also nodded her head as she knew that armor was important in a fight, even if you are wearing it just for the show. With that, we disappeared from the place and arrived back on Elysium inside our room. Thankfully the girls weren't here. I was most worried about Fleur because she would have started to fuss about clothes and all. Unfortunately, the girls had noticed my arrival and they decided to pop up, and just like I had thought, Fleur started to fuss with my clothes. Non, this won't do. You need some fittings and color improvements on your armor, Fleur said, and vanished all of my clothes from my body. The clothes ended up on the floor in a neat pile. Once again I had to become Fleur's personal dressing up doll. Thankfully she was quite happy with the armor and she was done only with some minor changes. Now you are looking like a supervillain who is going to destroy a whole city. Well, good luck, Fleur said and gave me a passionate kiss. The other girls also followed. I was quite surprised to see that the girls didn't have any problem with me destroying a whole city and killing people. They might be getting used to their bloodlines, or they might have already gotten used to it. I know Luna knows about my killings. Rumi had watched me destroy a whole city firsthand. Momo also knows about my killings. Nemuri's ideals are also similar to mine. Fleur had also grown accustomed to the idea, and that leaves only Dora. I don't know what she thinks, but I don't think that she overly minds it. With that finally done, I finally appeared back in Nebraska City. It was almost time, so I decided to make my appearance on the tallest building. I could already feel all the metals moving around the city. I just hoped that they had planned to evacuate the citizens instead of picking up a fight with me. With that thought, I started to float up in the air and blasted off towards the tallest building. The Ancient One quietly sat inside her room and pondered over what she was going to do in the future. It was quite clear to her that the future was changing, but that wasn't her only problem. No matter how much she tried, she was unable to see the future changes until it was happening. The Ancient One knew that this was happening because of the being that arrived in this world. She knew that Itsuki Ryo was a cosmic entity, and it might be the reason that she was unable to watch his future using the Time Stone. After all, it could be the case that there might be some connection between them. From what she knew, the Infinity Stones were created by the Big Bang, but that might not be the case. Some cosmic entities might have helped to make these stones. The Ancient One was approached by several masters of mystic arts just an hour ago. Leviathan broadcasted his announcement throughout the world, and the masters of Camartage were not an exception. Naturally, they wanted to help the humans against this Leviathan. That is the reason they approached the Ancient One to ask her permission to leave Camartage to confront Leviathan. Their request was swiftly denied by the Ancient One. After all, she very well knew what this being was and what he was capable of doing. The Ancient One knew that there was no way that they could win against someone like that. There was only one hope for them. They could only hope to trap them in another dimension, like the mirror dimension, but the Ancient One wasn't sure that they would be able to hold Itsuki Ryo with that. The Ancient One had already seen Luna's ability to travel through dimensions and realities, and it would be stupid of her to think that Luna didn't have the ability to pull out Itsuki Ryo from whatever place she would trap him. Now, the Ancient One didn't think of Itsuki Ryo as an enemy. She very well knew that it won't mean anything to him even if she sees him as her enemy. But it would be good for her if Itsuki Ryo doesn't think of her as an enemy. The Ancient One wasn't bothered with whatever was happening now. She wasn't bothered that Itsuki Ryo was going to destroy a whole city. The reason behind this was quite simple. This wasn't the first time a war has broken out. The Ancient One had lived for 6 centuries. Throughout her extremely long life, she had seen many wars. This wasn't the first time a war has broken out between humans and mutants. Till now, she had never picked up a side in the wars between humans and mutants, and she won't pick a side now. She had promised Itsuki Ryo that she was going to stay away from this conflict, and she will do just that. She can't have Itsuki Ryo turning his ire towards her sanctuary or her fellow masters of mystic arts. The Ancient One knew that her main job is not to protect humans. Her job was to protect the Earth from the threats of other dimensions. The Ancient One had decided to stand aside during this skirmish. Yes, she called this a skirmish after all. For a being like Itsuki Ryo, destroying a city was just a skirmish. POV Ryo. While I was flying towards the tallest building in the city, I was watching the city. The city was crawling with the army and their vehicles. It was quite clear that they were evacuating the city. I also noticed a team of soldiers positioned on the roof where I had promised to show up. It's good that I had asked the girls to start broadcasting everything happening here after I land on the roof. Currently, 2 helicopters were also flying around the tallest building making rounds. I, at least, appreciate the welcoming party they had planned for me. I decided to make a superhero landing. After all, there is no rule saying that supervillains can't make a superhero landing. So, I started to rise in the air and finally descended towards the roof. Boom. With a small boom, I landed on the roof. I didn't even put much force behind my landing, and the roof also had cracks. If I find the person responsible for the construction of this building, I will sue him. I looked around and found that the team waiting for me on the roof lost their footing when I landed. Sorry, that wasn't my intention. I rose from my position and felt their guns being pointed in my direction. I could already feel the thrill. It has been so long since I have done something like this. I felt this kind of thrill when I was fighting all for one. I really miss the old times. Hands up. You are surrounded, Leviathan. I heard a man shout and come forward with his gun pointed in my direction. With his announcement, the helicopters returned towards the roof and pointed their 50 calories in my direction. I just smirked without moving. Now why would I do that? I mocked, and without me even raising my hand, I shook the whole building. Everyone around flinched back in fear. Men steady, the man who was in charge barked out in frustration. Activate the mutant suppression zone, the same man said through his radio. I immediately felt something wash over me, but I wasn't even bothered because I wasn't a metahuman. Really? You were betting on this piece of crap tack? I once again mocked them. It was quite clear that they had no plans for negotiation. They just wanted to capture me, and when that failed they were going to put me down. At least this was the tallest building, so no snipers were pointing in my direction. It wouldn't have been a problem for me to take them on too, but it's much better like this, and I don't think that human ammunition is going to hurt me. Maybe a nuke could do the job. Unfortunately for them, Luna and I had made all of them impotent. They will be able to shoot them, but there won't be any fireworks. Put him down, the man in charge barked out, and finally everyone started to fire towards me. I decided to use my Aegis shield to stop the bullets. After all, this was much more relaxing than using my metal powers. Suddenly I felt something big and massive collide against my mental shields. I am not gonna lie. I felt some pain, and I very well knew who it was. Charles, if want you enter my mind so badly, then I will allow you to take a peek. With this thought, I opened my barriers and allowed him entrance. I could feel the fear rolling from the soldiers around me, and the reason for their fear was the smile plastered on my face. Xavier Mansion, New York. You are saying that Leviathan's true name is Itsuki Ryo? General Newman asked Charles Xavier. Yes, he lived in the mansion for 5 months and left about 3 weeks ago, but at that time he looked much younger. He looked around 18, Charles explained. During the broadcast, he wasn't able to recognize Itsuki Ryo because of the age difference. Nov. L. B //JNN. General Newman and his men decided to watch the broadcast once more to get some additional information. They have recorded the complete broadcast, and this time Charles was able to recognize Itsuki Ryo. So, he told the authorities everything he knew about Itsuki Ryo, which was practically nothing except his name. After all, Ryo's lightning powers were nothing major. People don't grow old by several years in a few weeks, General Newman growled in anger. It was getting really annoying for him. He wasn't able to get any practical information from Charles and time was running out for them. It could be his brother. One of General Newman's men spoke up from the side. General Newman nodded his head. After all, it was quite plausible. But Charles didn't believe that. There was something telling him that this was Itsuki Ryo, the same Itsuki Ryo he trained for 5 months. I am going to the Cerebro, Charles declared with a determined look on his face. There was no way he would allow Itsuki Ryo or Leviathan to harm humans. What do you want to do? General Newman asked him in a bewildered tone. I am going to end this now. I can't allow this to go on any longer, Charles vowed and continued to head towards the Cerebro room. After he recognized Leviathan as Itsuki Ryo, he vowed to destroy him. After all, he was the one who trained Ryo, and he believed it was the teacher's duty to put down his student when his student lost his path and took on a dark path. Charles finally arrived in the Cerebro room and activated his beloved machine. As soon as Cerebro activated, he put on his helmet and pointed his mind towards locating Itsuki Ryo. He wasn't disappointed as Itsuki Ryo soon showed up on the roof of the tallest building like he had promised. Charles decided to wait for a few moments before attacking. As soon as the soldiers started to shoot, Charles decided to attack. Charles was completely taken aback by the strength of the mental shields Itsuki Ryo had. But before he could attack, he found that the mental shields collapsing. He didn't want to lose this chance and entered Itsuki Ryo's mind. What he found inside wasn't something he had imagined. The whole place was completely dark until suddenly flames erupted from numerous torches. Charles was completely taken aback and started to look around in a frantic manner. It was an ancient temple, an old and somewhat decrepit temple with huge statues all around covering the whole room. What have I done? Charles whispered in fear. Ryo knew very well that he can't kill that old fool, or the Phoenix Force will make a fuss, and Ryo didn't have any problem allowing someone else to deal with the stupid bald Dumbledore wannabe. So, Ryo decided to decrease the power of the defenses. He had no idea what would happen to someone if he destroys their consciousness like this. After all, this was the first time someone was able to get past his mental barriers and face his mental defenses. For whatever reason, Charles felt a chill run down his spine. He was standing right in the middle of the ancient temple. While Charles was inside someone's mind, he could use his legs. Charles kept looking around carefully and shuddered slightly. Charles knew that he was alone in here, but for whatever reason, he felt that someone was watching him. The interior was nonsensically huge. The whole chamber was shaped like a dome. Charles's eyes suddenly landed on a somewhat slightly logic-defyingly humongous statue, its throne just as big as the statue. Charles's instincts were screaming at him. It didn't take long for Charles to understand that it was a statue of some kind of god. Charles shuddered once again. Charles racked his brain but couldn't recognize the god in front of him, but he was quite sure that it was a god. Charles finally tore away his eyes from that humongous statue of the unknown god. Charles decided to check the other statues. The other statues weren't big like the statue on the throne. The other statues were 2 times taller than normal humans. All the statues stood completely still, and all of them were found at a certain distance from one another. Charles continued to check the statues. Some held weapons. There was one carrying a book. Some carried musical instruments. Some even carried torches. The temple was giving off the feeling of a holy temple. Charles's eyes suddenly landed on the oddest statue in the room. This statue had a pair of wings on its back. The statue was carrying a stone slate, and there were some writings carved on the slate. Charles was immediately interested even though he was scared. Suddenly Charles's head whipped towards the god statue but didn't find anything that has changed. Just a moment ago he felt that he was being watched. But thinking that it must have been a mistake, he turned back towards the slate. First law, worship the god. Charles read aloud in a confused tone. He had never seen anything like this. Charles figured out this must be some kind of defense mechanism inside Itsuki Ryo's mind. This must be some kind of challenge, he thought. Second law, exalt the god. Charles was still very much confused, but he had no idea that by reading the slate he was activating the defenses. Ryo watched Charles inside his mind in complete amusement. Third law, prove your piety. Those who do not keep to these laws shall not leave this place alive. Charles finally finished reading the full slate and the reaction was instantaneous. All the torches inside the room burst up brightly and Charles immediately knew that he had activated something. Charles's head whipped once again towards the god statue. This time Charles definitely knew that something was different with the statue. The eyes of the statue were looking directly at Charles. Charles shuddered in fear and the statue's head slowly turned in his direction. The statue kept looking at him and its black eyes started to glow yellow. Arg! Charles screamed loudly and grabbed his head. Charles has never felt pain like this. It was like hot needles were being buried throughout his whole body. But it didn't take long for someone like Charles to find out that the pain was only in his mind. It was quite easy for him after all. He was a strong telepath with strong mental abilities, but the pain was still unbearable even when he knew that he was only feeling the pain in his mind. Unable to hold on for any longer, Charles dropped onto his knees and bowed his head on the floor in pain. Only after a second, the pain was completely gone. Charles wanted to stand up when he suddenly remembered the first law. Worship the god. Now, how do you worship a god? by bowing down to it. Charles immediately understood what happened. As soon as he bowed down, the pain stopped, meaning he completed the first challenge. His mind immediately darted towards the second law. He had remembered that he had read that if anyone wanted to leave this place alive, they needed to follow all 3 laws. He had already followed the first law. Now, he needed to follow the second law. Exalt the god. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Now, how the hell he was going to make a god like this happy? There wasn't any god new, and from traditions, he knew that different gods liked different methods. Suddenly something clicked in Charles's mind. His eyes darted towards the statues with the musical instruments. Of course, there was no other reason for them to be present here. The god statue started to stand up. Charles completely froze up after he saw that. But what happened next scared Charles to his very core. Thankfully, he was just a mental projection, or he would have lost his bowel control inside Rio's mind. That could have made Rio outright kill the Baldy Dumbles. The statue grinned. The grin wasn't something normal. The grin was completely evil. A thought clicked inside Charles's mind. This god was a demon god, or evil god. But before Charles could come out of his stupor, the statue started moving in his direction, and before he could even cry out, the statue stepped on Charles's bowing body. Rio didn't want to destroy Charles's consciousness, or else he would have already killed Charles several times over. Arg. Charles's screams were once again heard throughout the humongous dome. The statue lifted his foot once again and dropped it down on Charles. No bone-cracking noises were heard. After all, this was a mental projection, but Charles's screams were definitely heard. The statue lifted his foot once again and brought it down on Charles, but this time the force shattered the mental projection of Charles. Rio was slightly taken aback because of that. He never thought that something like this would happen. He would have allowed Charles to escape after he would have completed the second challenge, as it happened in the original story. He wanted to check if Charles was alive or not, but he had more important things to deal with now. Back in the Xavier mansion, Charles finally returned to his mind and started to scream. He lost control of his bowels, and while screaming he went unconscious in his wheelchair. Huge sparks came out of the control panel of the Cerebro. The walls of the Cerebro and the control panel soon caught fire. Because of the fire, alarms started to blare within the mansion and the water sprinkling system activated, but Charles remained unmoving on his wheelchair in his own filth. POV Rio. Click clink. Several clinks were heard around me. I was still grinning evilly. What happened with Charles was unfortunate, but there was nothing I could have done. I didn't do anything to destroy Charles's consciousness, he was just trapped inside there. I think that he had destroyed his consciousness willingly to escape my mindscape. Yes, that could be possible. It would certainly prove the shattering effect. After all, I have never thought that mental projections could shatter like that. I looked around at the soldiers around me who were busy reloading their guns. It was taking them this much time only because they were shaking in fear. Their hands and legs were shaking in fear. Obviously, there was a reason for this. They were afraid of me since the beginning, and when I stopped their assault without any effort, it added to that effect. I was kind of getting bored though. Here, let me help you with them, I said, and all the guns were snatched from their hands and pointed in their directions. They immediately raised their hands in the air. Only the 50 calories from the helicopters were still shooting at me. I reloaded all the guns and loaded them with my powers and shot the whole team on their knees. All of them screamed in pain and dropped on the ground holding their knees. I didn't kill them. After all, where is the fun in that? They must stay alive to feel the pain. I gave an annoyed look towards the helicopters and crushed their rotors. That buzzing was getting really annoying. I found a woman on the team and kneeled beside her. She tried to scoot away from me in fear, but with magic, I lifted her up. What's your name? I asked her in a simple manner. The woman gulped in fear. Dana Curtis, the woman stuttered out. Dana, today is your lucky day. Even after you attacked me, I am allowing you all to leave. Now, don't ever say that I am the bad guy. You were the bad guy. After all, you people attacked me first. Now chop chop. Leave the roof, I said to Dana. Even though I treated her so nicely, she was still looking at me with fear and anger. Ungrateful bastards, all of them. At least, Dana had some common sense and helped one of her teammates to get up. The others also started to follow her lead and helped their teammates. Since one of their legs had become lame, they were unable to walk properly, and all of them supported each other. While they were leaving the roof, I had sensed 8 metal objects, big enough to be fighter jets, coming in my direction. Another grin appeared on my face with that. Ah, isn't it glorious? They have sent 8 fighter jets to attack me. Good for them. It will be a good show. I closed my eyes and concentrated on the fighter jets. Currently, they were quite far from my current position. I wanted to control one of the fighter jets to destroy the others using it, but that won't be happening. After all, I don't have any hacking powers. I can only control the metals. Yes, I could maneuver the jet according to my wishes, but I won't be able to use the guns or the missiles. So, I needed to destroy them in a simple manner. I sensed all the 8 jets were closing towards my direction and 4 smaller metal objects were launched in my direction. A gentle smile appeared on my face and I turned the missiles towards the fighter jets. It was clear that they were not expecting that and they were not able to react correctly. In the next second, 4 explosions resounded throughout the air. The remaining 4 jets flew past by me. I waved my hand and one of the jets crashed on a building below, leaving only 3 jets. From my senses, it was clear that they were getting away. They must have been ordered to return. After all, Eric is a famous metahuman in the world and a lot of governments know about his abilities, and as soon as I controlled those missiles, they must have found out about my powers. Or the team I had allowed to escape might have reported back. No matter how they found out, I cannot allow them to leave. With that thought I blasted off behind them at my maximum speed. This time I didn't care about anything else other than hunting down those 3 fighter jets. It didn't take me long to get them in my range. I didn't wait anymore and crushed the cockpit of one of the jets. The jet immediately lost power and started to descend. 2 jets were left and I took control of one of the jets and crashed it with the last one. I stopped midair and turned around to return to the tallest building. This time I landed slowly. After all, I didn't need to make an entrance. I have already left an impact on all of their minds. As soon as I returned to the roof I was able to feel vehicles coming in my direction. From their speed, it was clear that they have sent tanks, but isn't that stupid? After all, they just saw me laying waste to 8 fighter jets, and sending metal ducks after me is just stupid. Their best option was to bombard me from a distance. I waved my hand and cast a tempest. The digits appeared in the air. Only 30 minutes have passed since I have appeared on the top of this building. Ha! With a sigh I started to move towards the edge of the building. I arrived at the edge and looked down. This would make it easy for the tanks to aim at me. Along with the tanks, there were several teams of foot soldiers too. Boom 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 boom. Several booms were heard one after the other and tanks shot their shells in my direction. Color me impressed. I didn't think that they will commence an attack on me so quickly. I could clearly see the anticipation in the eyes of those foot soldiers, but unfortunately for them, they were destined to fail. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. All the shells stopped right in front of me. I used my powers and started to morph them into lances pointed towards the tanks and the ground squads. All of them were currently watching me with gaping mouths. Lightning erupted from my body charging the lances. I started to launch the lances towards the tanks. I didn't get to see the look of horror on their faces. As soon the lances started hitting it raised a giant dust cloud covering the whole street. But that didn't stop me and I continued to fire the railguns in their direction. When the last lance was finally launched I decided to stop. From my senses I found out that other vehicles were leaving the area. I wasn't able to sense a single life sign within 2 blocks around me. It was quite clear that the army was quite successful in their evacuation plans. The dust cloud finally cleared and I looked at the devastated place. The whole street was raised into craters. Only the remains of some tanks were left behind. Not a single sign of those ground troops could be seen. It was clear that all of their remains have vaporized. Since I didn't feel anything heading towards me I decided to sit down on the roof with my legs dangling outside. With my power, there won't be any surprise attack, and even if they were able to attack me they won't be able to cause any harm to me. Seeing that nothing was happening I decided to lay down. I calmly laid in that manner for almost an hour and I have to say that I was very bored. Looks like the president had decided to call off the attack. Suddenly my senses picked up something and I immediately sat up. I felt 31 huge metal objects flying in my direction at high speed. It wasn't fighter jets because of their speed differences, and they weren't helicopters too. Whatever they weren't sent by the army. Oh, then it must be the sentinels from the Trask headquarters. Huh? At least I won't be bored any longer, I said to myself and stood up on the wall. The sentinels finally appeared in my vision. 30 of them were the old model, the model we saw in Guantanamo Bay, and the last one was the prototype, the Sentinel M. But it won't be a challenge as all of them are made of metals. I don't know why they have sent these sentinels. I raised my hand in their direction with the intention to crush them but suddenly stopped. Well, why don't I test my physical capabilities? After all, I will never get this chance again. With that decision, I took flight in that direction at my max speed and punched the prototype sentinel. Yes, I am kind of disappointed now. I blew a hole in its head with my punch. The sentinel immediately lost its power and started to drop towards the ground. I turned my eyes towards the remaining sentinels and gave them a dirty glare. Well, now that I have confirmed that I have huge amounts of physical strength I must use something new. I sidestepped when 6 sentinels launched fire in my direction. I placed my palms together and started to concentrate my magnetokinesis power in between my palms. I have practiced this power only in closed environments before. I/N, for those who have skipped the HP part, MC mastered this power in the HP world. I have clearly mentioned it there, so please don't say that I am popping up a new power. Slowly I moved my palms apart and I could feel a huge amount of magnetic power being compressed within my palms. This was the first time I was using this power in a fight. Before now I never used it since I wasn't confident enough to control it in a fight, and my body constitution also had something to do with it. After all, I was a human with superpowers in the previous worlds, but in this world, I have become the Leviathan of destruction. Black lighting started to crackle from my palms. I was continuously dodging the attacks from the sentinels too. That is why this was taking so much time. Even with my multiple thought processes, I wasn't able to concentrate enough. After a minute, a black ball finally formed between my palms. The black ball was so dark that it felt like it was absorbing the light from the surroundings. I pulled my palms apart and the ball started to grow in size. Black lightning was still crackling around me. The edges of the black ball started to turn golden. Another golden ring appeared around the black ball and I could feel that the ball had started to pull everything around it. A huge grin appeared on my face and I looked towards the sentinels. The grin turned completely evil and I allowed the black ball within my palms to slowly float towards the sentinels. Black hole, I said, and the ball slightly expanded and the pull increased by several folds. The sentinels weren't able to hold back and started to get pulled into the black hole. Since I had made the black hole, I was exempted from its force field. I felt that the ground and buildings were cracking because of the pull from the black hole. Soon, all the sentinels were pulled into the black hole and I decided to collapse the black on itself. With that, the black hole finally disappeared. I was so happy that I was able to successfully use that move, hee. Muhahaha, I was unable to hold back a round of evil laughter. I arrived at the room once more and sat down on the edge dangling my legs. I passed the remaining time while happily humming at myself. After all, I got to use another op attack here. I wasn't attacked anymore and I could feel that the city was mostly evacuated except the edges. I slowly floated up above the building and raised up both of my palms. The whole city started to shake. The whole city was ripped apart when I pulled metals from the whole city. The buildings weren't spared. The buildings crumbled into rubbles when I pulled out the metal beams from inside them. In a matter of seconds, I completely leveled the city. Hump. I snorted and pointed my palms towards the heaps of rubble. Fiend fire, 2 humongous leviathans made of fire erupted from my palms and engulfed the heaps. In a couple of minutes, the whole city was covered in the cursed flames. I gave another look at the burning city and teleported using my law of lightning. I watched the whole broadcast even though it was completely boring most of the time. I think Rio gave them too much time to evacuate, that is why they didn't fight back more vehemently. They gave up as soon as the city was evacuated. Though, I don't mind that Rio gave them too much time. Even though I would have loved to see a much more intense fight, I was happy that most of the people were able to get away. After all, most people in that city were completely innocent. I hope I could have been there by Rio's side. The fight would have been slightly more interesting for me as I don't have metal controlling powers like Rio. Now, I want a fight too, even if it's against some weaklings. I want to have a fight. Rio finally returned after he set the whole city ablaze with those cursed flames. I don't know why Rio loves those flames so much. From my instincts I know that those flames are very dangerous. So, did you like the show? Rio asked me after he finished greeting the other girls. I didn't give him an answer. Instead I pulled him down and locked my lips with his. Only after a minute, I allowed him to pull back. I have to say the kiss was quite intense, even more so because now I am excited to get a fight. Whoa, you seem really excited. Did you enjoy the fight that much? I thought it was rather boring for my tastes, Rio said to me after he pulled away from the kiss. I slightly frowned when I heard him. At least you were able to get a fight even if it was boring. I was kinda trapped here on this island, I grumbled in annoyance. Everyone including Rio just chuckled after they heard me grumbling in annoyance. Rio, why don't you let Rumi deal with our minor spy problem? While giggling, Floor spoke up. What? Spy problem? Why haven't I heard about this? I would have been happy to deal with them. I looked towards Rio who looked contemplative for a few moments before he nodded his head. Sure, Rumi, you can deal with them. Scott Summers and Hank McCoy, you can get the information from Raven, Rio told me in a firm voice. Oh, okay, that means no messing this one up. You don't mind me dealing with them right now, do you? My hands are itching for a fight, I said in an excited tone and cracked my knuckles. Sure, but stay safe, Rio said while chuckling. I gave Rio another kiss and walked out of the room. So, now, let's find Raven. She must be in her office or Eric's office. I went straight to Raven's office and found it closed. Well, it is quite late but she works late, everybody on the island knows that. I decided to visit Eric's office, she might be holed up in his office. While I was on my way, I found a grunt from Eric's group and asked him where I could find Raven. The guy told me that Raven had already called it a day, she was meeting one of her old friends. I asked the guy for directions and he happily pointed me towards Eric's room. I quickly made my way towards Eric's room and knocked on his door. Eric himself opened the door and invited me in. Is there a reason for such a late night visit? Eric asked me while leading me inside. He wasn't wearing his usual cape and helmet now. When we finally arrived in the kitchen, I saw Raven sitting there in her natural form along with a blonde-haired woman. She must be the friend the guy mentioned. There is a reason, actually, but I wanted to talk with Raven, I said and sat down when Eric gestured towards me a chair. Raven looked at me with a questioning look on her face while Eric handed me a bottle of beer. Oh, pardon my manners, this is the first time I saw you here. Let me introduce myself. I am Rumi Usagi-yama, I said and extended my hand towards the blonde woman. After all, it is rude to ignore someone. She took my hand and shook it. Nice to meet you. I am Emma Frost, the blonde woman said, introducing herself. So, what do you need? Raven asked, bringing my attention back on her. Eric finally sat down but remained quiet without saying anything. There are 2 spies on this island. I wanted to deal with them. I know that I would get the information from you, so I came here, I spoke without beating around the bush. Both Eric and Raven were slightly taken aback. I heard Emma snort and all of us turned towards her. Obviously there would be spies. I would have been surprised if there weren't any spies. Emma once again snorted and said, I guess I can agree with her. Even though Rio is giving all these metahumans a safe haven, there are still some metahumans who would turn on their own kind. So, who are they? Do you know their names? Raven asked me while gritting her teeth. She was holding back her anger, it was clearly showing on her face. Scott Summers and Hank McCoy, I said their names leaning down on the table. I saw both Eric's and Raven's eyes widened when understanding dawned on them. Charles? You bastard. Eric screamed out in anger and shot up from his chair. He started to curse Charles while pacing around the table. Charles? You mean the fool on wheels? I asked out loud in a confused tone. Yes, Charles Xavier. Both Scott Summers and Hank McCoy are his butt buddies, Emma said with disgust clear in her voice. Does she also know the 2 of them? You know them. I asked looking towards Emma. Rumi, you have seen Scott before, remember the guy with those odd glasses and punchable face? Raven said to me in a melancholic voice. Yeah, I remember him now. I forgot about him because he wasn't anyone important and I didn't think that I would get a chance to actually punch him. Yeah, I remember that fool. So, who is the other fool? I asked looking towards Raven, but Eric decided to answer my question. A stupid blue monkey. So, how are you going to deal with them? Eric asked me. He was still pacing around the room. I was surprised that steam wasn't coming out of his head. His face was almost purple in anger. Dunno, maybe break their bones and then toss them into the ocean, I said in a dismissive tone and shrugged. Scott is a complete fool and I wanted to punch him so badly the last time, and Hank McCoy must also be a fool if he had decided to side with Charles. So, what do you want me to do? Raven asked me, getting up from the table. I have wasted a lot of time here. I quickly gulped down the rest of the beer in my bottle. Nothing? You will stay back and handle the crowd. I need to spread the word that they were spies. Wrong information could lead to problems on a later date, I answered Raven. I first came here to get information from Raven about Scott Summers and Hank McCoy, but now, I am pretty sure that I will be able to recognize both of them. But what I told Raven to do was also important. After all, Elysium is just in its starting phases and we can't have instability on this stage. It's much better if people know what is happening instead of hiding it from them. This is much better than wrong information being spread. Sure, so when are you going to deal with the traitors? Raven asked me. I saw her eyes were ablaze in fury. Now, let's go, I said, finally getting up from my chair. Emma decided not to join us. Raven and Eric called their whole group to the temporary residential area. On our way, the three of us chatted about what happened in Nebraska City. Eric and Raven both believed in metahuman supremacy, so they were quite happy with the show. It took us some time to arrive at the temporary residential area. Eric's group quickly spread out among the crowd. It was pretty late now, but some people were still awake. A lot of people were enjoying a bonfire, sharing stories and food along with beer. We quickly arrived at the place where Scott and Hank were assigned their tents. We found both of them sitting along with two other metahumans. How can we trust a monster like that? I heard Hank speak. Yeah, he is a stupid blue monkey. It was clear that he was filling the other metahumans with poison. This would have been bad if more metahumans were willing to listen to this fool. We were quite far from them, but because of my heightened senses, I was able to hear Hank. Their group didn't take long to notice us and shut up completely. Leaving Raven and Eric behind, I walked forward. On our way, I had already called dibs on both Scott and Hank. Eric happily allowed that. Hank McCoy, don't mind me, please continue, I said, gesturing him to continue speaking, but he stubbornly remained silent. Why are you here? Scott growled out in anger. Isn't it clear? I came here to throw out the trash, I said, and I could feel my bloodthirst oozing out. All of them immediately got on guard. Even though I already wanted to start the fight, I held myself back. I noticed that the crowd had already started to gather around. You two can get away if you want. I am not here for you two, I said, and pointed towards the two metahumans who were listening to Scott and Hank, who were spouting bullshit. I want those two traitors. After all, they were passing on information to the human nations about our island, I said, pointing towards Scott and Hank, but the other two metahumans nervously stood their ground. What are you going to do with them? One of them nervously asked me. Break their bones and throw them in the ocean, I told them the truth. After all, I would gain nothing from hiding. No, you can't do that, the other one protested vehemently. Yes, I can. Now, do you really want to support two traitors who were selling us out to the human nations, or get the hell away from them? I asked them in a no-nonsense tone. I was really getting annoyed now. The crowd started to clamor for their punishment. Currently, all the metahumans on this island were really angry at humans, and now that the truth is out that Scott and Hank were selling our information to the human nations, everyone hates them. The other two metahumans looked at each other nervously, but before they could act, I saw Scott's hand went towards his Google and he pressed some button at the side and a red ray was shot towards me from his glasses. No one was able to react with how fast it happened, but nobody needed to react. I activated armament haki on my left arm and raised my palm in the ray's direction. The ray hit my palm, but nothing happened. Everyone took a step back when they saw Scott suddenly attack me, but they stopped when they saw that I stopped it without any effort on my part. Even Scott and Hank were taken aback by how easily I dealt with that ray. Scott is firing that ray from his eyes, which means if he has no eye, then there will be no rays. I pointed my right hand in his direction and shot two eye-gouging hexes at him. The reaction was instantaneous. Scott's goggles burst out in a spray of blood and Scott dropped to the ground screaming in pain. Scott was grabbing his bloody face and rolling on the ground in pain. Everyone around us turned completely pale when they saw how brutal I was. You bitch. I heard a scream from the side and I only needed to raise my right arm to stop Hank's lunge at me. I gave him a solid left jab and his whole body was thrown away. I didn't even use armament haki to punch him, or he might have died like that fragile guy in the helmet. Shut up. I exclaimed, and Flash stepped right beside the rolling body of Scott and brought my foot down on his right knee. A loud crack of bone snapping was heard throughout the whole place and his scream intensified. Oh, please shut the hell up, I said in an annoyed tone and kicked his face. Two teeth flew out of his mouth, but he was successfully knocked out. But before I could continue breaking his bones, I moved my head aside and a blue monkey claw swiped past my head. Another claw was sent in my direction, but I just bent my body towards my left and allowed the claw to pass by my side. He is fighting like a beast. Well, I like it. A huge grin appeared on my face and I finally turned around to face Hank, who was attacking me like a wild animal. I can see the rage in his eyes, but in anger, he was losing his touch. I could see his attacks coming a mile away. I raised my left hand and stopped his right claw and slammed my foot down on his left foot. The monkey growled out in pain and I slammed my right fist into his collarbone. Another bone snapping sound was heard, but the monkey didn't back off and threw his right claw at me. I decreased the distance between us and elbowed him on the sternum. A mouthful of blood came out of his mouth and his head shot back in pain. I pulled up my right foot and brought it down on his left knee. With another bone snapping sound, his knee was bent in a completely unnatural way. He once again screamed out in pain and I grabbed his left arm and snapped it in two near the elbow and shoulder. With a kick to his head, he was knocked out too before he could scream out for his broken arm. I finally looked towards the crowd. All of them were looking at me with gaping mouths and wide eyes. Humph. This must be their first time watching a fight like this. Throw them in the ocean, I said, and walked away from the crowd. Aha, the fight was really relaxing. Nick Fury was currently looking outside from his window. The broadcast had just ended a few minutes ago and his most trusted agents were still in the room. All of them saw the display of power. Fury wasn't someone stupid. He was thankful that Leviathan didn't kill the innocent citizens, but he knew that wasn't Leviathan's main objective. Leviathan's main objective was to spread fear and chaos among their population. After such a display, there would hardly be a fool who would try to gain the ire of Leviathan. There was something more. From the statistics he had received from Trask Industries, there are more than 10 million mutants still living outside this still so-called safe haven. This display of power was for them too. After all, Leviathan showed off his power, and without any argument, Nikki would agree that Leviathan was the strongest mutant he had ever seen. He knows everyone flocks behind a strong person, and with this display, the mutants would think that they would be protected by Leviathan. Nick Fury fiddled with the pager in his hands. Before now, he was slightly worried about making the call. After all, there was a chance that she would not support him because of the inhumane treatments the mutants were receiving. But the situation has changed now. Leviathan had openly attacked and destroyed a city, and it was clear that by each passing moment the number of mutants joining Leviathan was increasing. The safe haven was a huge threat to their nation and humankind. He wasn't stupid, and he knew very well that currently humans weren't liked by mutants, and Leviathan could be building a mutant army for himself for everything he knew. A mutant army could be devastating under the command of Rio. Fury had seen how Leviathan laid ruin to the tanks and the ground squads they had dispatched, and the memory of Leviathan destroying the fighter jets was still fresh in his mind. With this display, it was also confirmed that it was Leviathan who destroyed Camp X-Ray, Guantanamo Bay. Sir, what are we going to do? Agent Hill asked Fury in low voice. Sigh, I have no idea, Agent Hill. Can we even fight someone like him? Fury sighed and spoke. He wasn't sure how to fight someone like this without her. Only a few hours ago General Newman had given them an approximate location of the so-called safe haven. Nick snorted. He shouldn't call it so-called anymore. After all, he was under no illusions. He was quite doubtful that someone would be able to hurt any mutants on that island. Yes, they could have used a nuke if it was a viable option. Leviathan had corrupted their whole system, and currently, they can't keep an eye on their own backyard before Leviathan finding out about it. All of them were brought out of their thoughts by a knocking on the door. Agent Barton opened the door and allowed the agent to enter the room. Sir, I have received the latest report from General Newman. He says that Leviathan's actual name is Itsuki Ryo, the agent reported. As soon as the agent finished speaking, Fury and the others in the room were completely disappointed. They just got a name? Load of good that was going to do to them. That's all, he just got a name? So, did you get anything after running the information? Unable to hold back the retort, Fury asked the agent in an incredulous tone. The agent was immediately nervous and it seemed that he almost shrunk. Sir, we found no match after running that name, the agent said nervously. It must be a fake name, Agent Barton snorted. No sir, we also tried Face ID but we didn't get any match. It's almost like he appeared out of thin air, the agent finished. This wasn't too surprising for the rest, as it was 2002 and in many countries Face ID wasn't employed, so it wasn't unusual when someone dropped from the grid. Fury dismissed everyone from the room and started to make some plans, but he didn't know that Leviathan didn't have any complicated plans behind the destruction of Nebraska City. He just attacked the city because of his ulterior motive, and it was an easy target dangling right in front of his eyes. POV Rio. Like any other day, I woke up in the middle of female bodies. This would be the dream of any man on earth, and I am the luckiest bastard that I was living this dream. But this was also bad if you are in love with all of them. Luna had mentioned that I am going to have 15 lovers, which also means that I will have to pay attention to all 15 of them. I don't feel comfortable with the thought that I would ignore the girls after they join my harem. I want them to have their own dreams. I don't want them to be mindless girls who would join my harem and then disappear into the background. That won't do at all for me. What are you thinking about? I heard Momo speak up and I felt her hand caress my chest. Just about the future, our future, I said in a low tone. Momo didn't say anything and pulled my head into her bosom like any caring lover would do. Oh, you don't have to worry about the future. If you start caring about the future then you will forget about the present, Momo said while caressing the back of my head with both of her hands. And I completely agree with you, Momo, Fleur said, waking up. She pulled my head from Momo's bosom and placed my head in her bosom. I won't say that I am hating whatever is happening with me, but I still hate that they are just passing me around. Rio, you shouldn't worry about the future, it is currently on a good path, Luna said and cradled my head from Fleur's bosom and pulled me into her chest. Even though it felt really heavenly, I kind of hate it. The others are right, you shouldn't worry about the future. After all, we shouldn't worry about things that haven't happened. Instead of fucking like rabbits, nobody needed to guess who this was. Nemuri took me from Luna's arms and pulled me into her chest. Well, it was more like she tried to smother me with her boobs. I hope you didn't refer to me, you depraved sexual deviant, Rumi said in an annoyed tone and pulled me from Nemuri's boobs. Ha. Thank you, Rumi. I might have been sent to my next great adventure by Nemuri's boobs. Rumi placed my head on her chest with loving care. I kind of miss Dora now, she is missing all this. A clumsy woman in New York sneezed, which made her trip, and she skillfully planted her face on the floor. I don't know why, but suddenly I felt slightly bad. It must have something to do with what I did last night. Not in the bed. I mean what I did in Nebraska City. Did you read the news? Momo suddenly asked, pulling her tab from the bedstand. Even though I didn't want to, I pulled out my head from Rumi's bosom and pulled myself up. I grabbed Momo's tab and started to check the news articles. Heh. I smiled when I saw how I was now a supervillain. There was no shortage of interviews on myself. Muhahaha, seeing all those articles I wasn't able to hold myself back and started my evil laughter. Nemuri wasn't able to hold herself back and joined me in the evil laughter. The others just looked at us oddly, but they didn't say anything. I still don't understand the appeal of being a villain, Momo grumbled in annoyance. I don't get the complete appeal, but I think being a villain is hot. It turns me on at least, Fleur happily exclaimed and started giggling. Well, when he fights it turns me on, Rumi proclaimed without an ounce of shame. I would have been confused if it bothered them with how long all of us have been together. He always turns me on, Luna said with a dreamy look on her face and started to hum some unknown song. Well, I guess I have to agree with Fleur. Him being a villain does have some appeal. Even though Momo huffed in annoyance, she still accepted the truth. Girls, let's go and have a bath. It has been some time since we have taken a bath together, I said to the girls, and I didn't have to say anything more. They immediately agreed without wasting a second and picked me up from the bed and carried me to the bathroom. The Ancient One released a huge sigh that she herself didn't even know she was holding in. She had been watching Rio since he had appeared in Nebraska City. Even though she had decided not to oppose Rio, it didn't mean she didn't care about innocent lives. She was relieved that only soldiers were killed in the confrontation. Yes, they were innocent too. They were just following orders, but they could have deserted their ranks and run away. But no, their stupid pride won't let them do that. They attacked Rio and they died when Rio retaliated. That is why there is a saying, never poke a sleeping dragon. Well, in this case, Leviathan. If they hadn't poked Rio, then they would have been alive. At least he allowed the citizens to leave along with their children, the Ancient One spoke to herself. Yes, she was unable to see Rio's future, but she could use other forms of mystic arts to watch the present. I need to arrange another meeting with Rio, she mused to herself. She knew that she won't be able to change anything, but at least she wanted to get some idea about how far Rio was willing to take it. She also wanted to talk about the Phoenix Force living on that island. Destruction and creation living in the same place gives her some very disturbing thoughts. POV Natasha. I sat down at the dining table. It was empty today. I checked my wristwatch and found that I wasn't early. Yes, I might have earlier than the other girls, but I am definitely not earlier than Rio. Since the first day, whenever I arrived in the kitchen, I have seen Rio preparing the food. This was the first day Rio wasn't present. It might have something to do with yesterday. I have seen the whole broadcast along with the others. I was quite pleased that he didn't kill any citizens. To be honest, I wouldn't have cared even if he had killed several citizens, but I would be happy that unnecessary casualties were avoided. Nov. L. B /JNN. I wasn't a ruthless spy just for show. I have been trained with that kind of mindset. I want to forget that part of my life. I want to forget all those so badly and move on, but that is not possible. If I forget that part of my life, I will forget who and what I am. After all, that part of my life makes me what I am today. I still remember the chat I had with Nemuri. That certainly helped a lot, more than whatever I had ever expected. I was brought out of my musing by a slight pop from the side. My instincts immediately kicked in and my hand shot towards my waist for my gun, but I found nothing. Only then I remembered that I didn't need to carry a gun anymore. It wasn't necessary. That was a huge burden lifted from my shoulders. Leaving that aside, I still turned my head towards the direction from where the pop sound came from. I found an odd-looking little creature staring at me with his tennis ball-sized eyes. Even though I wanted to freak out, my spy training stopped me from doing that. A plus point to my training there, it forces me to think rationally in situations where I should be freaking out while screaming. What can Javis bring for Missy Nats? The odd-looking elfish creature asked me, or I think it asked me. I pointed a finger at myself and the elfish creature nodded its head excitedly. What are you? Before I could ask anything from it, I decided to deal with the elephant in the room. Javis is a house elf working for Lady Ravenclaw, the elfish creature answered. House elf? What the fuck is a house elf? If you don't mind me asking, can you tell me what is a house elf? I asked with curiosity clear in my voice. Javis the house elf still looked excited even after it heard my question, so it was pretty clear that it wasn't bothered by my question. House elves needs to be bonded with wizards and witches to live off their magics. In return, house elves helps witches and wizards with chores in the houses, Javis answered with a thoughtful look on its face. Does it mean slaves? You mean to say slavery? I asked Javis in an incredulous tone. From what I heard from Javis, it kind of seemed like slavery, but it was clear that Javis didn't like it. If anything, I understood from its facial expressions. No slavery. We house elves must be bonded with witches and wizards or we wither and die. Lady Ravenclaw treats us very nicely. Yes, she is the greatest witch ever. Javis began to speak vehemently at the beginning, but then its voice turned almost fanatical. Well, I guess I presumed too quickly. If they really need to bond with a witch and wizard to live, then they must be something like a parasite. And who the hell is Lady Ravenclaw? Looks like more questions are popping into my mind rather than the answers. Javis, can you tell me where the others are? I asked the small creature. Oh, yes. Lady Ravenclaw is making babies along with her sisters. She assigned us to prepare food today. She told me she is going to be slightly late. Missy, Jean and Roro will be here shortly, Javis said in an excited tone. Making babies? Oh, honestly, I don't want to know about that anymore. From Jean and Roro, I think it meant Jean and Ororo. Can you bring me some coffee? I asked Javis, who happily nodded his head and vanished. Only after a few seconds a coffee mug appeared on the table out of thin air. Once again, I wanted to run away while screaming, but I silently watched the coffee mug and picked it up. After waiting for a few seconds, I took a small sip. No matter what, house elves can make coffee, or at least Javis can. I can't disagree with that. Even though I was bored most of the time on this island, I can't disagree that I am definitely enjoying my freedom. I just need to find something to keep myself busy. I think I need to ask Rio and Nemuri about that. I know that they have helped me a lot, but I don't know if I should ask someone else. From what I have seen, except for Rio's group, Jean and Ororo, others don't like me much because I am a normal human. I hope that someday I would be able to get on their good side. I have heard from Nemuri that they went after someone named Sublime yesterday before they decided to destroy Nebraska. She mentioned that Sublime was the reason for the hate and discrimination between humans and metahumans. I don't know why I have no hate for mutants though. Good morning, Natasha. Did you sleep well? Jean and Ororo arrived in the kitchen and Jean greeted me first. Good morning, Natasha. Ororo also greeted me while taking her seat. Good morning to both of you. I greeted them back along with the usual pleasantries. The topic of conversation soon turned towards last night, specifically the broadcast. I don't know why, but Javis didn't make another appearance for Jean or Ororo. No matter how badly we were treated by humans, I am glad that the citizens were able to get out of the city unharmed. Now, we also know that humans are not responsible for the hate between us. Ororo spoke, trying to make a point, but Jean didn't seem to agree with her. No, even if Sublime should be blamed, I don't think that humans would have come to love metahumans if Sublime didn't play his part. I know how people work, especially the people in leadership positions. They simply hate whatever is not under their control, and it was clear that metahumans were not under their control. Yes, it can be debated that some people might not have hated metahumans, instead they might have tried to help, but it was still clear that metahumans would still be hated and used as weapons. Ororo, we already know that humans would have still hated us. It is their natural fear of the unknown, Jean said with a serious look on her face. Ororo also nodded her head in agreement. Finally, Rio and the others arrived in the kitchen. I could clearly see that all girls were glowing. Not literally glowing, I meant the after-sex glow. I have to hand it to Rio, his stamina is out of this world. Jean and Ororo had a pinkish tint on their cheeks. It was clear that they also understood what Rio and the others were doing. As soon as they sat down, food appeared in front of us out of thin air. Must be the house elves. Both Jean and Ororo were surprised and started to ask questions. Nemuri, can you assign me a job? I asked her in a nervous tone. I honestly don't know what kind of job this pervert would assign me. She wasn't my first choice, but then I remembered that she was the one who I knew better than anyone else on this island. Just like I have thought, a perverted grin appeared on her face, and she leaned towards me to check me out. Tell me, what do you know about science and technology? Before Nemuri could speak up, Momo interfered. Nemuri scoffed and backed away. I am no PhD holder or inventor if you want to know, but I can work with anything if shown, I answered her truthfully. I have been trained to adapt technologically when needed. If she shows me, I could work it out. Momo thought for a few seconds before she nodded her head. Fine, join me after breakfast. I think you would be a nice help, Momo said to me with a gentle smile on her face. Well, at least it is much better than lazing around and getting bored. Since we arrived in the kitchen, I was thinking about my next project. The mind-blowing sex we had just before coming here also helped me clear my head. The next project I have been thinking about was something completely different from what I have worked in this world. Back in the HP world, when the magical people started to send out satellites, they came to me for help and I was their lead researcher and designer. I still have those notes along with me, and my next project was to design satellites. The satellites I have seen in this world leave much to be desired. Yes, I can understand that in this world the technology is quite lacking, but that doesn't mean that I should cripple myself by using backward technology when I can make something myself. Now, the problem was that I won't be having Fleur to help me on this project. Fleur was training Jean to learn about her phoenix powers, and I can't ask Eric. That guy is busy with the residential area. So, I had to work on this project on my own. I don't mind working on a project by myself, but the progress was going to be rather slow. So, when Natasha said that she was looking for work, I jumped in before Nemuri could get her claws in her. I know, it's too late for Natasha to escape from Nemuri's claws. After all, Natasha was living on this island and Nemuri would get to her eventually. After breakfast was finished, I finally left the kitchen along with Natasha. On the way to my lab we exchanged some normal pleasantries. Honestly, I didn't know about her enough, only some stuff I had heard from Nemuri. It was clear that Nemuri wanted Natasha to join Ryo's harem. I wanted to know her better before that happened. It was another reason I invited her to my project. Now one thing I already knew was that Natasha was worthy of Ryo, or Nemuri wouldn't have wanted Natasha to join the harem. Even though it might not seem like it, but Nemuri is the most zealous woman among us. If she thinks that something or someone is a threat to Ryo, she won't hesitate to kill them before making them feel unimaginable pain. We finally arrived in my lab. I shot the necessary charms to unlock my lab. Yes, I use magic to lock my lab. After all, it is the safest method. Nobody knows magic except our group and they would never mess up my lab. So, how can I help? Natasha's question brought me out of my thoughts. Tell me, what do you know about satellites? I mean the ones made by man, I asked Natasha, who looked thoughtful for a few moments before started to answer my question. Yes, I could definitely use her help. Well, it was obvious that she didn't know about the technical aspects of satellites, but if I hand her a camera to bolt into the chassis, she could easily do that. Natasha, welcome to lab. Sorry, I don't have anything to welcome you to your new job, I said with a smile on my face and created a paper. I wanted to write down my initial plans regarding the satellite. Hearing me, Natasha smiled but remained seated for now. She was looking around my lab and I didn't mind it. Currently, I didn't have anything volatile in my lab. So, we will be making satellites? Natasha asked, looking at the magic and technology compound chart I had on my table. Yes, we won't be making any normal satellite though. From everything going on around the world I got this idea. Metahumans are naturally born from humans, right? I asked Natasha. She nodded her head, clearly curious about where I was going with my direction of questioning. So, even after Ryo successfully brings all the metahumans on this island, metahumans would still be born outside this island. I want to make a satellite with the ability to identify those metahumans as soon as they are born. I finally finished. Natasha was looking at me with wide eyes while gaping like a fish out of the water. You plan to steal babies from their parents? When Natasha finally gathered back her wits, she asked me with a shocked look on her face. Well, I guess I should clear that up, the misunderstanding. No, I have no plan of stealing babies from their parents. After all, the X gene doesn't appear on newborn kids, it takes some time to appear. So, the babies won't have a problem with their parents, but when they grow up their powers might show up, and we know about the hate, so the parents might throw out their kids on the streets. We should keep an eye on them, and when that happens we will get to them. I explained my plan to Natasha. She nodded her head in understanding. I was currently using an algorithm to recognize the mutants. The algorithm is perfect, but the current satellites can't use that algorithm. I had to integrate the algorithm into the surveillance software. Only after that, I was able to make it work. I continued to explain. Natasha nodded her head in understanding. That's good, at least, she is able to understand the basic stuff. But before I could start working I needed to check something. I got up from my seat and went check the AI I had made. Looks like the humans in this world are not stupid like the purebloods in the HP world. After Ryo had destroyed Nebraska City, no incident of metahuman abuse was recorded. I am not naive to think that there aren't any blind spots, but my satellites will be able to rectify that. POV Ryo. So, what's on our agenda today? Nemuri asked me from behind. She followed me out of the kitchen after I finished my breakfast and walked out. Don't you remember that you were training Aurora in magic? I asked Nemuri, giving her a meaningful look. Nemuri gave me an annoyed look. I asked Rumi to train her. She is just learning the basics, so magic and Rumi can help her now, Nemuri said in a dismissive tone. I had to agree with that logic. And don't think that I am stupid. I know that you will be going after that human group and Sublime, Nemuri said while poking my shoulder. I completely surrendered to her. I will be definitely going after them. Suddenly my phone chimed and I saw that I have received a text from Fleur. Wait up, Jean wants to talk with you. That was all she wrote in the text. I texted her back about my current location. This is slightly worrying. I don't know if Charles is still alive or not. I will be back in a sec. Wait here, I told Nemuri, and before she could say anything, I flash stepped inside my room and pulled out my laptop. I immediately started to check about Charles. It took only a few seconds to get a match. Last night, a person named Charles Xavier was admitted to Hotel at Kotisa in the mental trauma ward. It was clear with this record that Charles was helping the humans. After all, Hotel at Kotisa is a military hospital in New York and normal citizens aren't admitted there. I checked the camera feed of his ward and found that he was already awake, but he wasn't looking good. There was a bandage wrapped around his head. Not my fucking problem. He attacked me and he is paying the price now. Now that I have gotten the information, I texted Fleur the location where I left Nemuri standing. I turned off the laptop and flash stepped beside Nemuri. What was so important? Nemuri asked me curiously. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. I needed some information for Jean. It's clear that she wants to deal with Charles Xavier, I answered Nemuri. After a few minutes, both Jean and Fleur arrived where we were. Can we deal with Charles today, or you have something to do? The Phoenix is getting rather impatient, Jean asked me with a serious look on her face. I could clearly see the determination in her eyes. Yes, we can deal with him. Last night when I was in Nebraska City, he attacked me mentally. I retaliated, so he got quite injured. He is currently in a hospital, I said to Jean. I didn't want to hide this fact from the Phoenix, that's why I came clean. Jean looked thoughtful for a few moments. I think she was conversing with the Phoenix. After a few seconds, Jean's eyes focused back on me. The Phoenix is fine with it as long as he is alive, Jean spoke. I nodded my head telling her that he was definitely alive. So, where are we going? Mind if I join you guys too? Fleur asked us in an excited tone. She must have been feeling cramped up. I know how excited she becomes when we go on a trip or something similar. Yeah, more the merrier, Nemuri said and placed her hand on Fleur's shoulder, and before Fleur could say anything both of them disappeared in a crack. Jean was looking at me with an odd expression. I just shrugged and extended my hand towards me. Jean slightly blushed and meekly took my hand. Odd. I didn't show any outward reaction when she took my hand. I just smiled and both of us disappeared with another crack. Inside a dark room, a man was sitting with a glass of whiskey in his hand and a bottle of whiskey was on the table. The man was watching the video of Leviathan destroying the Sentinel M with a single punch. Then the video changed when Leviathan launched the black ball towards the Sentinels and all of them vanished in the ball. The man gulped down the whole glass and slammed it on the table. Fucking bastard, the man screamed in rage and started to pour whiskey into his glass once again. You shouldn't drink that much. Another man appeared out of the shadow. The man was almost bald and had a monocle in one of his eyes. Strucker, it is good to see you. The man finally finished pouring whiskey into his glass. It's nice to meet you too, Sublime, and I have to say you look different. The man now recognized as Wolfgang von Strucker spoke to Sublime, who had acquired a new body for himself. Yes, courtesy of Leviathan. Sublime spat out in hate and disgust. He had never been shamed in such a manner. He had never imagined someone would make him feel like this ever. He was the supreme being on earth, and he was forced to run away. The amount of pain he felt was unimaginable, but he was treated like a target practice for that woman. That was even more shameful for him. Yes, he had stirred up the pot quite a bit, wouldn't you say? Strucker asked Sublime in a joking manner. Sublime didn't appreciate the joke and immediately shot Strucker a glare but didn't do anything more. For now, he needed Strucker's help if he wanted to deal with Leviathan. There was no way that he could defeat Leviathan. He wasn't stupid. He might be an egomaniac, but he knew his limits. Knowing his limits didn't change the fact that he was shamed. Yes, that he did, Sublime accepted grudgingly. He also dealt with your vaunted sentinels like they were toys. Taking the chance, Strucker took another jab at Sublime. Sublime didn't react visibly, but he was seething inside his mind. For now, he won't do anything. For now, he needed Strucker. After Leviathan was dealt with, he would deal with Strucker when his guard was down. Yes, he did. So, tell me, can you help me? Sublime asked Strucker in a deliberate tone. Sublime wanted to show himself as someone vulnerable. Possibly, from what I have seen, Leviathan has the ability to control metal, so metals are not going to work. He can also generate lightning from his body. He can fly. He can those damned flames which can burn through everything. He can also make black holes. He can also teleport. Strucker finished making points. He can also turn invisible and cause you unimaginable pain with just a word. Sublime chimed in. Strucker got a thoughtful look on his face. That increases our problems, but they can also be dealt with, Strucker said and pulled out a chair and sat down in front of Sublime. How? Please enlighten me, Sublime spoke in a mocking tone. It's easy. We exploit his weakness. His weakness is metahumans. We simply use some mutants as bait, and when he takes the bait we ambush him. Quite simple, Strucker explained in a simple manner. Sublime wasn't convinced. He wasn't sure about the plan. It can't be that simple. Yes, he agreed with Strucker about Leviathan's weakness. He also had the same idea. If he uses some mutants he could easily lure Leviathan to the desired location, but the problem was that they didn't have the ability to fight against someone like him. Mutant suppression zones were completely useless against Leviathan. How do you plan to subdue him though? Sublime asked Strucker curiously. I have a friend, who had promised me to hand over a few soldiers for this noble mission. He also believes that Leviathan is a threat and should be dealt with as soon as possible, Strucker said and shrugged. Who is your friend, if I might ask? Sublime asked Strucker, not so subtly demanding for more information. My friend's situation is slightly difficult. It will be better if he stays hidden. We already know that Leviathan is using our own satellites to keep an eye on us. We can't drop our guard even for a second, Strucker said in a serious tone. His face looked completely grim. Sublime agreed with Strucker that they shouldn't drop their guard for a moment, but he didn't like the fact that Strucker didn't give up his friend's name. What about the metahuman I gave you? Sublime asked Strucker in a curious tone. Project Eternity is not ready. We had tried it multiple times, but when we graft his organs in someone else's body they fail. They can only work in his own body, Strucker answered while shaking his head. We need to work on that. If we successfully graft his mutation into a human, then we will have our first unstoppable soldier. We can't lose this chance. Who would have thought that a relic of the past could be our path to the future? Sublime said in a mocking tone. Yes, Wolverine aka Logan is the most interesting specimen I have ever laid my hands on, Strucker said in an excited tone and pulled out a glass for himself. POV Rio. Both me and Jean appeared with a crack in our backyard in Knox. Jean immediately lurched forward, but at least, she didn't empty her breakfast in the backyard. Nemuri and Fleur were already here and they were standing at the side. I don't want to do that again, Jean said while she was still kneeling on the floor. It gets better after the first time, Fleur said and kneeled beside Jean and helped her up. You guys wait here, I will bring my car. I miss my car, Nemuri said with stars in her eyes as soon as she started to think about her car. She skipped towards the garage while humming something about shiny things. So, where are we? Jean asked us, finally getting up from the ground. This is Nox, our home, I said, gesturing Jean towards the building. It didn't look anything special from the outside. After all, the complete magic was inside. Nemuri arrived with her shiny car and stopped in front of us. How do you like my baby? Nemuri asked, looking towards Fleur and Jean. After all, it was the first time they were seeing this shiny abomination. I didn't say anything and silently took the shotgun. Both Fleur and Jean stood out of the car dumbly. I think they went blind because of the shine. They finally noticed that I was already inside the car, and without saying anything they got inside the car. Nobody appreciates true art, Nemuri sulked while pouting. She looked quite cute when she did that. Do you know the way to Hotel at Kotisa? I asked Nemuri, who simply nodded her head and drove her shiny car in that direction. I was pretty sure that she blinded a few drivers on the roads. After all, if I understood from their cursing. Nemuri wasn't bothered with that in the slightest. She took it in complete stride and continued driving. We finally arrived in front of the hospital and Nemuri activated the anti-surveillance runes on her car. After some liberal use of Imperius, we were easily granted entrance. Jean just sat in her seat and saw all this with a dumb look on her face. How is she doing that? Jean finally asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. Nemuri finally arrived in an empty spot and parked the car. Before anyone could answer Jean, Nemuri handed all of us an anti-surveillance rune parchment. Jean saw what I and Fleur did with that parchment and she also did the same. She used the Imperius curse. It takes away your will, I finally answered Jean while getting out of the car. I know, I could have explained it much better, but I wasn't in the mood. We entered the hospital and walked to the reception. The lady behind the desk asked for our ID, but she got an Imperius curse in return. After that, she sang like a canary and gave us all the information we asked for. Thank you, like any other gentlewoman, Nemuri politely thanked the lady even if it wasn't needed. Sometimes when I see Nemuri I think no one can be more shameless than her. We finally arrived in Charles's room. I have seen this room in the video feed. We simply entered the room. Looks like Charles was hurt quite badly. I didn't feel any mental probes. From the expressions on the girls' faces, they didn't feel any mental probes either. I had already sensed that Charles was inside and I knew that it was him. Hello Charles, how have you been? I entered the room and greeted Charles. Charles immediately got a horrified look on his face and his hand shot towards the table, but Nemuri was faster and got him with the body bind curse. His hands and legs immediately snapped together. Oh, don't be like that. We have come to visit you, I said in a mocking tone, and finally Fleur and Jean walked into the room. Fleur shot several runes and charms at the door and secured the whole room. Nemuri shot a stinging hex at the CCTV in the room and destroyed it. I have nothing to do with a monster like you, Charles spat out while gritting his teeth. Don't blame him, Professor. I was the one who asked him to bring us here, Jean spoke up, finally coming to the front. She used her power to pull out a stool and sat down beside Charles. Jean, I am glad to see you are here. You must stop this monster, Charles spoke to Jean, going back to his caring grandfatherly act. No, Professor, you are making a mistake. I am not the Jean you knew. I am the complete Jean, the one who you had locked away, Jean said in a caring tone, trying not to lose to Charles's act. Charles immediately got a horrified look on his face and didn't know what to do. The magic was keeping him bound in his place. Don't worry, Professor, I will pay you back for what you did to me, Jean said and grabbed Charles's wrists tightly. Jean, you must understand, what I did was for the greater good, Charles said in a hurried tone. Yes, I have been thinking when he would say that. Here it was. Yes, and what I am going to do will also be for the greater good, Jean said, looked directly into Charles's eyes. Charles started to scream loudly. Soon his body started to age drastically and his scream stopped. Jean finally let go of the body. Only a mummified body was left on the bed. Jean immediately turned around and threw herself into my arms and broke down in tears. I looked towards Fleur and Nemuri, who happily encouraged me to hug her back. I hesitantly moved my arms around her and started to pat her back to soothe her. Now, I kind of feel that Fleur and Nemuri knew that this was going to happen and they knowingly stood at a distance. Jean, how are you feeling? I asked Jean carefully in a soothing voice when her sobs finally stopped. Jean kept crying for several minutes while hugging me. Well, I guess, it must be a normal reaction for people when they kill for the first time. There is a reason I used the term normal here. I never felt anything after killing. Nemuri went around the bend when she found that these worlds are rotten and didn't mind killing, and Rumi was the only one who could relate anything to Jean. Dora will be useless in this department because even after she was an Auror, her hands were clean. Fleur, Momo, and Luna were similar cases. I am quite all right now, Jean whispered in a low voice but didn't leave my embrace. I could hear Nemuri snickering from the back. After few more minutes, Jean finally left my embrace while blushing. I conjured a packet of napkins and handed them to Jean and cast a scour jiffy on my shirt to get it clean. Sorry for making a mess, Jean said meekly while wiping her face. She spoke while gesturing towards my shirt. It wasn't a problem, it's already clean, I said while gesturing towards the shirt. Once again I heard Nemuri snickering from behind me. A tick mark appeared on my head. Will you stop that? Unable to hold back, I yelled at Nemuri. That didn't have the desired effect, as this time she started to giggle perversely and Fleur also joined her, but she was simply giggling. Jean blushed hard when she heard their giggling. I am really sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Jean exclaimed and tried to apologize to Fleur and Nemuri. Even though I was not reading their mind, I could clearly tell why Jean was apologizing. She felt that Fleur and Nemuri were angry about the fact that she hugged me and broke down. Oh pish, we don't mind at all. I don't mind sharing him with you, Nemuri said with a perverted grin on her face. Jean blushed up a storm and started to sputter in embarrassment. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes, I also approve of you, Fleur said in a cheering tone. It almost felt like Fleur was also encouraging Jean to make advances on me. But the main party. I would have appreciated if my own girls weren't trying to share me with other girls without my permission. It's like I own a self-growing harem. Cough with a fake cough. I brought everyone out of the amorous atmosphere. I would appreciate it if my feelings are also considered next time, I said to Nemuri and Fleur, who didn't look like they were feeling bad. In fact, they were looking pretty proud. Jean kept blushing and kept staring at the floor but didn't say anything. So, are we going to drop them back on the island or take them with us? Nemuri's question once again changed the atmosphere. I think it would be better if you two return to the island. It's not that I think that you two are weak or something. I just think you two are not ready to see all that stuff. I started to speak, but when I saw that Fleur and Jean are going to protest, I decided to explain while giving them some minor details. No, I won't be going back. You will be taking me with you. I don't want to hide behind anyone anymore, Fleur said with a determined look on her face. This isn't a matter of hiding behind anyone. I just want to protect their innocence. I completely agree with Fleur. I also want to join your mission, Jean said with a straight face. Her blush was completely gone now. Instead, I could see a fire burning in her eyes. I was about to deny them again. It is good that they have the determination, but I don't think we will find something nice in those places, and what we found in the last base was quite disturbing. But before I deny them, Nemuri decided to speak up her mind. I think we should take them. Yes, I agree with you that they shouldn't see what is happening in those places, but I think they need to see this to understand how cruel people can be, Nemuri said. Just as I said, I wasn't thrilled with this, but what Nemuri said makes a lot of sense. Huh? I released a huge sigh and nodded my head. Both Fleur and Jean immediately smiled, but I knew very well that the smile won't be on their faces for long. You know I have the list. Where should we visit first? Nemuri asked me. I thought for a few seconds before coming to a decision. Let's check out Moscow first, I said, to which everyone nodded their head. Now that we have dealt with Charles, we decided to leave. I decided to leave the body as a gift for whoever that fool was working with. Honestly, his memories could have been useful for me, but I didn't want to gain the Phoenix Force's ire. It was clear that Charles was severely injured, at least mentally. He never tried to use his powers when we were in there, which proved that his mind was injured. And I don't know what kind of effect legilimency would have on him when he was like this now. He could have died if I had used legilimency on him. That would have been bad. We walked out of the room, but I decided to keep the wards intact. With that in place, his body won't be found for a few days. Without getting bothered for a single time, we arrived in the parking lot. Send your car back to Nox. We will teleport to Moscow directly from here, I said to Nemuri, who stubbornly shook her head. Nope, not happening. I got to drive this baby after so many days. There is no way in hell that I am going to simply teleport it back to Nox, Nemuri protested vehemently. Looks like Nemuri had already made up her mind, and it was clear that she was going to throw a tantrum if I argued with her. All of us entered the car and we quickly drove out of the hospital. Nemuri took her sweet time to reach Nox, and she looked proud that she wasted so much time. I kept giving her the stink eye. After arriving at Nox, Nemuri made a portkaya to Moscow. We felt a familiar tug around our navel, and all four of us were whisked away from Nox, and the next second we found ourselves in a dark alley. We walked out of the alley and Nemuri hailed a cab. I was slightly surprised when I heard Nemuri speaking fluent Russian with the cab driver. She must have used some kind of magic. After all, Nemuri isn't stupid, and when she was in Hogwarts she had enchanted those bracelets to protect our mind, and she also made her own version of Unforgivables, though I am quite sure that she never got a chance to use them. She was intelligent, but she didn't invest her time in research and studies like Momo. Instead, she spent her time with her porn collection and messing around the world. Nemuri was already using Imperius on the driver to get the information she was asking him. After getting some information from him, Nemuri gave him some US bills and sent the poor guy on his merry way. I have got the location from him. I can directly apparate there, Nemuri said, and I agreed. As soon as I agreed, she grabbed Fleur's hand and disappeared with a crack. Like before, I extended my hand towards Jean, who didn't blush this time. She took my hand and both of us disappeared with another crack and appeared in front of a rundown building. Why do bad guys always choose a place like this? My shoes will be ruined, Fleur whined, looking at the building. The three of us didn't know what to say after we heard her. It was clear that fashion was much more important to her than the other things. I think we are late. The bad guys are already gone, it seems, I said, pointing towards the next street. The whole place was crawling with police officers. I could also feel several life signs inside the building, but everything was completely silent except for the reporters and police officers. So, what now? Nemuri asked in whispers. We will sneak in the building and look around. Even though we are late, we could still find something inside, I said, and the girls agreed. I cast a notice me not and disillusionment charm on Jean and then on myself. Only because Jean had the power of the Phoenix Force she was able to feel us, so we won't be having a problem maneuvering inside the building. We entered the building without any problem and found several bodies were kept there wrapped in body bags. There were several other bags with organs inside them. I could already notice that Jean and Fleur were already sick, but since they didn't say anything I decided to continue moving inside. Soon, we found that the place was mostly empty. Only some simple pieces of equipment were left behind. These pieces of equipment were easily available in the market. It was quite clear that they ran away in a hurry and left these pieces of equipment here. The important types of equipment were taken by them. Since they left in hurry, they also left the organs and bodies. I used legilimency on the person in charge and found that this place was reported in the afternoon by a drunkard. Looks like they are on the run, Nemuri said in a sing-song voice after we walked out of the building, finding that there was nothing left in there for our use. Don't be callous. What we saw in there is completely evil, Fleur said, reprimanding Nemuri. She just gave Fleur an annoyed look. Hehe, you haven't even seen the worst yet. See, that was the reason Rio didn't want you two to come. If you still want to come with us, then be ready to see such scenes. Nemuri spoke in a serious tone. No traces of her usual attitude or personality could be found in her voice. Nemuri's right. Decide if you still want to come with us or not. I also spoke, looking at both Fleur and Jean in a no-nonsense tone. I patiently waited for Fleur and Jean to make their decision. If they decide to come with me even after this, then I will take them along with me, but I wanted them to think about it carefully. Now, they should at least have an idea of what we were planning to deal with. After all, hearing and seeing are completely different things. While they were thinking, I decided to check my mark on Sublime. No, I can't spy on him through the mark, but I can definitely locate him. I concentrated inside my mind and it didn't take too long for me to find him. Sublime was currently in some eastern country. I think probably China. The reason I am saying probably is because I don't have a world map inside my mind. Yes, we still want to go with you, Fleur said, looking at me with determined eyes, and Jean also nodded her head from the side with a determined look on her face. Fine, let's go. So where to next? I asked Nemuri, who thought only for a few seconds before answering. India, they had a base somewhere near Surat, Nemuri said with a thoughtful look on her face. A/N. Now, this is just a story, so if by some coincidence it matches your city, then remember this is fiction. Nemuri once again prepared the portkaya from a stone by the street. The four of us placed our hand on the stone, and with a familiar tug around our navel, all four of us were whisked away and we appeared on the shore of some river. 3 of us landed perfectly, only Jean ended up sprawled on the floor. Ugh, this was really bad, Jean said while groaning on the ground. Fleur helped the poor girl to get up and cast a scour jiffy to get the dust off her. What's this place? I asked Nemuri. She made a portkaya to here, then she must know where it brought us, right? This is Tapedai River. When I came to India last time, some festival was going on in here. Nemuri answered the question with a smile on her face. This wasn't her usual smile, this was a genuine smile. She must have enjoyed the festival a lot. So, how long do we have to walk before we reach the street? Fleur asked when she finally digested everything Nemuri explained about her trip. Fleur also liked to travel, so she was naturally entranced by Nemuri's tale. Oh, don't worry, we don't have to walk that much, Nemuri said dismissively and gestured us to follow her. It took us nearly 5 minutes to reach the street. There was a small market there along with some odd-looking vehicles. Nemuri said that they were auto rickshaws. We also saw several food stalls there. Nemuri took us to the panipuri stall. After eating just one panipuri, I knew that I fell in love with that thing. It became one of my favorite foods. Jean and Fleur were also having similar thoughts. I didn't want to leave, but Nemuri decided to drag us away from the stall. She said the panipuri in West Bengal was much better than here. I made not so subtle demands to take us there. She laughed and happily agreed. A/N. I am from West Bengal, so I am biased. You can sue me, but panipuri in West Bengal is the best. Nemuri used the same method, and Impari used an auto rickshaw driver to get the necessary information. Even after she got the location from him, I wanted to ride auto rickshaw. It was odd looking, but I felt that I will definitely get some kind of thrill by riding it. Fleur just shrugged and agreed. Nemuri had to reserve an auto rickshaw because the place we needed to go was quite far and the driver was quite adamant that he won't get other passengers. Quite an odd system, though I didn't complain. After all, I knew very well that I shouldn't badmouth some countries' systems or traditions. And just like I had guessed, the auto ride was a completely different experience. I kind of liked it. It wasn't like normal car rides or bike rides. We finally arrived in front of a creepy-looking old haunted mansion. I immediately remembered some horror movies I have seen throughout my life, and I meant both of my lives. Nemuri paid the driver a 500 rupees note and sent him on his merry way. She noticed that I was staring at her. What? Nemuri asked in a defensive manner. Where do you keep all that money? I asked her, and an evil grin appeared on her face. Oh, why don't you check my nook and cranny with your detection rod? Nemuri said in a husky voice. Fine. It was my fault that I fucking asked her. The other girls were looking around, so they didn't hear what Nemuri said. I spread out my senses and immediately found that there were 39 people inside the building. Quite a number, and I don't think that any of them were metahumans. After practicing my senses for so long now, I was able to sense the difference between humans and metahumans. But from what I was sensing, they were neither metahumans nor mutants. Something clicked in my mind. I am really a lucky bastard. I got 39 of them in a single place. It could be a trap after all. From what I have heard from Emma, they found Emma and her merry band as soon as they started to rest. Well, before reaching any conclusion, I should check it out. Let's go in, but everyone be careful. It might be a trap since everyone inside there are human. There is 39 of them, so before directly attacking we need to see if it's a trap or not, and if it's a trap we would need to stun them and find out how they knew about our arrival, I said, and disillusioned Jean, and then did the same to myself. Nemuri and Fleur started to cast a modified Muggle repelling charm. Unlike the other Muggle repelling charms, this was different. This worked on the opposite principle. This charm would stop anyone from leaving, not entering. Obviously someone could still escape by chance or by mistake, but now no one was knowingly getting out of this place. The four of us sneaked into the building and found that my guess was completely true. This was a trap prepared for us, and everyone inside the place was wearing full body suits. Now, I needed to know how they knew about our arrival. Since we had already discussed this, all four of us silently moved inside the building. Sawyer, are you sure that they are going to come here? All of us heard an angry female voice from the inside. Fuck it, Dree. You know I told us about their arrival. She has never been wrong before, a man retorted in a similar manner. All four of us crept closer to the room. It must be someone from their group, but I need to know what kind of ability she has. Oh, it is much better that she has never failed before. Nov, L, B / JNN. Then where the fuck are they? They should have been here by now. Sawyer, I have more important things to do than play around with your bullshit. And does Sublime know about this? The woman shouted once again. The man grunted in anger and something inside the room was moved. I shot a few spells on the wall and made it transparent from this side. We saw that the man was sitting by the table while the woman was leaning on the wall. No, I was unable to contact Sublime after our Nebraska base was destroyed, the man said in a low voice. Even though the woman was wearing a helmet and full body suit, I could feel that she wasn't happy with that answer. Damn it, Sawyer. How the fuck do you plan to explain this to Sublime? The woman screamed in anger. It doesn't matter. Leviathan had already destroyed one of our bases. I can't allow a pathetic mutant to reign supreme over me. It has to end now, the man said with a grunt. The woman was shocked and stopped leaning on the wall. Are you fucking stupid? Didn't you see what he did in Nebraska City, or are your eyes just for show? The woman demanded and slammed her fist on the table. The table collapsed under the force of her punch. Everything will be inconsequential. His power won't matter anything in front of ruler. You know how ruler's powers work, right? Whatever he wants happens, the man known as Sawyer said in a confident tone. Ruler isn't a god, Sawyer. His power has limits too. He can't stop anything he knows nothing about, and I think Leviathan falls into that category, the woman retorted, and the man just laughed. I signaled Nemuri to move in. Both Fleur and Nemuri Flash stepped inside the room. Since we were able to see what was inside the room, it wasn't a problem. Both me and Jean decided to wait outside the room. Yes, Leviathan can control metals like Magneto and release lighting from his body. Nothing more is. Before he could speak anymore, Nemuri's curses hit him and he was petrified, bound, and silenced. Fleur did the same with the woman. When both of them were out of commission, I entered the room along with Jean through the door. I stopped the disillusionment charm and appeared right in front of the Sawyer and Dree. Hello, how are you? I am pleased to meet you too. I said, looking at them, and I didn't need to see their faces or use legilimency to know that they were scared. Hello, how are you? I am pleased to meet you too. I said, looking at them, and I didn't need to see their faces or use legilimency to know that they were scared. At least they were smart enough to make their suits without medals. Fleur, be a dear and ward the room. We don't want anyone interrupting us now, do we? Using our names won't be a problem now, as these two will be left as drooling messes after I am finished with them. Yeah, sure. Fleur shrugged and started to fire off charms at the doors and the walls. It took a minute to completely ward the room. After all, nothing extraordinary was needed. We only needed the privacy wards and the repelling charms along with the notice me not. I pointed my hands in their direction and vanished their masks with magic. Now, I can't have a conversation when I can't even see their faces. That would be practically rude. The man was in his early 40s and the woman was also around his age. The man had short spiky black hair while the woman sported short wavy brown hair. I lifted the silencing charm from them. Now that the room was warded, I wasn't worried about their voices getting out and notifying the others. That was rather rude of me. From the look on your faces, both of you obviously know me, I said in a mocking tone, and both of them looked completely horrified. Rio, it looks like they don't want to cooperate. Why don't we give them some motivation? Nemuri asked in an excited tone. I gave the two of them another look and used legilimency on the man and found out that his power was shockwaves. The man could send shockwaves through his hands, but the thing is he needed to touch something with his hands. But unfortunately for Sawyer here, his hands were strapped together, so even if he sends shockwaves it will only travel through his own body, which could be a very painful and deadly experience for him. Then my eyes turned towards the bound and petrified woman. Her power was super strength and she was very, very strong. If nothing else, she wasn't as strong as Hulk or She-Hulk. Since this universe is different, is there any chance of She-Hulk making an appearance? I need to research if Bruce Banner has a cousin named Jennifer Walters or not. Since she was petrified she had no chance of moving, so her superpower was also useless. Yeah, sure. Why don't you give it a try? I said, backing away from them. Nemuri's smile became feral and she pointed her finger towards the woman. Crucio, the woman lurched her back and only after a few seconds of whimpering, she started to scream her lungs out. She at least tried not to scream but failed. Sawyer watched his friend with a horrified look on his face. After half a minute, Nemuri lifted the spell and Dree leaned forward, relieved that the unimaginable pain finally stopped. Take a few seconds to relax, Nemuri said to the woman and turned towards Sawyer. I remember you saying that everything was inconsequential. Let's see if you are still that determined or not, Nemuri said before she could do anything. The man lost his bladder control. Nemuri made a disgusted face and scourgified him. That earned you 30 seconds of crucio. I didn't appreciate that. Crucio, Nemuri said, and Sawyer was either not strong like the woman or Nemuri was really angry as Sawyer started to bleed from his eyes along with his ears just after a few seconds. Is that something like Imperious? Jean asked Fleur, who was happily looking around the room for anything important. Yes, but this one causes unimaginable pain. Extended exposure can snap someone's mind. Fleur gave her a brief overview of the spell. Jean immediately gave the man a worried look. I can somewhat understand why she is worried. It was clear approving the use of Cruciatus Curse on someone needed a certain level of mental fortification. Some people don't have the stomach to torture. Like Nemuri had mentioned, she crucioed Sawyer for an exact minute. When she finally lifted the spell, he was bleeding from several places from his body. This was the first time I saw this effect. Did you use something extra? I asked Nemuri. This shouldn't have happened. Only extended exposure could lead to such things. I might have used a little too much juice in it, Nemuri said in a nervous tone. I was stunned. Cruciatus Curse doesn't work like that. You can't just put more magic in the spell and have a stronger effect. The Cruciatus Curse's strength depends on experience and emotion. Yes, you need magic to maintain the spell, but you can't put more magic in it to make it stronger. This is something that needs to be researched. It might have something to do with her nine-tail powers. She wanted to cause him pain, and she might have unconsciously brought an illusion to reality. Does her power even work like that? It could. I remember that the nine-tailed fox artifact in Kill the Hero had several powers, one power for each tail. But it could be done on a later date. I need to deal with Sawyer first. He doesn't look too good. He is looking like he is going to die. I can't let that happen, at least not before I rip apart his mind for information. I walked up to Sawyer and looked into his eyes. Legilimens, I said, and ripped through his barriers. Sawyer started to scream once again, but I didn't pay any attention to him and started to look up everything related to Ruler. That was my priority. I needed to know that he didn't have any reality-bending powers like Matthew Malloy from Earth 14923. That would be disastrous. I am also not confident enough to defeat someone like him. But what I found made me want to laugh. His power was something similar to Worthless of Belial clan, but in this case, it works against mutations. But what made me want to laugh more was they thought that I had the power to absorb or copy mutations from other mutations. Even after I had shown that mutant suppression zones were useless to me, they were still thinking that I was a mutant. Now, that I was sure that Ruler wasn't a threat, I decided to check. After all, she was the one who told them that I was going to show up. I hope that she doesn't have powers like either Night Eye or a regular seer, but I wasn't worried that much after all. The Ancient One was unable to see my future even with the Time Stone, so I don't think that normal people could see my future any longer. And just like I had thought, I was right once again. She only got 2 glimpses of the future, one where I along with the girls arrive in their Russian lab and the other vision where I appear here. So, they decided to set up an ambush for me in here. Having Ruler with them made them overconfident. Then, I searched his mind for any information regarding Sublime and found that he was telling the truth. Since the destruction of their base in Nebraska City, they had no contact. Then, I sailed through his mind for anything important and made a mental note of everything important in his head. I finally pulled out of his mind and he looked much worse now. From his blood flow I could tell that he was about to die. Now, let's see what you have in your mind, I said to the woman, and used legilimency on her without any mercy and ripped through her mind too. These 2 were generals of men, the other general was along with the forces. I got a lot of things from her mind too, a lot of secret hideouts and bases which were completely confidential. I also found that she was a part of the group that captured Logan and handed him over to Strucker. I pulled out of her mind too, but found that the woman was still strong and her mind was still intact. I shot an organ liquefying curse at her. This would assure her death while making it painful. The woman started to scream in pain, but I shot her with a silencing charm. So, what now? Fleur asked me when she saw that the man was already dead and the woman will soon join him in the afterlife. Kill everyone in here, I said with a straight face, and both Fleur and Jean nodded with a determined look on their faces. Nemuri didn't even react because she already knew what we were going to do. We unlocked the room and walked out. From what I have seen inside Sawyer's and Dria's minds is that there was no one in this place we should be worried about. So, we decided to stop using subterfuge and use a full frontal attack. I felt 2 men coming in our direction and signaled the girls. As soon as the 2 of them appeared, Nemuri hit one of them with a skin-withering curse and Fleur hit the other one with a reducto to his head. Are you okay? I asked Fleur in a caring tone. After all, this was the first life she took. Fleur nodded her head. I had already made up my mind. I needed to do this, and it's not like I am killing some saints. Fleur answered me with a smile. I don't know what Jean would do, but I don't think that she will be a liability. The screams of the U-man hit with the withering curse alerted everyone inside the base of our arrival, and alarms started to blare. I could feel that the rest of the U-men were already heading in our direction. Only 35 were left now, as we have dealt with 4 of them. Soon the whole group arrived and I immediately recognized Ruler was in the front along with their remaining general. Do it, Ruler, the general commanded, and Ruler clasped his hands together, but I didn't feel anything different. I used my powers on Ruler's blood and he immediately dropped on the floor clutching his chest. Quite useless, Nemuri mocked and shot an organ expelling curse at Ruler. Everyone around Ruler took a step back when Ruler started to vomit his organs. They must be horrified. I gave Nemuri a glare. I wanted to make him feel pain for a few more minutes. Nemuri smirked at me. Whoever kills the most of them gets something from you, Nemuri challenged. It was clear that she wanted me to stand back. Seeing no harm, I agreed with the challenge. Fine. Nov, L, B /JNN. But as soon as I finished, I felt Jean release a massive energy wave and all the U-men in the building were disintegrated into dust. As soon as she was done, she blushed and started to whistle while looking away. The three of us just gave her a blank look. What? I also wanted to participate in the challenge, Jean said in a defensive tone while we kept staring at her blankly. It is kind of funny that all the U-men were disintegrated in an instant. With that, all the U-men were dead except a few who were not here. Let's take a break, Rumi said, and I finally dropped on the floor. I should have known that Rumi is a training freak. I was completely spent. Rumi can easily be referred to as a trainer from hell. Never in my life I have trained so intensely. I needed to drink some water and wipe off the sweat. My eyes turned towards the corner of the room. Rumi always insisted that I must keep my stuff there. I felt the floor was quite comforting and I just wanted to keep sitting here, but I knew that it was a pipe dream. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Rumi will force me to get up as soon as the break ends, and if by that time I didn't drink water, then I will have to continue just like that. I glared at Rumi, who was pulling up massive weights. Yes, when she gives me a break she starts to work out physically. With a lot of struggle, I was able to pull myself from the floor and somehow walked to the corner and took out my water bottle from my bag. I sat down beside my bag and gulped down all the water I could and put the bottle back in my bag. Now that I have dealt with my thirst, I pulled out a towel and started to wipe off my sweat. My eyes darted towards Rumi and I cringed when I saw her working out so intensely. Thank God, she doesn't force me to physically work out like her. She only makes me work out a little bit before she starts training me. She calls it warm-up, but I don't think that warm-up could be that intense. After that, she starts to train me in magical arts. And that is why I am currently in this condition. I didn't train physically with her, but she pushes me so far during my magical training that my body starts to get tired. But I won't say that the training Rumi has been putting me through has not helped me. I am now able to cast some magical spells without a problem. I could feel that my control over the magic inside my body was increasing continuously. I am glad that I had a power like this, or I would have been left behind by Jean. She is getting trained by Fleur, another phoenix, and Jean is getting stronger with each passing day. Jean has gone through a lot of changes recently. It has been a week since she has killed Charles, and it wasn't like that she had just killed Charles. She absorbed his vitality. Jean also mentioned that Charles's death wasn't painless. Since the day Rio destroyed the blocks on Jean, I knew that she was going to kill Charles. At first, I felt bad for the professor, but no matter how much I tried, I wasn't able to bring myself to care for him. I have lost all of my respect for him. Yes, I understand that he had helped me when needed, but I have seen that he turned a blind eye towards his own kind, us, the metahumans, when we needed him most. I can understand his love for the humans, but I started to hate it when he blatantly disregarded the abuse we were receiving from the humans. Enough about that dead fool. Jean told me what they found in Russia, and honestly, I was completely appalled after hearing that. Jean told me how they had planned to ambush them in India, but instead, all of them were killed by Jean. Even though she didn't mention it, but it was quite clear that she was pretty excited because she won the challenge. She cashed out her win today and took Rio on a date. Honestly, I am jealous of her. I wanted to be in her place so badly. At first, I was interested in him, but then I found that he was involved with several girls, which discouraged me slightly, but I was kind of getting used to the idea because of how happy the girls were. The most interesting part was his power. I don't know why, but his power attracted me. I almost jumped him when I saw him the day after he destroyed Nebraska City. I had to use all of my willpower to stop myself from doing that. There was no way in hell that I will do that, at least in the open. I would like to keep my bedroom adventures in my bedroom, thank you very much. Some flats were already ready and metahumans were already moving in. The management is using a first-come first-serve policy. After all, it was only fair. Who came first on this island, they will get their houses first before the others. Breaks over. Rumi snarked in my direction. She is completely different during training. I groaned and pulled myself up from the floor and joined Rumi for my magic training. POV Rio. I was relaxing under the shade of the umbrella with Jean by my side. After she won the small challenge a week ago, she asked me for a date. I had no idea what kind of dates she liked, so I directly asked her. She said that she liked picnic kinds of dates. It meant dates away from crowds and crowded places. That is why I planned to have a picnic on the west side of the island. No one visits this side of the island, except Luna. She comes here frequently along with Adela. Sometimes I think that Adela isn't familiar with how close the two of them are. Well, I am not complaining. With how busy I am usually, I am kind of happy that Adela is being taken care of. What are you thinking about? Jean asked me while pulling down her shades from her eyes. Sorry, I was lost in some thoughts, I apologized. After all, I was on a date and it was rude to ignore your date. It's no problem, but it is clear that you were worried about something, Jean said while leaning forward, and she pulled her knees to her chest to support herself. I was thinking about Adela. I am glad that she is being taken care of, I said, and I noticed that as soon as mentioned Adela, Jean's whole body shuddered. Jean is not a fan of Adela. In truth, she is kind of scared of Adela, but she would never accept it. Please don't talk about that. Jean murmured in a low tone. I gave her an amused smile which she didn't seem to notice. Without saying anything I pulled the picnic basket from my side and pulled out 2 bottles of beer. Yes, I know that wine would have been best but we still haven't eaten anything and the wine feels much better after a meal. I handed a bottle to Jean who accepted the bottle with a smile. Thank you, she thanked me and used her power to open the bottle. I did the same with mine and took a small swig. So, why did you suddenly decide to help mortals? Jean suddenly asked me. I wasn't expecting a question like that. At least not from her, but I wasn't offended because it was a question that would pop up inside anyone's mind. Well, I wanted to do something for the metahumans, I answered in a dismissive manner. This was our first date and I wasn't going to blab about God's mission to her. I am not complaining. I am rather glad that you decided to help us, but I am kind of curious. I have asked the Phoenix. She told me that beings like you don't meddle in mortal affairs, Jean said in a defensive and curious tone. Yes, beings like us usually don't, but I felt that I should do something about it. Since I had decided to do it, I will obviously see it through even though my initial plans had changed. When I arrived here, I decided to check the mutant groups. Xavier Mansion and the Brotherhood of Mutants was my obvious choice, I said and took a sip from my bottle. I saw that Jean was intently listening to me. I sent Rumi to the Brotherhood and I decided to infiltrate Xavier Mansion. At first, I wanted to use subterfuge to get everyone on my side, but the assassination of the Kelly family and the First Lady ruined all those plans. I needed to make a bold move to save everyone and you already know the rest, I said to Jean and smiled. Are you going to leave after you are done with Elysium? Jean asked me with a worried look on her face. No, I have decided to stay in this world, 2 decades in the least. I don't know if I will decide to stay longer or not. After all, time isn't a matter to beings like us, I said and transfigured the bottle into a lifelike small model of the Phoenix Force. The bird started to fly around Jean. She started to laugh and fly with the small Phoenix model. I pulled our picnic basket and started to prepare our meal. Everything was already prepared. I just needed to set everything up and arrange it before us. Around evening, me and Jean finally returned to Eric's base. Nowadays I don't get a lot of time to spend like that. I have to say that I enjoyed myself quite a bit along with Jean. I flash-stepped near Jean's room and dropped her there. Jean gave me a hug and told me that she was looking forward to our next date. We didn't share a kiss at the end, but there is no written rule that we needed to share a kiss at the end. I was quite happy that Jean wasn't hurrying anything and it seemed like she wanted to take it slow. In the last chapter I forget to post Jean's picture in her bikini. Well, here it is. Image here. After dropping Jean near her room, I decided to meet with Eric. That dude had been really busy throughout the last week because the house elves had finished some flats. He was also busy managing the whole place. I might have helped the metahumans and saved them by taking the lead, but I had no intention of becoming a leader. I would happily allow Eric to take that position. I won't mind if he becomes the leader or gives the leadership to someone else. My mission was to make a safe haven for the mutants or metahumans and I completed the mission. I have already received the message from God about my completion of the mission. Now, I only needed to complete my second mission and I had a lot of time to spare now. I found Eric on a watchtower near the temporary residential area. It would take a lot of time to get every one of them a flat. After all, the flats were being distributed by family. Some metahumans have asked for a personal flat but they have been denied. Single metahumans can opt for dorms which will be prepared after the flats were finished. I took flight and landed beside Eric on the watchtower. He had already noticed me but didn't seem to react. He was looking at some papers. You look kind of busy, I said to Eric. The smirk on his face told me that he was in a happy mood. He turned his face towards me and his smirk grew wider. You have no idea and I don't mind it. Eric finished with a smirk and went back to the documents he was checking. What's our current population? I asked Eric but didn't look at him. This time I stared over the tents. 31 million. Yes, I know that's more than what we had estimated but we won't have a problem. There are still some metahumans out there in the world but I don't hold much hope that they will join us. Eric started to speak in an excited tone but when he finished his voice was kind of sullen. Eric put down the documents and stared at me. There are still some fools like Charles around the world who think what we are doing here is wrong and they want to help humans. They believe that humans will see the error in their ways, Eric said in a sad tone. I already knew that there would be a small population that would still support the humans even after what had happened. Then, leave them be. They have made their choice, I said in a serious tone. Eric didn't seem to be too happy with that but he still nodded his head in agreement. We have caught 126 spies till now. Thanks to your and Nemuri's teleportation arrays only metahumans can use them or we would have been dealing with much more, Eric said and stared towards the ocean. You threw all of them in the ocean? I asked him in a surprised tone. I didn't expect Eric to do that. Yes, he hates Charles and his butt buddies so he might have thrown Scott and Hank in the ocean following Rumi's command but I didn't think that he would do the same to the others too. No, not all of them. Emma helped with that. She told us who have agreed to spy on us willingly and who were forced. The ones who agreed to spy on us willingly were thrown into the ocean. I might care for all the metahumans but I will not put others at risk by showing them mercy. Eric finished almost in a whisper. This side of Eric is kind of new to me. I have seen it in the movies but at that time Eric was completely cruel but this Eric was much kinder. What happened to Scott and Hank? I asked Eric in a curious tone. I know what happened to them from Rumi but she left after giving the command. I have not confirmed if they were actually thrown into the ocean or not. They were thrown into the ocean after Rumi broke their bones and knocked them out. She was pretty brutal too. That sent a clear message to the others that we don't like spies among us, Eric said in an excited tone, but this time he didn't look up from his documents. Do you mind if I ask you something? Eric asked me in a cryptic tone. Yeah, sure, go ahead, I obviously agreed. Why didn't you take the leadership of the metahumans? I mean, you could have easily done that, but you eventually backed away, Eric asked me with a confused look on his face. It's too much of a bother for me, I said while nodding my head like a sage. Eric gave me an incredulous look, but he didn't say anything. Obviously, I would never give him my true reason. That simply won't happen. Nov. L. B /JNN. After that, I told Eric that I was leaving and flew back to the ground. I needed to do 2 more things before I could take a complete break. First, I needed to deal with Sublime once and for all, and I needed to show Strucker's and Sublime's crimes on a broadcast. From the memories of Sawyer and Dree, I was able to get my hands on all of their research and experiment records. I spent a whole week hunting down the remaining U-men and collecting those documents. But before I could do the broadcast, I wanted to deal with Sublime. After all, dead men, air, bacteria can't defend themselves or plan for revenge. But today was not that day. I had something else to do. I needed to pay someone a visit. POVNYM cough. Sorry tonks. I dropped on my bed like a sack of potatoes. I was dead tired, both mentally and physically. Mentally, because I miss Rio and the girls. Well, Nemuri not that much. She can bugger off. She was rather smug that she was enjoying holidays on Elysium and I was rotting in here. I almost felt like crying. With quite a lot of struggle, I pulled myself up from the bed and took off my top, and I was about to enter the shower when I heard a soft crack from behind me. I immediately jumped back and I was ready to attack the invader of my cozy room when I noticed the familiar face. At first I thought that I cracked my face and I might be seeing illusions. Lemon, are you really here? This isn't a prank, right? I asked in a worried tone. I don't want to get all excited and then be disappointed. He didn't say anything and pulled me into his arms and connected his lips with mine. Whoa, I had never felt so good. I almost ruined my knickers with that. Unconsciously my hands wrapped around his neck and I pulled him even closer. We finally separated after a few minutes. Yes, must have been minutes. That was the best snog ever. Now, I want to get shagged too. I missed you, Rio, I said huskily, and he just smiled and his hands started to snake around my body. I loved his hands roaming over my body. My hands didn't stay idle and my hands roamed on his back, finally resting on his ass. He has a cute ass. Of course, it was manly ass, but it was still cute. Rio grabbed the hem of my sports bra and started to tug it upwards. Even though I didn't want to take my hands off his ass, I pulled up my hands so he could take off my bra. Wait, let me ward the room. I don't want anyone interrupting us, Rio said between the kisses, and finally took off my bra and threw it on the bed. Rio pointed his finger towards the door and started to shoot the charms on the doors and the walls. I didn't want to stay idle. I could already feel his hardness poking me. I slid my right hand into his pants and started to stroke his member. It's not fair that only I am topless, I said while making a pout, but both of us knew that it wasn't a pout. Well, why don't we correct that? Rio asked me and pulled off his t-shirt and threw it somewhere in the room. Neither of us were worried about where our clothes ended up. My left hand started to roam on his chiseled chest and ABS, damn. I moaned loudly when his hands started to play with my puppies. His hands left my boobs and cupped around my arse. I loved when he did that. But isn't his hold too tight? Before I could ask him, he pulled me up and started to carry me into the bathroom. When I found out what he was doing, I didn't say anything and allowed him to carry me. I was dripping, and I needed a release or my mind will turn off. When he finally put me down, both of us were under the shower. I started to fumble with his belt. Why the hell is it so hard to take off his belt when I am so excited? I was finally able to open his belt and I fished out his shaft from his pants. His hands finally left my arse and he took off his pant and threw them back to the room. He grabbed my pants and pulled them down along with my wet knickers and started to brush his fingers along the lips of my snatch. I was about to come, but he stopped. He shouldn't have done that. I grabbed him tightly and turned him around. As soon as his back was facing the wall, I separated from him and pushed him against the walls. My pants and knickers were around my ankles. I leaned down and pulled them off and threw them in the room. I turned on the shower and looked at him with lust-filled eyes. It has been long since we had done it in the shower, I said, and grabbed his member and positioned it between my legs. Then don't let me deny you, he said, and thrust his member in me. I moaned loudly and raised my leg up his shoulder to give him better access. Being flexible has its perks. Come on, Rio, give it to me. Paint my insides with your baby batter, I moaned loudly. Yeah, I don't care if my perverted side starts to show up tonight. I don't care. At least, Rio was appreciating my dirty talk. His movements grew much faster and his thrusts became much stronger. I am gonna come, I stuttered out, and I felt his speed increase after he heard that. Me too. He grunted and both of us climaxed at the same time. He pulled me into his chest and leaned his head and started to hungrily kiss me. That was brilliant, I exclaimed when he finally stopped kissing me. Oh, then you should be ready. After all, the night is still young, Rio said, and I didn't need a blatant invitation after he said that. I wrapped my arms around his neck and jumped on him like a koala. As soon as my hold was strong on him, I mounted myself on his shaft. Then don't keep the lady waiting, I whispered into his ears, and after that, he didn't keep his lady waiting. Fuck, I groaned in annoyance when I was forced to wake up by the alarm clock on Dora's bedstand. It was annoying as hell. I had to force myself not to blast that damn thing into smithereens. Bugger it to hell. Dora woke up and cursed loudly in annoyance. Dora pulled herself away from my arms while grumbling and turned off her alarm. She used slightly more force than needed. As soon as she was done, she returned to her previous position and I pulled her into my arms. From her facial expressions, it was clear what she wanted. Stay like this, we don't need to get up, Dora mumbled and pulled me even closer to her. Not that I am complaining, but don't you have training today? I asked her in a confused tone. My hand snaked around her and I started to caress her back lovingly. She liked it. She squirmed slightly and tried to pull me even closer to her. Yes, but I only have theory classes today and they don't start until noon, Dora said in a low and content tone and remained unmoving in my arms. My thoughts immediately went towards the last night. I have to say that I really missed Dora. The first 3 times, we had sex, hot, steamy, hungry, mind-blowing sex, then the 2 of us moved back to the room and after that, we made love, completely sensual and passionate. Both of us enjoyed it quite a lot, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. So, how is your training going? I asked Dora, who slightly hummed while thinking. It's good, I am at the top of the batch. I expect that it will stay that way. Dora finished and started to run her hands through my hair. Now, shut up and let me cuddle, Dora chided me with a mock outraged tone. Sure, my lady, I replied with a smile and laid there without saying anything while caressing her back. The both of us spent the whole morning in complete silence, laying in the bed. We were completely content with that. After all, we had each other in our arms. We didn't even notice how quickly the time passed. It was almost noon, which meant Dora needed to get ready. After last night, she needed a nice and long shower. After all, both of us smelled like sex. Thankfully the hickey I gave Dora was near her shoulder and she won't have a problem hiding it, but I wasn't that lucky. The hickey she gave me was impossible to hide without a scarf. Thank God for glamour charms. I don't know what I would have done without them. Even though we took a shower together, we didn't go beyond some caressing and stroking. Dora had to attend her classes and it would be really bad if she went out of her room walking funny. I will miss you, Dora said in a caring tone. She was sad that I had to leave. Her hair was a dead giveaway. Unlike her usual bright colors, her hair was mousy brown. I will miss you too. Don't worry, I will try to pop up whenever possible. After a few days, I will be mostly free, I said to Dora and leaned down and sealed her lips with mine. After a long and passionate kiss, both of us separated, and I pulled her into a hug. Bye, stay safe, I whispered into her ears and pulled myself away from her. I will be waiting. Bye, Dora said and waved at me. With that, I apparat back to our room in Elysium. The room was completely empty. The girls were busy with their own stuff. Fleur was training Jean, Rumi was training Aurora, Nemuri was away for some business deal in New York. Yesterday morning she was saying that she found an interesting group and she wanted to invest in them. Momo was busy in her lab. God only knows what she was making along with Natasha, and well, Luna was Luna. She must have taken Adela on a walk. Yes, I know it should be slither or slithering, but Luna insists that it is a walk. I should ask Momo what she is making. The only thing I know is that it is something related to metahumans. I can do that later. Today I have something important to do. I will kill Sublime today. There is no use in keeping him alive anymore. I don't know who he asked for help, but I have felt him moving around some countries. I should at least pay him a visit. I know that he knows Strucker, but I am not sure if Sublime went to him or not. I pulled out my phone and texted all the girls that I was going away and I had no idea when I will be able to return. All of them replied to stay safe one by one. A gentle smile appeared on my face and I flash stepped right outside the barrier of Elysium. I appeared in midair and started to fly towards the Mark's location. I had no idea in which cave Sublime was hiding, so I don't want to teleport to that place without any idea of my surroundings. After a couple of hours in the air, I arrived in some godforsaken place on Earth. From whatever I knew from the world map, this place was somewhere near Chile. It was some small hilly area in the middle of nowhere, and here I thought that Earth was populated everywhere. But since the Mark has led me here, that means Sublime must be in here somewhere. I flew to the location exactly above the Mark and landed on the ground. As soon as I landed on the ground, I found a huge metal building stuffed underground. Well, I didn't find it. I was able to feel it. I felt several more life signs in there along with Sublime. There are no human in there. I could only feel humans and metahumans. Is this some kind of last stand? Quite possible. When he found that I was hunting his human, he could have done that. After all, when he felt that his life is in real threat, he decided to hide. But why does he have metahumans in there? Yes, he could be experimenting on them. That's quite possible. Now that I have accomplished that Sublime is hiding in some underground base, I needed to look for an entrance. Since the whole place was made up of metal, I didn't have to look too hard. Feeling the metal, I found myself in front of a small cave. I could feel the metal path starting from here or ending here. This was the only opening the whole place had. Yes, there are some vents too and I found them, but they were not big enough for a human. I expanded my senses to cover the whole place and I found several traps throughout the base. The entrance was completely rigged with motion sensors and proximity sensors. Even though this whole place was made up of metal, there were some parts from where Sublime could run away if needed. Now, I can't have him running away, can I? To stop Sublime from running away, I needed to kill him first. Quite simple. I cast a strong notice me not on myself, followed by disillusionment charm, scent masking charm, sound masking charm, and body heat masking charm. With all of my preparations over, I temporarily disabled all the sensors on the entrance and entered the cave. There was a mechanical metal gate in front of me. If the doors are opened forcefully, then everyone inside the base would be alerted. I can't have that. I cast a charm on the door to make it transparent. As soon as I saw what was past the door, I flash stepped in there and cancelled the transparency charm on the door. I started to walk in the direction of where I was feeling Sublime was. The mark led me to a laboratory. Thankfully it was a glass door and I didn't have to cast the transparency charm on the wall or door. I saw Sublime was leaning on a table with his hands rubbing his forehead. I flash stepped inside the room and completely froze in surprise and shock. So, this is where Logan was sent. From Dria's memory, I remember that she handed Logan to Strucker, which means Sublime is working with Strucker. There is a chance that Strucker is in here. Since I haven't met Strucker before now, I was unable to sense him through my metal sense. Logan was strapped with an oxygen mask and he was stuffed inside a tank. Thankfully he had his whole body and he wasn't just a brain and spine. I saw that Logan was awake and he was staring towards me. I was pretty sure that he wasn't able to see me, which can only mean that his sixth senses or his beast senses were telling him that someone was here. I decided to ignore Logan for now and started to fire wards on the walls. I don't want Sublime notifying anyone in here before I get to deal with them. Now that the room was completely warded, I needed to find some way to stop Sublime from running away. That is definitely going to be something complicated. Fuck. I have been so fucking stupid. How the hell did I miss something so simple? I berated and cursed myself for my stupidity. I sneaked behind Sublime and activated my Aegis shield, engulfing both myself and a depressed-looking Sublime inside it. This time I used my Aegis shield in the form of a complete sphere and voila, I have successfully captured Sublime. As soon as Sublime noticed the translucent barrier surround him, he shot up from his chair and turned around and he saw me. I saw that his eyes grew completely wide and his face lost all color. For a moment, I thought that Sublime was a metamorphomagus with how fast his color changed. Sublime took a step back in fear but found he can't, the barrier was stopping him. Leviathan. Sublime stuttering in fear. I saw his whole body was shaking in fear. Oh, I am going to really enjoy this. Leviathan. Sublime stuttered in fear. I saw his whole body was shaking in fear. Oh, I am going to really enjoy this. I could see the fear in his eyes. Now, this makes me feel really proud. It's nice that you remember me, Sublime. After all, you were really rude during our last meeting. I finished with a small smile on my face. I looked at Sublime and nodded my head. Now, let's check if he can run away or not, but I don't think that my aim is good enough to crucio a bacteria. Crucio, I whispered in a low voice and Sublime immediately dropped to his knees in pain. Sublime looked at me with hate in his eyes. Seeing his eyes, I lifted the Cruciatus curse. After all, I can't have him leaving the body. Sublime was still inside the body and the body started to heave heavily after I stopped the spell. I looked him straight into the eyes. Legilimens, I said in a deep voice, and entered his mind. I was shocked when his mental barriers were able to repel me. This was the first time someone was able to stop my legilimency probe. Even though I was taken aback by the strength of his mental shield, I didn't allow him to throw me out of his mind. With my next assault, I hit his mental shields like a pile bunker and started to rip apart his mental shields one by one. Sublime didn't even stand a chance against my mental assault. It didn't even take a minute for me to enter his mind. Now that I was inside his mind, I started to search for his weaknesses. He is an arrogant and egomaniac bastard, so obviously, he was going to know his own weaknesses. Those would be his most guarded secrets. He tried to stop me several times but I finally found his weaknesses. It wasn't something I haven't thought of. He would die in a fire of extreme heat. Obviously, I had something like that, something known as fiend fire, but I decided to check other options too. Extreme cold will make him go dormant but nothing more than that. So, only fire can kill him, but I think I can Hakai him too. I don't know if he could survive a black hole or not, but it was proven that his sister Archaea can survive in space, so I don't want to risk that. Now that I knew how to kill him, I delved into other parts of his memory. Like the beginning of the time part, after all, his memories can be a treasure trove for me. I found how he came into being like his sister Archaea, how they fought for control over this planet, and when Archaea lost she was exiled into space. Then I saw how the other life forms came into being. It was truly mesmerizing to watch. I could feel the pain Sublime was feeling. I was thinking that he might leave the body when he finds that it was impossible to stop me, but Sublime didn't do that. He was still in the body. Maybe he is unable to leave the body when I am in his mind like this. Next, I saw how different kinds of multiple cellular organisms appeared on Earth. At that time plants were very different from what we see now. Even the water on Earth was very thick. From his memories, it seemed like it was jelly. Many years passed and finally, other beings with intelligence started to appear. Sublime was naturally incensed with that, but he was relieved when he found that he could take them as hosts and control them. That was the reason he allowed those beings to continue living. I continued to watch the history through his memories. How in the name of God can he have all these memories in that bacteria brain of his? I saw how the first dinosaurs formed and how they slowly started to dominate the Earth. Intelligent beings like humans also appeared, but they weren't humans. They somewhat looked like monkeys in human form. Then the shit hit the fan, the meteor dropped and the dinosaurs were wiped off the Earth. Then came the shitty Ice Age. It was shitty according to Sublime. After all, he was dormant for several years. I saw the formation of the first human civilizations. He was present there. I saw kingdoms rise and fall, complete civilizations getting wiped off. Since then Sublime started to play his games from the background and he loved the feeling when his manipulations led whole civilizations to die off. Then something happened which scared Sublime. The first mutant was born. And Sabanur, or commonly known as Apocalypse, was born. At first, Sublime didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that it must be some rumors, but after a decade he finally decided to check on the rumors, and what he found shocked him. Obviously, he tried to possess Sabanur but found himself unable to do that. This is what in truth scared him. He was an egomaniac, so obviously, he won't allow someone superior to him to survive in this world. Especially, someone he can't control. So, he started to plan how to get rid of Sabanur, but he was going to do it from the shadows. After a whole millennium, he was finally able to bring him down by using his own servants, and Sabanur still remained buried in his tomb. Looks like I need to pay a visit there, and there might be a way to harness his powers. No, I don't want his powers, but it was cool with his body changing powers and all. My attention turned back towards Sublime's memories and I found how he was responsible for spreading the hate between humans and metahumans throughout the years. But he found that the method he has been using was not efficient, so he made the virus that would affect all the humans. And then I saw how he planned to make humans with mutant powers. You men, well, nothing to worry about now, all of them were dead now. I saw how many metahumans he slaughtered like animals in his pursuit to find the secret to their powers. I also found the location of Wakanda in his mind, and he was also the first one to find adamantium, and he knew a lot of secrets about it. I saw how he was able to paralyze Logan with some electricity through his adamantium-coated bones. That was the reason I didn't feel Logan in here, or I have become stupid enough to ignore a skeleton made up of metal when I was checking out the life signs in the building. I spread my senses in Logan's direction. Yeah, I still don't feel his adamantium bones. That means I have not become stupid to ignore a skeleton made up of metal. I decided to continue browsing Sublime's memories. I found his deals with governments around the world, his deals with Strucker. At least, Sublime decided not to interfere in the world wars. After all, people and metahumans were already killing each other without any effort from his side. Well, that was an interesting ride, I said to Sublime, finally pulling myself out of his mind. I found a lot of interesting things inside his mind. I got the supposed location of the Tesseract from his mind too. Sublime was on the floor now, his eyes were completely empty, and I found that he was bleeding from his eyes and a pinkish goo was coming out from his ears and nose. Oops, I might have melted his brain. But the memories were in the bacteria, not in the human brain, but the human brain might be acting like a conduit for the memories. I felt Sublime had left the body as it died, but unfortunately for the bacteria, he didn't have the power to penetrate my Aegis shield. Ah, are you going somewhere? I asked in a mocking tone and started to shrink the Aegis shield around the bacteria. I kept feeling several impacts against the shield, but Sublime was unable to get away. Only one of my palms remained inside the Aegis shield sphere along with Sublime. Fiend fire, I said, and a Leviathan made up of fire came out of my palm and engulfed everything inside the sphere. Not even a second passed and my mark disappeared, and before it disappeared I felt the reactions from the cell was completely stopped. To be sure, I allowed the cursed fire to burn inside the sphere. I finally put off the fire, but I didn't disperse the sphere. I was so careful because I can't see that fucking bacteria with the naked eye and I don't want him escaping. If he escaped now, then I would never be able to find him again. That was the reason I was paying so close attention to it. Hakai, I activated my power of destruction and allowed it to play around the sphere. I have never tested it before, but I was surprised when my Aegis shield was also disintegrated. Yeah, my magnetokinesis is obviously weaker than the power of destruction. After all, power of destruction is a cosmic force. /N, to quell anyone's doubt, Sublime is dead, completely gone. He has been sent to his next great adventure to wherever bacterias go after they kick the bucket. /N, now, to quell your another doubt, Rio didn't torture Sublime even more, because, if he would have left the body, then Rio would have no chance to read his memories, and as soon as Rio finished reading his mind, Sublime left his body and Rio mentioned that his aim wasn't good enough to cast Crucio on a bacteria. My eyes turned towards Logan, who was still in the tank. He was still watching me, but this time his eyes were completely wide. I sent a bombarda at the tank and Logan was thrown backward with the explosion. Logan was still unable to move, but he turned his head in my direction and growled. Who the hell are you, bub? Logan asked me with a growl and sneer. Call me Leviathan. As long as you don't attack me, I am your friend, and if you decide to attack me, then you're executioner. I said, introducing myself. Logan was one of my favorite characters from Marvel, but no matter what, I won't appreciate getting attacked by him. Now that he was out of the tank and all the machines connected to him have stopped working, I was able to feel the adamantium in his body. Now, let's go and kill everyone in here, I said, extending my hand towards him. He grunted in annoyance and got up on his own. I like that. With a huge grin on my face, I finally exited the room, followed by Logan. Even though a lot has happened since almost 2 weeks ago, things have mostly returned to normal. Well, mostly was the keyword here. The economic infrastructure was in complete tatters now. People were going to sleep with an empty stomach all around the world. Prices of food have risen up by several times, but it wasn't the end of the world. Food was still available. Governments from all over the world were helping the people in need, but there was just too much demand. They were somehow meeting the ends. Russia was the only country that was not affected by the crisis of their food. After all, Nemuri was never able to get into their warehouse through ownership, and she had to give up sneaking around when Rio called her back for the Genosha trip. But Russia was facing something entirely different. They were facing economic collapse. Russia's main source of income was their oil reserves, the same oil reserves that have gone dry all of a sudden. The higher UPS knew that some kind of foul play was involved, but they simply did not have any idea who could do such a thing without raising the alarms. When Leviathan finally came forward with his first broadcast, they decided to blame Rio for it. Well, technically they weren't wrong, but they were definitely barking up the wrong tree. The fuel rates in their country had gone sky high, the same fuel rates which had always remained dirt cheap. It was a devastating blow to their country's economy, but there very little they could do. Russia might have been having it bad, but there were two parts of the world where the people were even more devastated. One such part of the world was the Middle Eastern countries. Not only have they lost their food stocks, but they have also lost their precious fuel. In the Middle Eastern countries, food and water were scarce, so they had to import them from other countries. If they lost their food and water, they could easily buy more food and water even if the prices were sky high, but for that they needed money. Money was one thing they had, but a lot of countries were making a fuss about taking their money. After all, it has lost its value. Instead, in return, they wanted fuel. Now that their precious oil reserves were empty, they had no way to complete those deals even if they wanted to do it so badly. But they weren't the ones who were having it the worst. Yes, they were having problems, but those can be managed. The country which was having even more problems than the Middle Eastern countries was the country where all this shit began. Even though everyone followed America's lead and decided to treat mutants as animals, no one wanted to show any kind of support for America. In other words, America was thrown to the wolves. Not only had they lost their food supply along with several other important resources, but they would have been able to sustain the country. The food they could manage after some sophisticated planning and management. Even the other resources weren't that important. They had their own oil reserves. Yes, they would face huge problems to meet the market's demand, but it was still manageable. But the problems came from the warheads and what happened in Nebraska City. Most of their biggest cities, except New York, were sent into the Stone Age. It was something that would take decades to recover from. They were still calculating the damage that had been done to them. It was currently in the billions and the counter was still going up. What hit them the hardest was what happened in Nebraska City. It was an utter shame to their pride and glory, but what it did to the people in their country could not be reversed. The whole country was afraid that suddenly Leviathan was going to pop up and say that I am going to destroy your city. Everyone had seen what happened in Nebraska City. After all, it was being broadcasted. Leviathan might have destroyed the city after the citizens were completely evacuated, but it left a scar on people's minds. Even after that, there were a lot of casualties. The army tried their best to fight him and he didn't even take a minute to completely obliterate the army. They remember how Leviathan destroyed all of those 30 giant robots. So many people dead, it was a complete disaster. 8 fighter jets destroyed. Thankfully the squad that had been sent to confront Leviathan on the roof was spared by him. Nobody knew why he did that. Some think that it was just a whim, while others think that Leviathan must have an ulterior motive. But no matter what, the world was moving on. The process was very slow, but it has still started. Everyone knew that they have to struggle quite a lot, but no one wanted to give up. What has been done to them has crippled their societies, but they believed that they could still move on. Suddenly the TVs around the world started to make an odd noise. It was a familiar noise that everyone knew about by now, but no one wanted to hear it again. People around the world immediately started to feel dread. God knows what Leviathan was going to do next. Is it going to be about the destruction of another city? The noise finally stopped and the all too familiar face of Leviathan in his usual clothes showed up on the TV screens. Good evening, citizens of Earth. Today, I have come to explain my motivations, why I did whatever I did. Most of you are wondering that I must be lying. I must be making a joke, but I want you people to hear me out. What I am going to show next is going to be disturbing for most people, and kids shouldn't even see something like this. So, I humbly request the parents to take away their kids. I will give you 1 minute, Leviathan said, and a stopwatch showed up on the screen and started the countdown. While Leviathan seemed to patiently wait for the countdown to stop, the parents around the world were busy getting their kids away from the TV. The people around the world have already found out that Leviathan might be a demon, a monster, but a liar he was not. They believed whatever Leviathan was going to show them was going to be very disturbing. The countdown finally ended and Leviathan looked towards the camera. The people around the world were waiting with bated breath. These are the personal files of General William Stryker. I would like to show the atrocities he has done throughout his life. Leviathan finished and the pictures of the files started to show up one by one. The experiments Stryker has done, the number of mutants he has cut apart for his research has come out to the public. The plans of the murders of the Kelly family and the president were shown in intricate detail. People were already crying in outrage, and everyone from seeing the files knew that General Stryker was an American, and once again America was being blamed for their misery. If Robert Kelly hadn't proposed the Mutant Registration Act, and if Stryker didn't kill the Kelly family and the First Lady for his advantage, then all of them would have been fine and everything else would have been normal. Now, he wasn't the only one who did these kinds of atrocious things. There were several others, and I assure you that your governments knew about all these projects and secretly supported and funded them, Leviathan said, and the files of the human experiments started to show up on the screen. What Leviathan said was a white lie about the governments. No one knew about these experiments except Sublime and his human. Even after Sublime was dead, he was being used by Leviathan as a weapon. What Leviathan has just said will create mass panic among the people, and they will start to loathe their own governments even after they were under the effects of the mutant-hating virus. They will blame their own governments and this will destabilize their countries and system even further. Just like Leviathan had planned, people have started to react accordingly. People around the world started to cry in outrage. They were out for the blood of whoever was responsible for doing all these disgusting things. The slideshow finally finished and everyone became silent once again. They wanted to hear what Leviathan wanted to say. After seeing all these, I was unable to stop myself from doing anything. I have to do something. Now that all of you have seen the truth behind my actions, I will be bidding you all farewell. I hope that I don't have to do this again. Please don't make me do what I have done once again, Leviathan said in a fake sad tone, but people around the world believed him. That was everything Leviathan needed. With a smile on Leviathan's face, the broadcast finally ended. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I released a huge sigh and finally slumped on the couch in my room. That was pretty tiring. I know that I have been good at acting, but addressing the whole world at a time puts you under a different kind of pressure. Rio, that was marvelous, Fleur exclaimed in happiness and handed me a bottle of beer. Glad you liked that, Momo said dryly. She never understood the appeal of being a bad guy. Oh, Momo, don't be a spoilsport. Even I have to say that it kind of makes me hot, Rumi said and licked her lips. Ugh, I expect something like that from Nemuri. Not you, Rumi. Momo groaned in annoyance and slumped down beside me. Rio definitely had a huge impact with this broadcast. The human nations will be pretty cowed after this and a lot of changes will happen around the world, Luna said with a dreamy look on her face. All of us nodded to her statement. With the expression on her face, it was quite clear that the future was looking quite bright for now. Everything aside, that was truly hot. It made me tingle all over when I saw the reactions of people around the world. This earned you a special reward, Mr. Fleur said with a classy look on her face. The prospect of a special reward obviously excited me. Hearing about the special reward, Luna started to giggle. It must be quite special then. Oh, in that case, I must say that I am very interested to hear about this special reward, I said in a cheeky tone. Now that everything was over with the metahuman front, I could relax and enjoy my time with the girls. Not so fast, mister. You have to wait patiently, Fleur said with a smirk and walked away while adding a little more sway to her hips than she normally used while walking. Sure, I guess it could be fun, Momo grumbled and got up from the couch. Luna started to giggle once again. Weren't you complaining only a few moments ago? Rumi asked Momo and gave her an incredulous look. Yeah, I might not understand the appeal behind being a villain, but I won't be missing a special night with Rio, Momo said with a determined look on her face and left the room while swaying her hips. Don't worry, Rio, you will get that ass tonight, Luna said between her giggles. I didn't say anything and took a sip from my bottle. Rumi sat down beside me with her own beer bottle in her hand. Luna had a butterbeer in her hands. She preferred butterbeer more than normal beer. So, what next? Rumi asked me and laid her head on my shoulder and cuddled closer. Luna saw that and scooted on my other side and laid her head on my other shoulder. I haven't planned anything specific for now. I will take a break and spend as much time as possible with you girls while training, I said with a faraway look on my face. I have some things to do, but they weren't that important. Even though Sublime didn't know about it and he thought that the Tesseract was still buried in the snow, but it wasn't. I don't know how Sublime never found out about this, but it was good that he didn't. I needed to get my hands on that thing. From what I know from the original movies, according to the timeline, the Tesseract should be in the possession of S.H.I.E.L.D., but there is no record of where it is being kept. But I think it would be much better if it stays with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Loki will be bringing the Mind Stone for me with the Tesseract remains with S.H.I.E.L.D. Nov. L.B//JNN. So, it's decided that I will leave the Tesseract where it is. Now I also got the location of Wakanda from Sublime, but I don't think I want to go there. I have no problem going there and taking what I want, but I know how protective they are of that vibranium. They would rather die than part with that metal. I am currently too happy for slaughter. Maybe if my mood changes on a later date, I will rip away every last ounce of vibranium from their dead hands. But something happened in 1992. I could still get my hands on a quarter ton of vibranium. It will be perfect for tests. Ulysses Claw is definitely free game. I know hunting him down will change the future plot, but fuck the future plot. I will definitely getting the vibranium from him within the week. Huh? I still need to search for Strucker. It has been 2 days since I have saved Logan along with 13 other metahumans from that place. They were planning to use them to lure me out, but I ruined their plans before their plan was even finalized, but the problem was that I missed a chance to get my hands on Strucker. It has become quite clear to me that there are several places that are outside my surveillance zones. And there are several people who are using those exact places to hide from me. I know that Momo is making a satellite for surveillance now, and the situation will definitely improve after that. Now, there is still the matter of Ensaba Nur. I want to check out his tomb. I felt someone poking me and this broke my train of thoughts. What are you thinking about? Rumi asked me while poking my shoulder. I have been calling for you some time but you didn't answer me. Rumi continued poking me. I am back now, so you can stop poking me, I said dryly and gave Rumi a blank stare, but the mirth in her eyes was quite clear. But unfortunately Rumi didn't have enough amusement and Luna decided it was fun and she also started poking me. I released a frustrated sigh but didn't say anything. I finally gulped down the beer and vanished the bottle. I extended my arms and grabbed both Rumi and Luna by their shoulders and pulled them even closer to me. They finally stopped poking me and were content with just cuddling for now. With a sudden pop, a familiar figure appeared in front of us. Oh, honey, I loved your speech. Nemuri purred and nullified the illusion around her. Finally, her ears and tails appeared. Nemuri stretched herself and walked up to the fridge. She conjured herself a glass and put some ice cubes in it from the fridge. Can you get a glass for me too? Rumi asked Nemuri in a tired tone. Yeah, sure, Nemuri said and conjured another glass for Rumi and put some ice cubes in that glass too. Nemuri waved her hand and both glasses landed in front of us at the table. Nemuri opened the cupboard and pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey. According to Nemuri and Rumi, fire whiskey was the best whiskey they have ever tasted even after they have tried whiskeys from all over the world. They loved a nice drink after a long day. Nemuri oxioed a chair from nearby and sat down on the other side of the table and poured the drink in the glasses and set the bottle down at the table. Nemuri leaned back on the chair and her glass flew into her hands. She took a sip from her glass and released a huge sigh. All three of us kept staring at her. It was quite odd that she looked really tired. I worried that sexual innuendos weren't already flying around. It was really worrying. Long day, Nemuri. I asked Nemuri and she gave a tired look. Rumi also picked up her glass and took a sip. You have no fucking idea, Nemuri said and gulped down the whole drink and burped a small amount of fire from her mouth. She picked up the bottle and poured herself another drink. You remember the group I mentioned? She asked and I simply nodded my head. Well, I found that they already have another investor, but the thing is with the recent collapse that investor lost most of his money and is currently unable to spend more money, Nemuri said and took another sip of her drink. Now, the problem is that the guy has already invested a shitload of money and denying to back out now, Nemuri said in a frustrated tone. I know how she is. She is throwing a tantrum because she will have to share the glory with someone else who has lost his use. If I would have been in her place I would have also thrown a tantrum. Let's see who the guy is. I might have to completely remove him from the equation. What's his name? I asked Nemuri. Victor Von Doom. You are free to deal with him if you want. I would really appreciate it, Nemuri said in an excited tone. Damn, she is investing in the Furor Fantastic Four? Wow, I never thought that things would turn out this way. I felt Luna shift in my arms. No, you can't kill him, he must live now, Luna said in a no-nonsense tone. It was really rare to see Luna become serious like this. She mostly becomes like this when the pudding is involved. Well, I didn't care a lot about him after all. He is a future villain, so if he got shafted then it wouldn't have bothered me, but now that Luna had decided to put her foot down, Doom will live, for now. Nemuri, Rumi, and I stared at Luna with a flabbergasted look on our faces. Yeah sure. Whatever you say, Luna, I won't kill him now, at least, not yet, I said while nodding my head. As soon as she heard me a huge beaming smile appeared on Luna's face and she happily returned into my arms to cuddle. Right, then we will not be killing the Doom guy, Nemuri said and took another big sip from the glass. But can we kill Jonathan Lowell Spencer? Nemuri asked in a hopeful tone. This is something I have to deny, for now at least. I don't care if he becomes a hero or not, but if killing Doom could be bad then killing Yohani would be worse. Just as I had expected before I could deny her request, Luna spoke up. No, he needs to live too, Luna said once again back in her serious mode. Nemuri looked really disappointed but she didn't lose hope. Can I curse him with dire misfortune? Curse, that won't kill him? Nemuri asked in a desperate tone. Luna looked thoughtful for a few moments before a huge smile appeared on her face and she nodded her head. Sure, you can do that, Luna said in her usual dreamy tone and squirmed in my arms making herself more comfortable. So, what did this guy do to get your ire? Rumi asked and leaned back on the couch. Don't even start, that guy is a menace? The guy simply doesn't understand the meaning of no. Throughout the whole day, he kept pestering me for a date and don't even start with his terrible sense of humor, Nemuri finished with a frustrated groan. Met your match, Nemuri? I asked her with a smirk on my face. Nemuri glared at me with an annoyed look on her face. Oh please. I was completely business today. Now, I think that it was a mistake on my side. I should have been in my usual personality, Nemuri groaned once again and finished her drink. The worst part? I wasn't able to do anything to that stupid smug-faced fucker because I am really interested in the project and his sister is on the group too. I could have improvised them but it takes away all the fun. Nemuri finally finished her case. Suddenly all of our stomachs rumbled in hunger. I think dinner would be good, I said, and everyone in the room unanimously agreed. We decided to head towards the kitchen and when we arrived there we found that food was already on the table. It looked like takeout food. Momo or Fleur might have arranged it. Well, who cares? We quickly dug into the food. We weren't worried that the food was for someone else as we were the only ones who live in this part of the base. Others don't even come to this area. If someone came here then I would have noticed. As soon as we were done with the food we decided to head towards our room. I still have no idea what Fleur and Momo were planning but I felt them standing right beside the door of our room. I opened the door and completely froze because of what I saw. Both Momo and Fleur were standing at the doorway wearing just an apron. Both leaned forward at the same time with a pout on their faces showing off their impressive cleavages and side boobs. Honey, welcome back. Would you like to take a bath first, or eat us? Both spoke at the same time in complete synchronization. Now, how can I reject a cute and lovely offer like that? Of course, eat you, I said with a proud smile on my face. Fuck it, I need an apron too. Nemuri exclaimed and stormed into the room. Without saying anything both Luna and Rumi followed her. Fleur and Momo giggled when they saw the other girls following their lead. Now, honey, why don't you enjoy us while they get ready? Both Fleur and Momo asked in synchronization while making a pout. Of course, how can I deny such a delicacy? I asked with a confused look on my face, and with a wave of my hands I disappeared all of my clothes, and with another wave, I closed the door and activated the wards. Nothing too surprising happened after that, only that, the room was drowned in moans and screams of ecstasy. No matter how much I tried, I wasn't able to fall asleep even after all the sex I had throughout the night. I leaned my back on the bed and kept looking at the girls. The girls were sleeping with a satisfied and content smile on their faces. I kept watching them with a caring smile on my face. From the corner of my eyes I noticed that it was almost sunrise. I felt someone shift in the bed. I turned my eyes and found that Momo was staring at me. She carefully pulled herself up from the tangle of female limbs. "What's keeping you up?" Momo asked me in a caring tone. She was careful to keep her voice low, not wanting to wake up the other girls. Well, I wasn't particularly thinking about anything. I was just thinking that I haven't decided what to do with Ensabanur. Oh. I was still looking at Momo when my eyes grew wide in realization. I should take her with me. She was going to love it. I know how much she loves to read about historic things. "Momo, I want to take you somewhere today," I said with a smile on my face and grabbed her hand. "I don't know. I still have a lot to do, you know," Momo said with a tone that made it clear that she wasn't sure of herself. "Oh, don't be like that. It will be fun. I know you are going to love it," I said and squeezed her hand slightly in a reassuring tone. "Okay, but can Natasha also come with us?" Momo asked me with a hopeful look in her eyes. I thought about the risks for a few moments. Well, it wasn't completely safe for her to come, but her life has always been full of danger and I am confident enough to protect her if needed. "Yeah, sure," I said with a smile, and Momo happily nodded. Both of us looked towards the rising sun with a smile on our faces. Nick Fury just finished watching Leviathan's broadcast for the second time and he confirmed that Leviathan was a shameless manipulator. It wouldn't take a genius to know that Leviathan or Rio was manipulating their own citizens against them. This was going to be a problem. Even without the satellites, Fury was able to keep an eye on the mutants teleporting in this so-called safe haven. After a week of hard work, they were finally able to find out the location of their safe haven, or better known as Genosha Island, but Leviathan had decided to give it a new name, Elysium. But it was always known as Genosha Island, but that wasn't the problem. Even after they found out where the mutants have holed up, they weren't able to do anything. After all, Leviathan had already crippled their defense systems. Well, it wasn't Fury's intention to kill them. After all, not everyone there would put up a fight. He wanted to mount an attack and capture the island. It was clear now that mutants were a threat to their planet, and under the command of someone like Leviathan, they could be an unstoppable force. From what Fury had seen, Leviathan could already destroy a whole city without too much effort. The experts have found something very disturbing from the video of Leviathan destroying those sentinels. Fury was already involved with Trask Industries, so he obviously knew about the sentinels. The experts told him that Leviathan created a singularity with his power, in other words a black hole, that was not something nice, and Leviathan could possibly destroy the whole planet. Fury had no idea how he was even going to kill or capture something like that. He has seen Leviathan's power and it scared him, but he knew that no matter how strong the mutants were, they will become weak at some time. He would strike at that moment, but before he could do anything he needed to do surveillance. But surveillance was also quite impossible to do on Elysium. First of all of their satellites were compromised, and there was a chance that as soon as he points the satellite in Elysium's direction, Leviathan was going to find out. So, using satellites was out of the question, so he had only one option: physical surveillance. He had seen the reports that some unknown barrier was surrounding the whole island. He had already prepared a team for experiments, but unfortunately, the team wasn't ready, and after this broadcast, he wasn't sure anymore if he could send the team or not. The President and the World Security Council have already ordered him to do damage control for now. I/N, for those who don't know, World Security Council was formed before Nicky Fury started the search for Captain America in Greenland. This was before Project Pegasus. Nick Fury released a frustrated sigh and took one more look at his precious pager. He can no longer call her back. With the current situation, she would never help Nick, and he knew it very well. He was too late to make a decision, but the past can't be changed now. Kamartaj, Nepal. The Ancient One could be found calmly sitting in her usual place in all her bald glory. The Ancient One had a peaceful look on her face. She was happily sipping her tea with a content look on her face. It was quite clear that the Ancient One was happy. She was happy because it was finally over. All this chaos was finally over, and she was very glad for that. With Rio continuously interfering, she was unable to get a look at the stable future. It was always inconsistent, even with the Eye of Agamotto. The future has finally settled down, and she was able to view the changes in the world. The Ancient One found that the future has changed drastically, but it was leaning towards the good side. The Ancient One knew that a lot of bad things were also going to happen, but she was quite sure that Rio or someone from his group would interfere at that time. Only Luna could confirm her theories. I should pay a visit to Luna and invite her for another tea party, the Ancient One mused and pulled out a packet of chips from under the table. Unknown location. Wolfgang von Strucker wasn't a happy man. At least he wasn't a happy man now. Even though he knew he should have been angry, he couldn't bring himself to be angry. Just a day ago he got the report of mission failure. The mission to get rid of Leviathan has failed before it even started. Strucker had seen the reports of how his men had died, and he felt lucky that he wasn't there along with Sublime and his men. Yes, he was angry about the death of his men, the loss of captured mutants, and the loss of Project Eternity, but he was not a fool. He knew that Leviathan was responsible for this slaughter, but he had no way of attacking Leviathan now. Sometimes you must make peace with your losses, and this was a situation like that. Sublime was also gone. This was what scared him even more. Yes, there was a chance that Sublime has gone into hiding, but he knew better than that. Sublime wasn't someone who would accept defeat. He would have returned to Strucker for the future plans, but Sublime was completely gone. There were no traces of him left behind in that base. Strucker has seen the fate of his men, and there was no way that Leviathan would have allowed Sublime to escape. From whatever Strucker has seen about Leviathan, he would get rid of Sublime first before attacking anyone else. There was nothing he could do anymore with Leviathan's latest broadcast. He simply wasn't strong enough to deal with Leviathan. The plan was ruined because the bait was taken away, and there was no way that he would be able to lure Leviathan in the same manner. And from the broadcast, he understood that the mutants were already gone. He will not lose his life. He was going to accept his defeat to live today so he can fight tomorrow. POV Natasha. I shot up from my bed with a gun in my hands. My breathing was erratic and heavy. My whole body was sweating, and I could feel my heart thumping in my chest. For a few seconds my heart kept banging within my chest. It was almost too painful. I looked around with fear in my eyes and found myself in my new room. Fuck. I released a huge sigh and lowered my gun, seeing that I am still on Elysium. Sometimes, I forget about it. It mainly happens when I see those nightmares. I dropped back in the bed and tried to calm down. I looked at the gun in my hands. Well, it was just a realistic model I asked Momo to make for me when I saw her ability to create anything from thin air. Quite an absurd and mind-boggling ability if you ask me. She also has the ability to transform anything into something else permanently. Well, Momo asked me if I wanted a real gun or not. That was a really nice gesture to show her trust, but I denied it. I didn't need a gun anymore. I was completely free, but I found that it was easier to fall asleep with a gun under my pillow even though it was a fake. Old habits, die hard I guess. I saw that it was already morning. One look at the clock and I knew that I needed to get up. A groan escaped my mouth and I pulled myself out of the bed. I put away the fake gun under my pillow. I stretched my body and walked into the bathroom. After finishing my morning rituals, I finally walked into the shower. I turned on the shower and a satisfied moan escaped from my lips when the hot water touched my skin. I placed my palms on the wall and relaxed beneath the shower of hot water. After a nice and long shower, I finally walked out of my bathroom wrapped in a towel. I pulled out a pair of panties and a sports bra for today. I remembered that when I came here I had nothing on me except my spy suit. I have already thrown it out into the ocean. If I have any choice, then I would rather die than go back to that life. Even if I can't leave this island. I have never been happier in my life. After I was in my panties, I took off the towel and put on my bra. I wrapped the towel around my head and walked in front of the mirror, and I dried my hair as best as I could with a towel. Most of the days I didn't like using a hairdryer. I only use it when I was in a hurry. After I was satisfied with my hair, I took out a pair of jeans and a white tank top from my cupboard. Taking a jacket to wear over my tank top, I left my room. When I arrived in the kitchen, I saw that everyone else was already there. I sat down in my usual place and patiently waited for Rio to finish cooking the food. Rio's foods are really sensational. I have no idea how long he had to practice to make food like that. It was completely criminal. Women should be better than men in this department, but from what I have seen, all the girls around me are completely abysmal in this department. Well, I am no one to complain. After all, I am also hopeless like them. I remembered Rio's speech last night. I kind of wonder if Rio is actually a bad guy, but even if he was, I won't have a problem with that. After all, he was also responsible for saving me from my hell of a life. He would have been a good politician. After all, I have never seen a shameless manipulator like him before in my life. Soon Rio was finished with the food and the girls helped him set up the food. Setting up a sandwich was the best I could do. Like any other day, Momo devoured more food than all of us combined. It has become a common scene by now. After I was done with my food, I patiently waited for Momo to finish her food. It took Momo 5 more minutes to finally finish the food. Momo walked up to me after washing her mouth. "We will be going on a trip today," Momo spoke in an excited tone. She was more cheerful than other days. I very well knew about her bubbly personality, and I also knew that she had sex last night. I knew that because of her mood. I have been a spy for almost all of my life, and it was kind of natural for me to notice all those signs. "Sure, where will we be going?" I asked Momo in an interested tone. Obviously, I wanted to get out of this island, not to run away but just for a break. I have been stuck here for a few weeks. "Egypt, that's all I know," Momo said and shrugged her shoulders. From the corner of my eyes, I noticed that Rio was coming towards us. So, he was also coming with us, quite fine with me. "So, are you guys ready?" Rio asked us with his usual smile plastered on his face. I know that smile wasn't fake. Even when threatening people he had that smile on his face, that made his threats even scarier. Both Momo and I nodded our heads. Rio smiled widened, then "Let's go," Rio said and extended his hand towards me. I hesitantly took his hand while Momo happily grabbed his hand. The next instant, I felt the whole world spinning around me. It was a very bad experience. Suddenly everything became normal and I dropped to my knees because of nausea. I almost emptied my food on the ground. Now that I noticed, I was standing on grass, whereas I was on a concrete floor just a few moments ago. This must be their fabled teleportation ability. I have seen them using it before but never used it. I remember that when Nemuri saved me we traveled through teleportation, but that was a lot different than this method. I had to use all of my willpower to keep my food where it was. That was bad, I groaned and pulled myself up to my feet. Don't worry, you will get used to it, Rio said in an assuring tone, but I didn't hold much hope, and from what he just said I feel like we are going to travel using that method. No thank you, my retort was instantaneous. Oops, that was an automatic reaction. Rio and Momo looked at me for a few seconds before they burst out laughing. So, where are we? I don't think this is Egypt. Even though I was slightly peeved that they were laughing at me, I didn't mind it much. I was glad that they were not angry with me. This is our home in New York. We call it the Knox, Momo said, pointing towards my back. I turned around and saw a huge building. Wow, having a home like that must be nice. My house when I was in S.H.I.E.L.D. was a dump. After all, that was all I was able to manage with my measly pay. My room on Elysium is much better than my previous home. After that, Rio and Momo led me inside. It was their garage. I was almost blinded by an outrageously shiny car. Who the fuck drives a car like that? I screamed the question in my mind. That's Nemuri's car, Rio deadpanned. He must have noticed where I was looking, or he also had a similar kind of reaction when he saw that car. Of course, it was Nemuri's car. Why the hell did I even think that someone else could be that bizarre? We arrived in front of a blue car. It was stylish and it was much better than that shiny piece of junk. All three of us entered the car. I took the back seat. I left the front seats for Rio and Momo. We drove out of the compound and after a long drive, we arrived at JFK International Airport. So, we were going to take a flight to Egypt. One question suddenly popped into my head. Can I ask you a question if you don't mind? I asked Rio, who was parking the car in a nice spot. Yeah sure, Rio said, and all of us exited the car. Why are we taking a flight when you can teleport? I asked Rio in genuine curiosity. Rio locked the car and we started to walk towards the airport. Well, I need to know about the place before teleporting and I have never been to Egypt, Rio said with a shrug. Well, it kind of makes sense. Momo rummaged through her pockets and handed me a paper with some kind of ancient text inscribed on it. Slap it on your shirt like this, Momo said, and slapped the paper on her shirt. The text glowed blue for a second and the whole paper vanished. Without even bothering, I slapped the paper on my chest. The text glowed for a second, and then the paper disappeared. I saw that Rio did the same. It's an anti-surveillance rune, Momo explained, to which I nodded even though I didn't understand it completely. Looks like Momo understood the problem and started to describe it. It basically stops anything from recording your video or audio. You won't show up in cameras or things like that. I nodded my head. This thing was completely genius. Whoever made it must be really intelligent. It must have been Momo who has made it. We finally arrived at the entrance and as soon as Rio pointed his hand in their direction, they didn't even bother with us. We simply entered the airport. Rio must have done something. The same thing happened in the line of the boarding pass and the checks. It almost seemed like the guards were happy to let us pass. Nobody around us said anything. We simply entered the flight and sat down in the first class. Nov. L. B /JNN. What did he do to those guards? I asked Momo while gesturing towards Rio, who was ordering drinks for us. He used them. It basically makes you someone's slave, Momo said in a dismissive tone. Is this what Nemuri used on me when we met for the first time? It must have been. I am pretty sure that at that time I was her slave. I should be angry, but I am not. After all, because of that meeting Nemuri became interested in me and pulled me out of my shitty life. Did you make the paper with that anti-surveillance thing too? I asked Momo, pointing towards my shirt. Momo looked at me for a few seconds before she started chuckling. No, it was Nemuri who made that, Momo answered me with a smile on her face. This is blasphemy? This must be a lie? Oh, you don't need to make faces like that. Nemuri is very intelligent and smart when driven. She has made a lot of stuff. She had even made her own spells, but unfortunately, she is a lot more interested in her porn collection and causing mayhem around the world, Momo finished with a smile on her face. It's kind of hard to believe that, but Momo wouldn't lie about something like this. Rio finally returned and sat down beside Momo and turned towards me. Natasha, don't be shy, order anything you want. This is going to be a long flight, Rio said with his usual gentle smile on his face, but this time his tone was slightly different. It almost felt like he cared for me. The president kept staring out the window looking at the protesters. All of them were demanding that he would resign. The president sighed in defeat. He knew there was no way he would be able to keep the position, and honestly he had no intention of keeping the position. Just last night the truth has come out and he blamed himself for everything that was happening around the world. If only he wasn't so hot-headed, if only he had thought everything out before acting, only if, he knew that he was manipulated by General Striker, but he should have known that he might be getting manipulated. He was the President of the United States of America, and he should have noticed. That was an amateur mistake, and everyone was paying price for that. He had no idea that General Striker was doing all of these behind his back, and no matter how much he tried, he wasn't able to hate General Striker. Yes, he was angry that Striker killed his wife and tried to assassinate him to further his own agenda, but he was even angrier at himself. He shouldn't have allowed himself to be driven by his wife's death. He shouldn't have given Striker the chance, and he would regret that until the end of his life. But unfortunately, he did, and there is no medicine for regret. The president looked at his table, his resignation papers laid there. He had already dismissed everyone from his office. He did that last night, immediately after the broadcast. He leaned on the table and with unshed tears in his eyes he grabbed the pen and signed his resignation papers. This damned office made him lose everything, his wife, his life, and his stupid ideals. He had already done everything he could have done, all his pride was gone instead, he was a broken man now. He had ordered every department to do damage control, it was the most important thing for now. He checked the papers once again to see if everything appeared to be in correct order or not. Seeing that all the appears were in correct order, he leaned back on his chair and finally the tears started to roll down his cheeks. POV Rio. After a long flight of almost 12 hours, we finally arrived at Cairo International Airport. Momo didn't show any signs of tiredness, but Natasha looked extremely tired even though she was trying her best to hide it. It was almost midnight in Cairo and I don't want to look for a tomb at midnight, so I decided to call it day and head towards a hotel. There were only a few cabs stationed outside the airport. After all, diesel and gasoline were very expensive right now. He hailed a cab and asked him to take us to a nice hotel. After another hour's ride in the car, we arrived in front of the Golden Palace Hotel. I booked the biggest room for ourselves and ordered some food. I have never thought that I would be able to get a room like this outside my assignments, Natasha murmured while she was looking over the city from the balcony. Even though Natasha's voice was really low, I was able to clearly hear her. Nov. L. B /JNN. The food finally arrived. After dinner, Natasha went to her own room while me and Momo decided to have some fun before going to sleep. But before doing anything, we cast several wards in the room. The night was quite lovely for the two of us. I went to sleep with a happy and content smile on my face. I woke up and found Momo draped over me. With a smile on my face, I started to caress her back and decided to wait for her to wake up. About 15 minutes later, Momo finally woke up and immediately gave me a passionate kiss. After taking a shower together, since we know we should save water and all those things, we joined Natasha for breakfast. After breakfast, we contacted a car rental company through the hotel. I wasn't Nemuri. I wasn't going to buy a car for my temporary stay in Cairo. We finally got our hands on the car and I decided to follow Sublime's memory. Yeah, I know that his memory is very old and there is a big chance that Ensabanur's tomb was completely buried underground, but I could still get the general location of the tomb if I follow the memories. After about 7 hours of continuous driving, we finally decided to take a break. We also needed to give the car some rest. So, what are we looking for? Natasha asked while her eyes were glued to the map in her hands. I don't know, he told me that it was going to be a surprise, Momo said and shrugged. She handed a water bottle to Natasha and started to set up the food. We brought a lot of sandwiches from the hotel. We weren't worried about them going bad after all, they were being kept under a stasis charm. I opened the engine hood and started splashing some water and poured the remaining water into the radiator. The thing we are looking for won't be on that map, or any map, for the record, I said, pointing towards Natasha's map. I had thought of that, but with this, we would be at least able to get the directions if we are lost, Natasha said and continued to stare at the map. She makes a valid point. Oh, she's got a point there, Momo said in a sing-song voice, trying to annoy me, but I didn't mind because she definitely had a point there. After the break was over, we resumed our journey. I know we were only able to bring sandwiches, but anything was good in a desert like this. The food, water, and the fuel we brought along with us made us almost empty our pockets, and the money we brought here could be considered as a small fortune. Well, it wasn't a waste. When it was almost dark, I finally found something interesting. After all, I could feel a pyramid of gold was buried underground. I don't know if this was the tomb of Ensabanur, but we could check it out. I stepped out of the car and placed my palm on the sand. I wanted to get a better idea about what was buried under us. So, is it here? Momo asked me in an excited tone. I could see the excitement in her eyes. Not sure, but there is a huge pyramid buried underneath us, I said while dusting my hands. How old a pyramid are we talking about here? Natasha asked while talking out flashlights from her backpack. She bought some things from Cairo before we started our journey. Definitely a millennia, I said and pointed my towards the sand, and a hole started to form on the surface of the sand. I used my powers and started to morph the metal in the pyramid to make a way for us. It took me only a few minutes to make ourselves a pathway with stairs made of gold. Before entering, I cast several wards around us to stop anyone from noticing our car here. Even if this place was completely devoid of humans, I didn't want to take a chance. Is it safe? Natasha asked with a worried look on her face. You don't need to worry, it's completely safe. Let's go, Momo said in an excited tone and followed me. Both me and Momo were casting lumos from our fingers for light. Natasha's flashlight was good, but it wasn't good enough. Currently, we were walking down the stairs made of gold. How many people have ever seen stairs of gold? We finally arrived at the bottom of the stairs, and now I was sure that this was the right place. I very well remembered the tomb from the movies. Thank you, Acclumency. We found a caved-in entrance under the pyramid made of complete gold. The place was humongous. Slowly and carefully we removed the stones around the entrance and found that it was still blocked from the inside. Sublime's men definitely did a good job. I used my powers and morphed a giant drill head from the gold pyramid. You need to be careful, we can't cause a cave-in. The place is already unstable, Momo said in a firm tone. It was clear that she was back in her scientist mode. Natasha patiently stood at the back taking some notes on Momo's tab. The drill head started to spin in a slow manner and we started to dig through the debris. We carefully followed the drill head. For extra security, I also morphed some gold dust from the pyramid to protect ourselves if another cave-in happens. We finally arrived in a giant ritual chamber filled with several mummies laying around the floor, and 2 very well-preserved bodies were laying on the ritual table. I saw that one of the bodies was being protected by a translucent blue barrier. Ladies, I give you the tomb of Ensaba-Nur, the first metahuman, I said in a dramatic fashion. Ladies, I give you the tomb of Ensaba-Nur, the first metahuman, I said in a dramatic fashion, and both Momo and Natasha were gaping like a fish. Momo was the first to come out of her shock. She squealed in complete joy and pulled me into a tight hug. Natasha still stood at the side with wide eyes and her jaw on the floor. Natasha finally gathered her wits back and cleared her throat to get our attention. Ahem, not to be the one to spoil your mood, but our ancient guy here seems to be covered by some kind of barrier, Natasha said, pointing her flashlight towards the body covered in a translucent blue barrier. Both me and Momo separated from our hug, and Momo carefully walked towards the body. I followed behind her, even though that body wasn't currently alive, but I think it is under some kind of stasis. After all, it was clear in the movies that he was alive. That's because he is alive or under some kind of stasis. Just look at his body. He looks like any other healthy man. Well, except the blue skin tone, Momo said, finishing her initial examination of the body. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. But is it safe? I have seen the Mummy movie. Is there a chance of him waking up and calling his dead underlings? Natasha said, and her whole body shuddered. Is the big bad Black Widow afraid of mummies? Natasha, are you afraid of mummies? I asked her in a confused tone. Well, I can't imagine a scenario where Natasha would be afraid of mummies. Afraid? Not exactly, but I don't want to deal with them if they come back. They are gross. Natasha finished with a sour look on her face. Yeah, I kind of understand her feelings. I kind of find them gross too. Don't be a baby, you too. Yes, there is definitely a chance of him coming back, but I don't think that it would be happening. Momo spoke while giving me and Natasha a meaningful look. Momo didn't say anything after that and continued to study the hieroglyphs etched on the platform where Ensaba-Nur's body was resting. Seeing that Momo was busy reading those ancient pictures, I decided to look around the room. Natasha decided to follow Momo. Ensaba-Nur, that was his name. Yes, now that I am reading all this, I can almost confirm that he is the first metahuman, or at least he was the first metahuman who was strong enough to get noticed, Momo said while reading the hieroglyphs. This here says that he was worshipped by humans. He thought himself to be a god. He has been alive for several millennia before this happened. Momo spoke, gesturing the debris around us. Throughout his extremely long life, he has changed bodies. He had done that multiple times, and every time he did that he gained the powers of that body. Apparently he was doing the same when this happened. Whatever this is, Momo finished translating and got up from her position. Momo walked up to another side of the wall and started to translate the hieroglyphs once again. It was quite clear that Momo was already engrossed in all these. Throughout the years he had a group of extremely loyal followers. They followed him wherever he went. He called them the 4 horsemen, Momo said, and pointed towards a man on the ground. From the ornaments on his body, it was clear that he was one of the 4 horsemen. Momo continued reading and translating the hieroglyphs. It was mostly about the deeds Ensaba-Nur had done throughout the time. All of them explained how gracious he was to his subjects. Multiple times he had been called a god. This was another proof that the history was written by victors. Yes, I know that Sublime was responsible for the betrayal which led Ensaba-Nur to end up being sealed in this tomb, but I know very well that Ensaba-Nur was not a nice guy. Since ancient times, he has been called Apocalypse. He was the ruler of the place called Aqaba, ancient Egypt. He along with his 4 butt buddies would rule some kind of civilization as a god and his 4 most devout worshippers. He would help them grow, and when the civilizations became too populated he would destroy the civilization and move on. It was mostly a game for him. This is just bullshit about how great he was, Momo said, finally giving up on translating anything more. But, I thought that you would be rather interested to learn the history, I said, and gave her a confused look. Oh yes, I am interested, but I don't want to read any of this crap, Momo said, waving her hand towards the hieroglyphs on the walls. After reading all of these, even a fool would understand that this was written by a biased party. After all, he is being called a god after every 2 lines. From what I have read, I know that this guy had a god complex and he got the hots when he was being worshipped like a god, Momo said in a condescending tone. I think we should kill him now. From what Momo told us about him, he is going to cause problems if he comes out of stasis, Natasha said and glared at the body of Ensaba-Nur. No, at least not now. Momo, you read about how he changed bodies while retaining his old powers. Is it possible to only transfer his powers into someone like Natasha? I asked Momo with a thoughtful look. Honestly, I didn't have too much hope with this. Quite possible, but before trying anything I would need to carry out some tests, Momo spoke after contemplating for a few moments. Wait. I should be the main party involved here. Natasha immediately started to protest as soon as she found that Momo was genuinely thinking about it. Shush, Natasha. This is the perfect opportunity to get you some powers, Momo reprimanded Natasha like a mother would reprimand her child. Natasha didn't know what to say. Throughout the week she has learned a lot about Momo's personality. When Momo was like this, then there was nothing you could do to change her mind. But have you considered that I might have thought about not wanting any powers? Natasha murmured. She didn't look too confident that her statement was going to work. So, you don't want to have powers? Momo retorted with a smile on her face. Natasha decided to stay silent. It was quite clear that she wanted powers too. See, now it's decided. Don't worry, I won't experiment on you until I completed all the tests, Momo said in a reassuring tone, but Natasha wasn't confident like Momo was. Rio, help me break this barrier, and if he wakes up knock him out, Momo said with a proud look on her face and went towards the platform where Ensabaner's body was laying. Well, I guess I should help her. I went in front of the barrier and cast a shield breaker. As soon as the spell touched the barrier, it shattered like glass. As soon as the barrier shattered, I felt that his heart started to pump blood throughout his body. Before Apocalypse could even open his eyes, I hit him with multiple stunning charms. You see, even though meta-humans have superpowers, they are useless against magic like Superman was useless against kryptonite and magic. He will stay down for at least 24 hours. You might have already noticed that he is out of stasis, so it would be good if you keep him stunned, I said to Momo, who nodded her head with a serious look on her face. I could see that she was already in her scientist mode. I didn't even need to say anything and Momo created an iron ball out of thin air. She handed me the ball and I started to cast the necessary charms to make it a portkaya. Portkeys can't be made from conjured materials, but Momo didn't conjure it, she created it. For long-distance portkeys, metal objects are much better than non-metal ones. As soon as I was finished making the portkaya, I handed it back to Momo. Momo gave me a smile and a chaste kiss. Bye, be careful. I will meet both of you back on Elysium, Momo said, placed her hand on Ensabaner's body, and with the activation word both of them were whisked away back to Elysium, leaving me and Natasha behind. Wow, she must be really interested, Natasha said with a low whistle. That she is. Anything new that interests her would make her forget everything else, I said, looking at Natasha. So, are we teleporting too? Natasha asked me in a worried tone. It was clear that she didn't appreciate apparition, so there was a very little chance that she was going to appreciate long-distance portkaya. Well, it's not like that I don't like her company. It is true that I didn't have much contact with her since she was brought to Elysium, but I don't mind being her friend at least. After all of my girls are quite friendly with her. Nemuri and Momo definitely care about her. No, we will travel back to Madagascar and travel to Elysium from there. After thinking for a few moments, I answered her. My answer made her smile happily. This was a new side of Black Widow never shown in the movies. In the movies, there was a romantic side to her, but at that time she was all serious, job first and all that. After Momo took Ensabaner's body back to Elysium, both me and Natasha headed back to the surface. After giving it some thought, I have already decided that I was going to return to Elysium using normal methods. For now, I decided to leave Ensabaner's tomb completely intact, or whatever was left of it. From the movies, I knew that to change his bodies he had to use his technologically advanced pyramid. It is damaged because of the collapse and the passage of time, but if needed I could fix it using Ensabaner's memories. I really wanted to get my hands on his memories, but there was a minor problem with that. As long as Momo was running her tests, he needed to be kept intact, and I don't know what kind of damage I was going to cause if I try to read all of his memories at once. His brain might melt like it happened with the host body of Sublime. After arriving at the surface, I started to prepare some ward lines around the pathway I had made. I don't want anyone accidentally stumbling on this place. That was something I didn't want to happen. What are you doing? Natasha asked me curiously. She was intently looking at the runes I was drawing on the surface of the sand. Yes, I know that the surface of the sand shouldn't be used to write runes, but it won't be a problem after the wards are up. As soon as the wards go up, the runes will disappear. I am putting up some wards. These wards will make anyone non-magical ignore this place, and I will also be casting a Fidelius with you as the secret keeper. It's a spell that hides a secret. I gave Natasha a brief explanation. Even though Natasha wasn't a witch, she could be made a secret keeper. After all, there is no requirement that the secret keeper must be someone magical. It just says that the secret keeper must be human. Secret keeper? Natasha asked me with a confused look on her face. You will understand in a few seconds, I said, and activated the wards. I was only using a Muggle repelling charm and a Fidelius. The Muggle repelling charm and the Fidelius are tied together, so the Muggle repelling charm won't affect Natasha as she was the secret keeper. Natasha looked completely bewildered and confused for a few seconds before understanding finally dawned on her. As soon as I would leave, I would forget about the entrance too. Natasha immediately understood what she needed to do. She brought the map from the car, and after some calculations, she marked a location on the map. Natasha showed me the map and I felt that I gained knowledge of the secret. Did that work? Natasha asked, not sure of herself. I saw that the mark on the map disappeared as soon as I found out the secret. Yes, it did, I said, giving her a reassuring smile. Natasha nodded and put her map away now that its job was done. Even if she didn't give me the secret, I would have no problem locating the tomb once again. After all, I remembered the surroundings and I could sense the gold pyramid even if the Fidelius was up. Okay, let's go back then, I said, and both of us entered the car. After a while, we took a small break for our dinner. Throughout the dinner, we made some small conversations until Natasha asked me a quite common question. I don't want to be rude or anything, but how did you get used to killing? Natasha asked, and when she looked at my face she immediately squeaked out an apology. I am sorry, if you don't want to answer then it's fine, Natasha finished nervously. Seeing her nervous expression, I chuckled lightly and raised my hands in a surrendering manner. I didn't want to give her the idea that I was making fun of her. Nothing like that. I never felt anything when I killed for the first time. I thought that I would feel bad, but that didn't happen. And I wasn't laughing at you, I just thought you were cute when you were nervous, I finished. Throughout the first sentence, Natasha kept listening to me intently, but as soon as I said that she looked cute, a pink tint marred her cheeks. I have to say, she expertly hid her blush without any problem. Must be a perk of her training as a spy. Well, I wanted to thank you for what you have done for me. You have been busy since we arrived on Elysium and I wasn't able to talk with you. Thank you for saving me, Natasha declared in a grateful tone. I didn't need to use legilimency to find out that she was completely honest. But I didn't do much. It was Nemuri who saved and healed you, I said to Natasha. Yes, I know, but Nemuri would have long sent me away if you would have asked her or if you didn't like my presence. I also know that it's because of you the metahumans don't act against me, Natasha spoke in a serious tone. It was like she was stating a fact. You are most welcome, I said, and we continued to make our small conversations. After dinner was finally over, we decided to head back to Cairo. It was a long drive. Natasha fell asleep in her seat on our way back. When we arrived back it was almost dawn. After parking the car and telling the staff to return it, I carried Natasha back to her room. She was in a deep sleep, that is why I didn't bother to wake her. I placed Natasha in her room and found myself alone in my bed. It was impossible for me to fall asleep when the girls are not with me, so I decided to stay up. Bifrost, Asgard. So, you are saying that you once again noticed the power of destruction. Odin, the king of Asgard, the Alfathor asked Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard. Yes, your majesty. This time it was quite clear and open, but I am still unable to see the user of the power of destruction, Heimdall said in a respectful manner. That's quite natural. Beings like these are on a much higher standing than any of us, and their higher powers allow them to become unnoticeable until they want themselves to be. Odin spoke, showing off his wisdom. Everyone around him nodded their heads in understanding. Did my foolish son try to visit Midgard? Odin asked in a worried tone. Odin had explained to Thor about cosmic entities, but Odin knew very well that something like that wouldn't deter Thor. He had explained how strong and powerful these beings were. He had told his son that they should wait for the right moment to pay a visit, but Thor didn't understand any of those statements. Yes, your majesty. The young prince has already tried 3 times, Heimdall said in a solemn tone, to which Odin nodded his head. Odin decided that this can't go on. It would be much better if he took Thor along with him to meet the 2 cosmic entities who have found their way into Midgard. Attending that meeting might teach his son Thor some much-needed humility. It looks like I would have to pay them a visit much sooner than I thought, Odin said in a contemplative voice. No one said anything in return. By the way, where is my son now? Odin asked, looking towards one of his attendants. Your majesty, the young prince along with Lady Sif and the warrior 3 have left for a hunt, the attendee said in a respectful tone while bowing his head in front of Odin. Odin rubbed the bridge of his nose while shaking his head in disappointment. Why was his son like this? Seeing that nothing was left to do here, he decided to head to the palace. After Odin arrived in the palace, he went straight to his private chambers. He was so worried about his own thoughts he didn't notice that his wife Frigga had noticed her husband's worried look and decided to follow him. Odin finally arrived in his private chambers, but before he was able to close the doors, Frigga showed up. May I come in? Frigga asked Odin, who just nodded his head in approval. What has gotten you so worried, my husband? Frigga asked, walking towards the other end of the room. Something very dangerous has happened recently. 2 cosmic entities have found their way into Midgard, Odin said in a solemn tone. Frigga gasped in fright. n/o/vel/b/c/om. How can this be? Cosmic entities have never shown any interest in mortals, Frigga said with worry and fear clear in her voice. I don't know. What's even more surprising is that one of those beings are the Phoenix Force and the other one possesses the power of destruction, Odin said, and Frigga gasped once more. That's impossible. Something like this has never happened. 2 opposing forces like them residing in the same world is very dangerous, Frigga said with a deep frown on her face. That is why I have decided to pay a visit. I know that I might not be able to change the outcome, but I need to meet them. I have planned to do that after I watched them closer, but I no longer have that luxury. Thor is trying to visit Midgard, Odin said, and Frigga gasped for the 3rd time. Her hands flew to her mouth in worry. Odin didn't need to explain anymore. Frigga knew her son very well, and she knew what her son would do. If a fight between her son and these beings breaks out, then her son will definitely die. Then we need to pay them a visit before Thor does, Frigga said with complete determination in her voice. It has been 4 days since me and Natasha returned to Elysium. There was no direct flight from Cairo to Madagascar. We had to take one stopover. The journey with Natasha was quite nice. She was slightly reserved, but from what her life was, it was quite natural for her to be like that. Today I decided to pay a visit to Momo. I wanted to see if everything was fine or not. After all, Apocalypse or Ensabanur is a potential threat now that he is out of stasis. Yes, none of us would have a problem defeating him, but that doesn't mean that he can't be a pain in the ass. I arrived in front of Momo's lab and knocked on her door. As soon as I knocked on the door, it opened on its own. Kind of something I expected from Momo. After all, she has a love for automatic things. I cautiously entered the lab and found Momo was experimenting with some blood samples. Ensabanur was laying on an operating table. Natasha was assembling something which quite resembled a warhead. It must be the satellite Momo was making. Neither of them noticed that I entered the room. Hello girls, I decided to greet them in a gentle tone. I didn't want to scare them. Both of them noticed me and turned towards me and gave me a nod as a greeting and returned to whatever they were doing before. For now, I decided to pay more attention to Momo and sat down beside her. So Momo, did you make any progress? I asked her slowly, not wanting to disturb her more than I was already doing. I have learned several interesting things about our friend here, Momo said, finally turning towards me. She was completely in her scientist mode. That meant there won't be any nonsense here. I remained completely silent, allowing her to continue speaking. He has multiple powers, and I have found that his essence forcefully activates the X gene in the new body to match all of his powers. After the process is finished, he will remain in a weakened state. The body will take some time to stabilize before he is able to gain all of his abilities. Currently, he is going through that process. From what I have learned, as soon as his conscience and essence were transferred last time, he was put under stasis, Momo said, reading the notes from her tab. I have given him a sleeping draft that will stop him from waking up until I give him an antidote, Momo said, putting down her tablet. Well, using the sleeping draft is much better than the stunning spell. Momo pulled out a scalpel from her tools and held it up. Watch this, Momo said, and made a giant cut on his arm. As soon as the cut was made, it started to heal. I could clearly see tissues mending together. I have already known that he had a healing factor, but this seemed much faster than Wolverine's and Deadpool's. I have seen it in the movies, but seeing it with my own eyes is much more fascinating. Just like you saw, this guy possesses a regenerative healing factor, and it's so strong that it makes him almost impossible to kill, even if you slit his throat. Momo said, and slit his throat with the scalpel. Even though I knew that he would heal, and he did heal, I was quite surprised that she did that. Like you saw, he will heal before he could bleed out. Did you just slit his throat? Unable to hold myself back, I decided to ask her. Momo didn't seem to appreciate my interruption and gave me an annoyed scowl. I swear that she would have made Mini Gi proud with that scowl and stony face. Yes, I slit his throat, but it was for research, Momo said with a stony look on her face. Yeah, she is definitely projecting Mini Gi. Now, don't interrupt me again, Momo said, and put the scalpel away inside the sanitizer. Well, I guess I won't be interrupting her anymore. His healing factor makes him a pseudo-immortal. I am quite certain that only because of this healing factor he was able to live for millennia. Otherwise, he is a completely normal metahuman. Momo said, and moved beside the blood samples. From my tests, I have concluded that if we transfer his essence and conscience to a normal human like Natasha, then his essence will forcefully activate the X gene inside the human, and, yes, I have made some tests and found out that there won't be any side effects except for the time needed to get all the power assimilated into the new body. Momo finished with a sigh and finally returned to her seat with a solemn look on her face. But there is still a problem which can't be solved. If we transfer his powers and essence, then his mind will also hitch a ride and enter Natasha's body. There is no other way around it, Momo said in a sullen tone and tiredly put her head on the table. Momo, it's completely fine. I won't mind if I didn't get these powers. Until now I have been completely fine, and I think I will be fine without powers too, Natasha said, trying to cheer up Momo. Momo didn't say anything and groaned. I just don't like giving up. I was so close to solving the puzzle, and I don't want to give up this project without any success, Momo said, and groaned in frustration. Well, she mentioned that if we transfer the powers and his essence, then his mind will hitch a ride, but what would happen if he didn't have a mind? Well, it was quite plausible. I am thinking about what happened to James Howlett. Stryker shot him with an adamantium bullet. He did grow back his brain, but his memories didn't grow back. From what I have seen about the healing factor of Ensabanur, it was sure that his brain won't melt if I use legilimency, and his brain and nerve would heal if I try to crucio him into insanity. But what happens if during that process metahuman suppressors are used? Momo, you said that if you try to transfer his essence and powers, then his mind will also hitch a ride, right? I asked Momo, who nodded her head with an unsure look on her face. But what would happen if he doesn't have a mind? I asked her in an excited tone. For a moment Momo also became excited, but once again she lost her excitement when she remembered something. As I have said, that won't work. His healing factor will stop that from happening. Using either legilimency or crucio won't make him a vegetable. Before you can even cause damage, he will start healing, Momo insisted with the same sullen look on her face. Yes, I know. But he is still a metahuman. Yes, a strong metahuman, but he is still a metahuman, right? I asked Momo, grabbing her shoulder. At first, Momo just nodded her head with a confused look. Only after a few seconds, understanding dawned on her. That's brilliant, Rio. You are completely brilliant. Why the hell I didn't think about this? Rio, you are a genius. Momo screamed in excitement and started to smother me with kisses while she held me in a tight hug. This will work. It will definitely work. Momo exclaimed once again, and with newfound energy, she went to her computer. Excuse me, but what brilliant idea did you get from Rio? Natasha asked in a nervous tone. If she wasn't nervous, I would have been worried. After all, Momo would be transferring the powers to Natasha. An energetic Momo would definitely be something to worry about. Well, as he mentioned that this dude is still a metahuman, so if we use mutant suppressors, then I will be able to stop his regenerating healing factor from acting out. If we use this, we could make his mind completely blank. This way, even if his mind hitches a ride, then it won't affect you. After all, his mind will be completely blank. Yes, even with the mutant suppressors it will be hard to suppress his powers, but it is doable, Momo said in complete excitement and started to make scenarios on her computer. We could also make some adjustments if needed, like we will keep the memories about his powers intact. It will help you to master his powers, but it will still be you up there, I said to Natasha, pointing towards her head. Momo squealed once again because of my new idea. All of a sudden, I felt Luna appear in the room. Her teleportation ability is a kind of cheat, she can appear anywhere without a sound or light. If it wasn't for my senses I wouldn't have noticed her arrival. Hello, Rio, Momo, and you too. Natasha. Luna spoke in her usual dreamy tone. Natasha was immediately freaked out by a sudden voice in the room, but she calmed down when she noticed it was Luna who had decided to pay us a visit. Momo didn't have any problems as she was kind of used to Luna's antics. Hello Luna, was there something wrong with our plan? I asked. After all, Luna suddenly paying a visit would mean that the plan must have some kind of fault. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Oh, that's perfect, it will work perfectly, but I didn't visit for that. I wanted to tell you that we are going to have visitors, Luna said with a dreamy look and disappeared. Now, what the hell did she mean by visitors? I stood in an open field with my wand in my hand, and on my other side Rumi was standing casually with her index finger pointed in my direction. Start. I heard Jean screamed from the side, but I didn't have any time to pay her attention. As soon as Jean's voice was heard I shot a stunning spell, followed by a banisher and a leg-locking jinx. Rumi nimbly dodged all three of them by a hair's breadth, but I knew very well that dodging them wasn't hard for Rumi. Rumi shot spells at me in return. She used the exact same spells I have used, but it was clear that her spells contained a lot more power. I dodged the stunner by stepping aside, the banisher and the leg-locking jinx were stopped by the protego charm I used. Rumi smirked and cast a shield breaker. I cursed in my mind for my stupidity. I shouldn't have used protego. Giving up the shield charm I quickly rolled out from the path of the shield breaker. The shield breaker sailed by my side without hitting me. I didn't have the time to stand up, so as soon as I finished the roll, I pointed my wand in Rumi's direction and fired a tripping hex, followed by an incendio and a petrifying charm. Once again Rumi dodged all three of them with little to no effort. This annoyed me to no end, this frustrated me so badly, but there wasn't anything I could do. I knew very well that Rumi was way stronger than me before we even started the mock duel. Rumi smirked once again and attacked me with the same spells I have just used on her in the same order. I was easily able to dodge the tripping hex, but I dodged the incendio by a hair's breadth. This made it quite impossible for me to dodge the petrifying charm. I grit my teeth in frustration and used the shielding charm to defend myself. The petrifying charm was stopped by the protego I had used, but before I could pull myself up from the ground a strong shield breaker hit the shield and I was flung back several feet. I landed on the ground and pain shot out throughout my whole body. I knew that nothing was broken and I was only bruised, but before I could even find out how far I landed, I felt my wand being whisked away from my hand, while at the same time I felt my arms and legs snap together because of the body bind curse. I released a mixture of frustrated and defeated sigh. Rumi wins. I once again heard Jean's voice. It was only after that I felt that the binds break and I turned to see that Rumi was walking towards me with my wand in her hand. Ororo, don't need to be like that. That was an excellent display of magic, Fleur said and extended her hand towards me. Fleur and Jean were standing at the side during our mock battle. Jean was asked to act as a referee for our fight. I accepted Fleur's hand with a smile and allowed her to help me up. But I still lost, I grumbled bitterly. I hated when Rumi defeated me without much effort. I know that I was growing stronger. When I fought against her for the first time she defeated me with just one spell. I was taken off guard by the speed of her spellcasting. That happened a few more times. I was finally able to defend against her spell, but I was defeated by a shield breaker. You have improved a lot since we have started to train, but you still need to learn more. Rumi finally arrived in front of me and handed me my wand. Do you know why you lost? Rumi asked me with a raised eyebrow. I groaned internally. I should have dodged instead of using protego. Even though I was frustrated and annoyed, I won't deny my mistake. That would have been my biggest mistake. I had to use the shield charm because I was slow. I was slow to dodge the spells. I accepted. Rumi nodded her head with a smile. She always said that you must acknowledge your weakness if you want to grow stronger. So, how strong are you magically? I mean, if you are not holding back. Jean asked Rumi curiously. She is the third strongest among us. Well, Dora can also be considered third strongest if you are only considering the battle department. Both me and Momo would beat anyone in the department of spell knowledge. Well, except Luna, I guess. She knows everything, so I am not sure. But Nemuri and Rio would beat any one of us in raw power and battle department. Before Rumi could give an answer, Fleur decided to answer Jean's question. Yes, both Nemuri and Rio are way stronger than me and Dora. If we fight with either of them they will wipe the floor with us. They are insanely strong, and if you think that I am fast with my spellcasting, then you should sometimes see them. You need to go a long way before you try to fight either of them, Rumi said in a serious tone. Well, I have always known about Rio because of the power he has shown as Leviathan, but Nemuri is quite a surprise for me. I heard about her power before, but I found it blasphemous for a depraved pervert like her to be so powerful. Yes, this world is truly unfair. Nov. L. B //JNN. All of us were brought out of our musings when out of nowhere a rainbow-like beam dropped from the sky. We were only meters away from the beam. All of us were ready for a fight in an instant. We patiently waited for the beam to stop. There are 6 of them, Rumi declared with a stony look on her face. The beam finally stopped and 6 silhouettes could be seen within the dust cloud. From their silhouettes, I could easily tell that 5 of them were men while only one among them was a woman. The dust cloud finally settled down and all 6 of them appeared to be wearing some kind of battle armor. They were also carrying weapons, except one of them. That person was wearing black and green armor. He was the only one who was empty-handed. A tall man with long blonde hair came forward. He was carrying a hammer, quite an odd weapon. The man was wearing black armor with circular ornaments over it. He had a red cape hanging behind him. The man seemed to be the leader of the group. My name is Thor Odinson. I hail from Asgard. I came here to have a fight with cosmic entities, the man declared. Did he just say that his name was Thor? He also mentioned that he was Odinson, which meant Odin was his father. He mentioned Asgard, too. He must be really high. Suddenly I noticed that Jean grew slightly tense. She must know what he meant, but that isn't important now. The most important thing now is that the myth of Asgard is true. It is nice to meet you, Thor Odinson, but I don't know any Asgard, and I don't know what you mean by cosmic entities since none of us spoke up. Rumi decided to take the lead of our group. I kind of agree with her reply. Rumi might be standing without a guard, but I was pretty sure that she was ready to attack if needed. The blonde looked slightly confused when the man who didn't have any weapons took a step forward and whispered something into Thor Odinson's ear. Thor's eyes grew wide, and with a smirk, the man in black and green armor returned to his place. I could already tell that the man in black and green armor was bad news. You are lying, the blonde man screamed and pulled up his hammer. Heimdall told me that the Phoenix Force and the user of the power of destruction are on this land. Thor screamed and thunder crackled on his body from the sky. Rumi was immediately in her battle stance, but she didn't attack because Thor didn't initiate the attack. I no longer know what you are even talking about, Rumi lied through her teeth. Even I knew that it was a white lie, but since Rumi didn't want to mention it, I didn't say it out loud. Fleur and Jean were also silent. It was clear that Thor wasn't happy because of the reply and he was about to act. We also got ready for the upcoming fight, but before a fight could break out without a sound, Rio appeared between the two groups. I was immediately relieved and all four of us visibly relaxed after Rio made an appearance. I didn't know that I was hosting hostile guests on my island, so which of you will give me the reason for not killing you where you stand? Rio spoke in a cold tone. It sent chills down my spine. I have never seen him like this. When Rio finished, he started to release an unimaginable level of power. It was clear that he wasn't directing his power towards us, but it was still overbearing. While the group from Asgard wasn't so lucky. I could already see them breathing really hard. Oh, that's perfect. It will work perfectly, but I didn't visit for that. I wanted to tell you that we are going to have visitors, Luna said with a dreamy look and disappeared. Now, what the hell did she mean by visitors? Was she speaking about Ancient One? I don't think that Luna would need to mention her, and it was clear that she said visitors, and the Ancient One would come alone. I already know that a lot of countries know the location of Elysium now. A few countries even tried to spy on Elysium through their compromised satellites. Utter fools. Well, I am not complaining because it's good that they are stupid. It's quite plausible that a country might have sent an entourage towards our island with ulterior motives. I looked towards Momo to see if she had any idea or not. Momo just shrugged. Natasha didn't say anything. She had obviously heard about Luna's talents. I decided to leave the lab for now, but before I could do that, alarms started to blare. What's happening? I asked Momo. I knew nothing about alarms. Momo picked up her tab and stopped the alarm, and after some taps, she turned the tab towards me and showed me a video feed. A rainbow-colored beam was falling from the sky near a group of 4 women. I immediately recognized the women as Rumi, Ororo, Jean, and Fleur. I would have recognized them anywhere. Since the girls were safe, I turned my attention back towards the rainbow-colored beam. I had recognized the beam in an instant. It was the Bifrost. So, Luna meant this by guests. Ugh. This is going to be annoying as hell. I know Thor is still stupid and hasn't learned the humility of King. I was proven right as soon as the beam stopped. As soon as the dust cloud finally settled down, I saw Thor, Loki, Lady Sif, and the Warriors 3. Why the fuck would anyone name a group Warrior 3? Sounds really odd and weird. I don't know how Momo and Fleur did this, but I was able to hear the audio too. Thor introduced himself and asked to fight against the cosmic entities. Looks like I have to get my armor, I mused and returned Momo's tab back to her. I internally cursed Heimdall. He shouldn't have told his foolish prince about me. If Heimdall was in front of me, then I would have strangled him and thrown him into the ocean. I flash stepped into my room and my armor came flying to me. With a wave of my hand, I was left in my boxers. I decided to do without my helmet today. With the armor on my body, I flash stepped once again and found myself in between the two groups. I saw Thor's stance and immediately understood what he was about to do. I also sensed Rumi's stance and knew that she was also ready for a fight. I growled in anger. It's true that I didn't want to kill either Thor or Loki, at least, for now. But that didn't mean that I will allow them to get away from here unscathed. For now, I don't want to get involved in a conflict with Asgard, and I am pretty sure that nothing will happen if I beat them up black and blue. I didn't know that I was hosting hostile guests on my island, so which of you will give me the reason for not killing you where you stand? I spoke in a cold tone. I knew that I couldn't go easy on them. After all, that will make me look weak. I am pretty sure that Heimdall was able to see the Phoenix Force inside Jean because she didn't have any protections on her, and he must have also noticed my power of destruction. As soon as I finished speaking, I started to release my power. This was the first time I was doing this. A situation like this never happened, a situation in which I needed to show off my power to scare some fools. I didn't direct my power toward the girls, not wanting to put pressure on them, but the Asgardian group was a completely different story. Asgardians. Asgardians. Asgardians definitely has a nice ring to it. I saw that Thor's group was sweating like pigs, even Loki was scared. I heard Thor gulped but didn't back down and stood tall under my pressure. I am Thor Odinson and I came to this land to challenge the cosmic entities, Thor said with a proud look, but it was easy to see that he was freaking out internally. Oh, is that so? You can call me Leviathan and I possess the power of destruction, I said in a menacing voice, and I didn't even notice that I was glowing purple. Only now I noticed the glow. This must be my aura. I could feel the power of destruction surging throughout my body. The grass beneath my feet was withering away. Thor didn't need any more persuasion. He raised up his hammer and the power of thunder coursed through his body. I noticed that Loki used an illusion and backed away from the fight. His illusions might be strong for everyone else, but he had nothing on Nemuri's illusions. I stopped releasing my power because there was no more need for it. I saw Sif pulled out her sword. Volstagg prepared his battle axe, Fandral pulled out his rapier, while Hagun prepared for a fight with his spiked mace. Thor was the first to attack. He pointed his hammer towards me and thunder shot out of him towards me. I raised up my hand and stopped the thunder with my bare hands. I saw that everyone from Thor's group were completely shocked. Even Loki was staring at me with wide eyes. The thunder finally stopped, but Thor didn't seem to back down. He jumped into the air and came down towards me with his hammer still crackling with lightning. His hammer was made of URU, but no matter what, it was a metal, so I had the ability to control it. Without any effort, I stopped his descending hammer with my left hand. Well, it seemed like I did that with my bare hands, but I used my magnetokinesis to do that. Now, I did that because of dramatics. Stopping Thor's hammer will crush their spirit. Impossible, Thor stuttered out in complete horror. The others from his group also had similar looks on their face. I just smirked at him and started to release my own lightning. Thor didn't even have the time to react when I punched him with a lightning-powered fist. Thor's body was shot away like a cannonball, but it seems that these guys have fought in a lot of fights together. Thor getting punched away didn't seem to faze them, at least, outwardly. Volstagg swung his battle axe in my direction. I decided not to use my magnetokinesis with these guys. That would be really unfair to them. I took a step back and the battle axe completely missed me. Volstagg was much taller than me, so I kicked his legs. This made Volstagg lose his footing, but before I could finish him I had to move to my left to dodge a sword. It seems that Sif was quite fast. Right behind Sif, Fandral could be seen thrusting his rapier in my direction. I pointed my right palm in the direction of approaching rapier. My palm met the tip of the rapier and it started to get crushed. With my left hand, I grabbed Fandral's hand and pulled him towards me. When he saw that his rapier was getting crushed, with a horrified look on his face he wanted to back away, like I would allow him to do that. It took me a second to completely crush his rapier. By now Fandral was right in front of me. I raised up my left foot and brought it down on his foot. Urgh. Fandral's scream echoed throughout the place and dropped to the ground. I felt the spiked mace approaching my head from my blind spot. I raised my right hand towards the mace without even looking. Hakai, that's all I needed to say, and Hagen's weapon was completely disintegrated. By this time Volstagg was finally back on his feet and he along with Sif attacked me from both sides. My whole body was covered in my lightning armor in an instant. A/N, for those who don't remember, MC recreated the 3rd and 4th Rakege's lightning armor in the HP world. Both of their eyes grew wide when they saw that their weapons were stopped by my lightning armor. I decided to deal with these two since Loki was still lurking and I was quite sure that I didn't take out Thor, so I punched Sif. With a horrified look on her face she raised up her shield-covered hand. As soon as my hand met her shield, it started to dent inwards. A resounding crack was heard throughout the place and Sif was also shot away from me in a similar manner to Thor and slammed into Hagun, who was lurking in the back. Sif took Hagun along with her. Good, 2 birds with 1 stone. Volstagg was enraged because of Sif's fate and attacked me in blind fury. I landed a lightning-powered kick on his knee. He dropped to the ground because his knee was bent in an unnatural way. Another bolt of lightning hit me, but it was stopped by my lightning armor. What kind of fool would use lightning against lightning? Of course, Thor would do that. You will pay for that. I heard Thor scream in anger while he was heading towards me with a bloody face. Looks like my punch was really good. I whisked away his hammer out of his hands and smacked him in the face with his own hammer. As soon as the hammer was in my hands I felt my lightning powers raise up by several folds. Thor dropped on the ground and I slammed the hammer on his chest. A bone-cracking sound was heard and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I decided to leave Thor for now because I felt Loki was standing right behind me. I turned around and grabbed Loki's hand. Loki's illusion faded and he appeared with a dagger in his hands pointed towards my neck. With my other hand, I grabbed his throat and forced him on his knees. Loki was looking at me in complete fear. From the corner of my eyes, I noticed another rainbow-colored beam drop from the sky. Please mercy. 2 voices were heard from the Bifrost. One male and the other female. The beam finally stopped and Odin along with Frigga walked out of the dust cloud with worry, fear, and horror etched on their faces. I decided to play a little game and a smirk appeared on my face. Now, why would I do that? I asked them with a smile on my face. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I patiently waited for my meeting while sipping my morning coffee. I had decided to meet the group of young scientists and a broke investor once again before I made my final decision. I would have walked away if the project wasn't so promising. I wouldn't get back anything, but if their theory is proved correct then they will be responsible for the greatest discovery of mankind. Their names will be written in history for their discovery. After all, they will become famous for discovering the secret behind evolution. Currently, a lot of scientists are making arguments because of the recent meta-human fiasco. Some of them are saying that metahumans are the future while the others are saying that metahumans are completely different species, but all of them have one common question. From where did the metahumans come from? What triggered the mutation? And if this project goes through, then we will get the answer to this question. It will also answer our question of if metahumans are the next stage of evolution. If this theory is proven right, then the people behind this project will get their names etched in the history, and I am after that. Currently, I am the richest person walking on Earth. I don't mind if people don't know my name. After all, throughout history, there were a lot of rich people, but none of them had their names etched in history books. That is why I don't care if people didn't know. After all, rich people are forgotten only after a few decades, but if this theory is proven right, then my name will be remembered through generations. I would be one of the people who were responsible for the discovery of the secret behind evolution. Since we haven't agreed on anything, they still haven't given me all the details. Well, it's good that they are cautious. Why the hell did I decide not to use Imperius this time? The group finally arrived and I had to resist cackling in mad glee when I saw Jonathan Lowell Spencer smacked his toe on the table and ended up getting his family jewels smashed when someone suddenly pushed their chair out. I wanted to cackle madly, but that would ruin my perfect serious businesswoman image. For this, I have decided to use both my real face and real name. I saw Susan looked really embarrassed because of her brother and admonished him like a mother scolding her child. Looks like the dire misfortune curse is working perfectly. The 5 of them finally made it to my table. Jonathan was still limping. Quite understandable. I look forward to his misery. After our formal greeting was over, they finally sat down at the table. Susan and Reed cautiously looked around because of all of the people around us. Doom also had a similar expression on his face. You don't have to worry about them. They will mind their own business, I said in a dismissive tone. First of all, our table was quite far from the other tables and I have cast a mild notice me not around the table as soon as they sat down. Even if someone hears our conversation, they will just forget it after a few seconds because of the charm. Miss Kayama, please forgive my brother for his embarrassing display. He still has to grow up before any serious discussion could start. Susan decided to apologize for her brother. Susan spoke in an embarrassed and pleading tone. It's fine, things like this happen. It's just bad luck, I said with a serious look on my face. It was only because of a clemency that I was able to suppress my laugh. I hope you are fine. I turned my head towards Jonathan and said in a pitying tone. He didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. If any of them were slightly more experienced, then they would have felt my mocking tone. I don't think that meetings like this should happen in public places like this. Doom sneered and spoke in a cold tone. I didn't react to him and gave him a cold glare. Your opinions are insignificant like your money, Mr. Doom. I sneered in the same manner as he did. I saw his face became purple in rage when I mocked his money. It was almost comical. Thankfully, Susan was an intelligent woman and decided to defuse the situation before it could escalate. I like smart women like her. After all, manipulating smart women gives me more satisfaction. I picked up my bag from the table and pulled out a scroll from my bag and handed it to Reed Richards. He was the project head, so he should get to read the contract before anyone else. Reed took the scroll with an odd look on his face. The others also gave me weird looks. Well, I will be honest, I wasn't expecting a scroll. Reed spoke in a bewildered and shocked tone. I have a love for eccentric things, I said and leaned on the table. Reed opened the scroll and started to read the contract. After he finished reading, he handed the scroll to Susan. Storm snored. It feels like I am making a deal with the devil, Susan said in a shocked tone. Oh, girl, you have no idea how right you are. Well, I haven't hidden anything overly malicious in the contract, but there are several loopholes in there for me to use. The only clause which can be called malicious in there was that if this project comes through, they will work for my company. That means they will no longer be able to work independently and they will be pulled into my company, and my company is in Elysium. If they are really smart, why the hell I would let them go? Momo will get some lab mates to help her. Doom finally read the contract and gave me a weird look. You expect us to believe this? He asked, waving the contact. What's the problem, Mr. Doom? I asked Doom in a dismissive manner. I was almost reaching my breaking point. I will crucio the bastard? It's written that you are agreeing to pay any amount of money as long it is needed for the project. Doom asked in a bewildered tone. I looked towards the others. They also wanted to ask about that. Yes, the amount of money is inconsequential to me. What I don't want is cutting corners because you are lacking money, and if you are wondering if I really have the right amount of money or not, then you don't have to worry. Even before the collapse, I could have bought the whole country if they would have allowed me to. I spouted bullshit with a completely straight face. I wasn't lying exactly, only the details were blurred. Well, fuck the details. Well, it works for me, Reed said in a cheerful tone and took the contract from Doom. He took out a pen from his pocket and signed the contract. Susan was next to sign the contract. Soon the others followed and Doom was the last one to sign the contract. But Doom's clause was different. After all, he had his own company. The corners of my lips curled upwards and a smile graced my lips for the first time in the meeting. Now that all of us are on the same page, let's discuss about your project, I gushed out in excitement. Manipulating all of them without using Imperius was really satisfying. Well, the economic instability obviously helped, the same economic instability I caused. Sometimes, I feel I should praise myself until I blush. After a long discussion about their project and theory, they left. Reed was convinced that evolution on Earth was triggered by the clouds of cosmic radioactive energy in space, and he has calculated that such clouds will soon pass by Earth. To be exact, he mentioned 2005, and they wanted to go to space so that they could get a first look on the clouds and conduct some experiments with the clouds. So, they plan to go into space. Well, I don't mind going to space. A fox in space. I kind of like the idea. Now, I am glad that I decided to spare no expenses. After all, I don't want to go into space within a destabilized ship that can explode anytime. Even if I didn't die, my clothes and jewelry will get ruined. My stomach rumbled in hunger, so I ordered some sandwiches. What? Manipulators like me also feel hunger? While eating my fourth sandwich, my pussy suddenly tingled. My pussy doesn't tingle out of the blue, it must be my Rio senses. I put down $250 on the table. I knew it was too much money even after the food crisis, but who cares, and I was in a hurry. With the sandwich in my hand, I walked out of the cafe and disillusioned myself and apparat right from the stairs. With a loud crack, I appeared inside our room. As soon as I found my senses, I felt Rio releasing his powers somewhere on the island. I hid under an illusion to watch the show. It was quite clear that Rio was showing off his power to some fool or fools. I concentrated on Rio and found him on the eastern side of the island and Flash stepped near him. I arrived and saw that Rio was standing against a group of odd-looking armor-clad people. Did they get teleported here from some medieval era? I tilted my head in confusion and Flash stepped once again to get myself some distance. I saw the blonde guy who seemed to be the leader of the armor-clad guys channel lighting through his armor and shot lightning at Rio. I snorted in amusement. Attacking Rio with lightning won't do you any good. Rio simply stopped the lighting with his bare hands. This seemed to surprise them, and the guy decided to attack Rio directly and was shot away like a cannonball. The fight was over in just a few seconds. Rio obviously beat the shit out of them. Rio was currently choking a guy who tried to stab him in the neck. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored beam fell from the sky and two voices were heard from within the beam. A man and a woman, please mercy, that's what I heard. Now that I have seen how they arrived here, it felt like they were gods from some mythology. I snorted once more. If Rio was weak, would you still have asked for mercy? When I finally laid my eyes on the man, my eyes grew wide. Ol Twinkles, is that you? With a bewildered look, I shook my head and saw that Ol Twinkles was still there. Dumbles was in this world too? The Deo of Dumbles is overpowered. Now, why would I do that? I was brought out of my disturbing thoughts when Rio spoke. I wanted to cackle in mad glee when I saw Rio playing the villain. I wanted to join too, but I will definitely get my chance. Please, please, let go of my son. The woman dropped to her knees while tears were flowing from her eyes. The woman definitely loved her son. I moved slightly closer. After all, Rio was putting on a great show. I was only missing popcorn. I was already soaking wet from the fight. I am definitely getting fucked after the show is over. That is what I asked Asgardian. Why the hell should I show mercy to your pathetic sons? Rio said with a grin. A giggle escaped my lips when Rio put more pressure on As. So, they are from Asgard. So Asgard is real? He said sons and looked towards the blonde fool with lightning, who was currently lying on the ground. You know what? I won't kill your pathetic sons, it will only dirty my hands. Rio spat out in disgust and threw Loki towards the mother. Since they are from Asgard, that Ol Twinkles must be Odin and the woman must be Frigga, so their sons, lighting fool Thor and the wannabe illusionist, Loki. This one is so pathetic that he needs a crutch to use his own divinity. That must be really shameful. How the hell do you even sleep at night with an incompetent son like that? Rio said to Odin while shrugging. That's cruel? I like that. Your other son is a fool of equal caliber. He tried to assassinate me while hiding under an illusion, Rio said with disgust in his voice and directed his eyes towards Loki. Don't even start with the other insects they brought along with them. Please grab all of them and get the hell out of here before I change my mind and kill all of you. I don't want to step on a bug while walking through my backyard. Rio said in a mocking tone. Odin was gritting his teeth in anger and his face was purple in rage, but there was nothing he could do. Get the others. Odin barked out to his men. Unfortunately, their faces were covered and I wasn't able to see their expressions. It would have been golden. Odin's men quickly gathered the others and Frigga was now crying over her blonde fool of a son. Another beam fell on them and all of them vanished. I stopped my illusion and Flash stepped right in front of Rio. It was too hard to hold myself back now. You, me, our room now, I said with slight difficulty. I really wanted to jump him. If Jean and Aurora weren't here, I would have definitely mounted myself on him. Rio grabbed my hands and both of us Flash stepped into our room. So, what are you planning to do? Rio asked me while trailing his fingers down my neck. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. You will see my supervillain, I said and pushed him on the bed. Odin sat on his throne. His face was marred with shame. To say that he was angry would be an understatement. He was fuming in rage but knew there was nothing he could do. He has ruled over Asgard for thousands of years and he knew very well that cosmic entities weren't something he should pick a fight with. A part of his mind was even glad that the cosmic entity allowed his son and the others to return with their lives. Yes, all of them were injured badly and their weapons were also destroyed, but these things were something that could be solved with time. Thankfully, Mjolnir was still intact. He knew he should be glad about how everything turned out, but as a king, he wasn't able to. Odin had several terms in his mind which he wanted to use to come as a friendly in front of those cosmic entities, but his stupid son had ruined all of his plans. Even though Odin was feeling really ashamed with how the cosmic entity insulted them, a part of him was glad that the cosmic entity did that. This might show his stupid son the vast difference between the strength of an Asgardian and a cosmic entity. For many years he has been trying to get his son to stop being dependent on his hammer, but his son didn't bother with that. Now that Thor was insulted in such a manner, he might learn something from it. Though Odin didn't hold much hope there. Your Majesty, the young prince has awoken. Odin was brought out of his thoughts by a servant. Odin strode out of his throne room to meet his youngest son, or his only son. Odin arrived in front of his son's room, and after a small pause, he strode into the room while releasing his majestic aura. Odin found his wife was sitting beside his son's bed with a look of worry on her face. Father. Thor began to speak, but Odin started to glare dangerously at his son. Silence. Odin screamed in rage. Everyone inside the room flinched and took a step back in fear. Odin shot a glance towards the servants in the room. The servants immediately knew what that meant, and all of them rushed out of the room. Do you know what you have done, you foolish son? Odin growled out in anger. Father, Thor began to speak, but he was silenced once again by his father. No, you know nothing? You didn't remember what I have told you about the power of cosmic entities, nor did you listen to me. See how that turned out for you and your friends. Odin snarled in fury. Please, husband, our son is injured. Frigga spoke up in a pleading tone. He only has himself to blame for that. Odin dismissed his wife's pleading. I was planning to greet them in a friendly manner, and you ruined that with your bullheadedness. And don't even start with the insults. Do you know that you shamed the whole Asgard with your act? Odin said while glaring at his son. Nobody spoke for a few minutes. Thor was clutching his sheets tightly while looking down in shame, and Odin was still glaring at his son with fury clear in his eyes. Frigga was looking in between her son and husband in worry. After some time, Thor finally looked up towards his father with determination in his eyes. Father, I promise to return Asgard's honor. But Thor was once again cut off by his father. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Now, don't you see your foolishness? Do you think that you will be able to defeat cosmic entities? They destroy worlds on just a whim? You were rather lucky that the cosmic entity found you too pathetic to be killed. You can't even use your own power without your hammer, and you decided to challenge a cosmic entity. Odin spat out in anger. Thor shrunk back in shame, but Odin didn't care about that. As long as the cosmic entities are on Midgard, it's out of our jurisdiction. I don't want another altercation between us. After saying that, Odin strode out of the room. POV Rio. So, Asgard's real. I can't believe this, Jean muttered under her breath. Yes, and we almost went to war with them, Natasha murmured from the side. Stop fussing about small things. Rio looked so hot when he was beating them up, Nemuri said with stars in her eyes. Yep, I agree with Nemuri here. Even if the fight was really short, it was rather cool, Rumi said, returned to her food. But from what I have seen, they aren't actual gods, right? Momo asked while taking a short break from glomping down her food. They were fools. I don't like them. Instead of greeting us on friendly terms, they decided to attack us. That shows how they really are. They think we are beneath them. Non. Fleur said in a cold tone. But don't you think what you said to them was slightly cruel? Aurora asked me in a low tone. I looked at her and found that she didn't mind what I said, but she thought it was rather cruel. But before I could answer, Luna decided to speak up. No, it was completely fine. Do you think that either Odin or Frigga are nice people? Well, Frigga hides it very well with her caring personality, but do you think that, if Rio was getting beaten by her son, she would have tried to stop him? She would have been proud. What do you think Odin would have done? Luna retorted back with a dreamy look on her face. How do you think they are known as gods? Well, it is just like as you think. They came to Earth and posed as gods so that people from Earth would worship them, Luna said in a serious tone and went back to her food. Nobody said anything for a few seconds after that. After all, if Luna says that a person is bad, then in truth he or she is really bad. I completely agree with Luna. Neither Odin and Frigga were exactly nice people. Well, Frigga is nice, but what she did to her own daughter Hela wasn't something nice. No, mother would have agreed to that. Nurture, that was the problem there. When they needed it, they nurtured Hela for battle and war, but as soon as they thought of her as a liability, they decided to lock her away after stabbing her in the back. Hela was nurtured to fight and kill. Something like that can't be changed in a day. Then there is Odin, who sacrificed all of his Valkyries to imprison Hela. When he changed his ways, she was unable to do so. Then how? Odin treated Jane like an inferior being when she was on Asgard. Odin refused to believe what he saw in front of his eyes, and like Cornelius Fudge back in the HP world, decided to stick his head in the sand until Asgard was attacked. Let's stop talking about these depressing topics now, I said, and everyone simply nodded and continued with their food. Even though my small break was interrupted by the fools from Asgard, I was glad that I got to shake my joints a bit. After dinner, all of us headed towards our own room. Jean and Aurora were still sharing one room, and Natasha had her own room. The rest of us lived in one room. The night was still young, and we decided to spend the night exploring each other. Nemuri was over the moon because she got the chance of getting shagged twice. A few days passed without any more excitement. Everything on Elysium was completely normal. I took all of my girls on dates individually. Jean got her second date, and this time we shared a kiss before parting our ways. Natasha has also grown quite close to me, and Aurora did the same. The development of Elysium was going on pretty nicely. All the metahumans who had families were given their own flats, while the single metahumans could live in the dorms. Small shops have also started to open around the residential district. The house elves were working tirelessly, which they loved very much. Eric was so happy that he almost looked like a kid nowadays. He was also happy that he was the leader of the island, even though I was seen as the true protector. I spent all the days going on dates with the girls and training with my power of destruction throughout the rest of the day. I have made a lot of progress with my power, but I still had a long way to go before I completely mastered my powers. I followed the same routine until one day Momo texted me that she had finished all the tests and she was ready to move on to the next step. Thankfully, I wasn't on a date at that time or I would have been late to visit Momo. After all, a gentleman never leaves a woman on a date. So, what's up? I arrived in Momo's lab and asked her. Both Momo and Natasha seemed to be waiting for me. It is proved that the theory is working and we would be able to destroy his mind methodically, Momo said and pointed towards a pensieve, but it wasn't a normal pensieve, it had a few more runes than the normal ones. It is proved that the theory is working and we would be able to destroy his mind methodically, Momo said and pointed towards a pensieve, but it wasn't a normal pensieve, it had a few more runes than the normal ones. I carefully looked at the pensieve before looking towards Momo. So, how does this thing work? I asked her curiously. I also noticed that Ensabanur was trapped with some kind of modified metahuman suppressors. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. I am glad that you asked. Momo beamed in happiness. Like any other pensieve, it lets you view a person's memories, but for this one, you don't need to pull out memories from a person. With the help of this rune, Momo paused for a moment and pointed towards a rune on the pensieve. It can play someone's memories directly after it is connected to a person, like it is connected now through this rune. Momo once again paused and pointed to another rune, but this rune was glowing. Okay, now that's not the main function of this pensieve. With the help of these runes, Momo paused and trailed her finger over 7 runes. We will be able to edit the mind and memories according to our wish, and the best thing is that the owner of memories won't even know that his memories were being tampered with. He will find everything normal after we are done with him. Momo finished with a huge grin on her face. Momo was always like this when she invented something new, no matter how small it was. I started to pet Momo. This seemed to make her even happier. She beamed with a smile and pulled me into a passionate kiss. Only after a few seconds, she allowed me to separate. After separating from me, Momo pulled Natasha into a hug. Natasha, you don't seem excited, I asked Natasha, who seemed to be fidgeting within Momo's arms. Momo stopped hugging Natasha and looked carefully at her. Momo finally noticed the uneasiness in Natasha and she was immediately worried. Natasha, if you don't want, then we can stop it. You don't need to get his powers, Momo spoke in a caring and reassuring tone. Sorry, I was so excited I kind of ignored your decision. After all, your decision is going to be most important here. Momo grabbed Natasha's hand and spoke in a reassuring tone. Oh, no, it's not that. I am just nervous. To be honest, I also want powers like all of you. Who doesn't? Natasha immediately tried to defuse the misunderstanding. Well, something could go wrong and I am nervous because of that, Natasha finished in a hurry, and Momo finally understood what Natasha meant and pulled her into another hug. Oh, Natasha, don't worry, I will not let anything happen to you. I will not do anything to risk your life, Momo said in a caring tone and continued to hug Natasha. Natasha wasn't used to things like that, but it was clear that she was getting used to it. Okay, now enough sassy stuff. Let's edit his memories, Momo said, finally separating herself from Natasha. I remained completely silent while this was going on. I allowed the girls to sort out their emotions. Yes, and don't worry Natasha, nothing will happen to you and you will be completely fine, I said with a reassuring smile and patted her shoulder. Natasha nodded her head in a confident manner and a small smile graced her face. Both of you come here, Momo said and made us stand on either side of her. We sat down and Momo activated the memories. Momo used the third projector mode to view the memories. It wasn't a common feature, but there were some people back in the HP world who liked to use pensieves with this mode. The first memories were really blurry. We kind of expected that. After all of us remember some of our childhood memories. Yes, our memories would be a lot cleaner, but we were using occlumency for that, but unfortunately, Ensabanur wasn't a master occlumens. The years passed and we saw that Ensabanur was finally discovering his powers and their full potential. He was already being worshipped as a god. We quickly found out that Ensabanur wasn't at fault here. These people made him what he was. At the beginning, Ensabanur was scared and didn't know what to do, but slowly he came to the understanding that he must be a god. When everyone around you would claim that you are a god, then you will obviously start to think that you are actually a god. We saw how Ensabanur got his first group of loyal followers, the first group of 4 horsemen. He bestowed power to them and through mental manipulation, he was able to gain their undying loyalty. We saw how Ensabanur created a civilization, made it grow, and when the population grew too much he destroyed the civilization and killed everyone and moved on to a new place along with his 4 horsemen. Ensabanur believed what he was doing was right and he was a god who should guide humans. We finally saw that Ensabanur was growing old, and he hated that, so he started to research his own powers, and when he found out about his powers of essence transference he started to make his tomb, the same golden pyramid from where we found him buried. When he was ready to change his body for the first time he was more than 110 years old. The first person he changed body with was a metahuman with regenerative healing factor. After gaining his new body he stopped aging. We saw all of his life. We continued to watch his life like a movie. Whole 5,000 years worth of memories. Everything in his life was completely repetitive. When his horsemen would grow old he would replace them with a new group. After that, He would build a civilization, help them grow, and when the population reached a certain limit then he would kill everyone and destroy the civilization. After that, he would move on. When he would find an interesting metahuman he would use any means to get his body for himself. We saw him do that throughout his life. Like I have said, just his life was completely repetitive: get new followers, build a civilization, destroy the civilization and then move on and for a break take a new body. That was his whole life story. Really disappointing. After watching Memories of 200 Years we put it on a fast forward. The memories finally finished playing. Well, that was very disappointing, Momo deadpanned. Yes, we thought we got to see a lot of history. He never did something new, Natasha said with a frown on her face. He was also a coward. Did you notice the reason why he didn't have a child? I asked the girls and both of them nodded. And Sabanur didn't have his own offspring throughout his 5,000 years of extremely long life. Publicly he said that he was a god and it was beneath him to procreate with a mortal woman. He didn't want to lower his progeny, but the truth was completely different. He was afraid. He was scared that his offspring might turn out to be his equal. Then he would have to allow his offspring to rule beside him. He didn't want to have that. He wanted to be the sole ruler of Akaba or ancient Egypt. At the beginning, he might have believed that he was a god, but he definitely found the truth when he was dying of old age. Natasha spoke in complete disdain. Yes, makes you wonder how fucked up ancient times were, I said in an amused tone, and both girls nodded and all three of us burst out laughing. Well, enough about that. Let's start with his childhood memories, Momo said and activated the memory modification runes. She first started to delete his childhood memories. It was a long process and Momo needed my magical reserves to complete the process. I happily allowed her to use my huge magical reserves. It took us 5 hours to completely destroy all of his memories and personality. Some might say that emotions and memories are different things, and I agree that they are completely different, but they depend on each other. A person's personality also depends on memories. If you get rid of a person's memories he will lose his sense of being, meaning his personality. He will still have his emotions but he won't act on his emotions as he did before when his memories were completely intact. We only left the memories of how to train and use his powers. They were completely insignificant to what made Ensabanur. Technically Ensabanur was already gone. The body in front of us was currently the shell of Ensabanur. He reviewed the memories once again and found that they were perfect. Nat, turn off the metahuman suppressors, Momo said with complete concentration on the shell of Ensabanur. Natasha didn't seem to mind that Momo used her nickname, which was first used by Nemuri. Natasha nodded her head and turned off the metahuman suppressors. We wanted to check if his memories would start to come back or not. There was a very small chance of that happening, but neither me nor Momo wanted to take the chance. Both me and Momo kept watching the memories carefully. We wanted to notice even the smallest change, but even after 30 minutes there was no change. We finally agreed that we were successful. Looks like the first stage of Project Natasha is finally over, Momo said, releasing a long sigh. Momo named this project Natasha? I turned to look at Natasha, who could only smile at me wryly. Looks like that she also didn't like that the project was named after her. Momo spent the next hour packing all of her equipment inside a magical trunk. She said that she needed all of these inside the tomb. After all, Ensabanur's essence can only be transferred inside the tomb, and Momo needed her equipment to carry out all the tests. We didn't even notice how much time has passed since we got invested in the memories. There was a 1-hour time gap between Cairo and Elysium. That meant if it was 8 a.m. in Elysium then it would be 7 a.m. Cairo. The tomb worked from sunlight, so it would be best if we start the essence transference ritual around noon. So, if we were going to do anything it was going to happen tomorrow. Momo still needed to run several tests before anything else. Neither of us wanted to cause Natasha any harm. After we reassured her she got back some confidence. It was clear that she was still nervous and I can't fault her for that. I decided to leave Momo and Natasha to their devices. If what they were doing involved some magic then I would have been useful, but as soon as they involve science and things like genetics I am completely useless. The rest of the night passed normally. After a lot of days all of us decided to call it a day without some bedroom action. Obviously Nemuri didn't like that, but she decided to give up for the night. The next day all of us gathered in the kitchen. No one other than Momo, Natasha, and me knew about Project Natasha. So, all of them were confused when I told them that we are going somewhere and asked them to stay back after breakfast. Jean and Aurora were the ones who were most confused. After all, I never involved them in something like this. Momo and Natasha, like any good girls, refused to say anything to the others when others asked them for information. They acted like they didn't know anything. After breakfast, everyone patiently stayed at the table. So, where are we going? Rumi asked curiously. It's going to be a surprise, I said in a mysterious manner and asked Momo to create an iron ball. Taking the ball from her I made it into a portkaya to Cairo. It won't take us to the main city. It will drop us right outside the Fidelius wards I had erected last time. Okay, everyone, grab someone close to you, I said, and the girls followed. As soon everyone was ready I activated the portkaya with the activation code, and with a familiar tug around our navel, all of us were whisked away to the desert. Thankfully I landed perfectly, but Jean, Aurora, and Natasha weren't that lucky. It was simply a matter of getting used to. Only Dora was someone who still ended up sprawled on the ground. No matter how many times she has used port keys, she was unable to get used to it. Well, she also ended up sprawled on the ground if someone would take her using side-along apparition. She was only able to maintain her balance if she operate on her own. Well, even after she landed on her own feet, she would still trip as soon as she started walking. The girls helped up Jean, Ororo, and Natasha. Did you mess up the portkaya? We are in the middle of nowhere, Nemuri whined like a kid. Natasha, show them the paper, I told Natasha. Everyone curiously looked towards Natasha, who pulled out a small piece of paper from her jeans pocket. She held up the paper and showed it to everyone else. The ones who knew about it were immediately surprised. Their eyebrows shot up in surprise and gave me an odd look, well, everyone except Luna. She didn't seem surprised at all. She must have been waiting for this. Fidelius, you made Natasha the secret keeper? Does it even work like that? Rumi asked with a weirded out look. Of course, there is no reason for it to not work. The spell only says that the secret keeper must be a human. There is nothing that mentions that the secret keeper must be magical, Fleur said with a look of understanding. She has done a lot more research on charms than Momo has done. Momo had studied about charms, curses, hexes, and jinxes, but Fleur paid more attention to only charms. Can anyone explain to me what a Fidelius is and how I can suddenly see this cave? Jean asked with a frustrated look on her face. Ororo was also facing the same problem. So, Fleur carefully and briefly explained what a Fidelius charm was to both of them. So, we are going down there? Is it safe? Nemuri asked in a worried tone. Don't be like that. All the gold you wear will definitely shine up the cave, Rumi snarked in a mocking tone. Nemuri obviously didn't appreciate the joke on her gold and decided to maturely stick out her tongue towards Rumi. For now, I decided to remain silent. I was sure that, as soon as Nemuri sees the golden pyramid, she will claim it for herself. I was the first to enter the cave and the girls carefully followed me. When they finally noticed the stairs made of gold, they were relieved. Well, except for Nemuri, who wanted to pull off the stairs and take them with her. Rumi had to forcefully restrain her for now. This is wrong. Gold shouldn't be buried here, Nemuri whined and kept pouting. From time to time she looked towards me with puppy dog eyes. When we finally reached the bottom, everyone except me, Momo, Natasha and Luna dropped their jaws on the floor. Luna is well Luna and it's impossible to surprise her. Please, 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 let me go. I want that. Nemuri whined and pleaded to Rumi, but unfortunately for Nemuri, Rumi didn't allow her to escape. Nemuri started to cry in anime style. Twin waterfalls were rolling down her face. It was really amusing to watch her like that. But I kind of agree with Nemuri. This is something else. You don't get to see a pyramid completely made out of gold every day, Jean said in complete awe. All of us also nodded our heads in agreement. Yes, seeing it in your visions and in real life are two completely different things, Luna said while intently staring at the pyramid. Guys, let's head inside. We have a lot of things to do, Momo said and started to lead the completely odd group inside. After a few minutes, we finally arrived in the room where the essence transference would take place. Rumi tossed Nemuri in a corner like a sack of potatoes. From there Nemuri kept screaming how unfair it was, but everyone decided to ignore her for now. Momo, you get everything ready. I am going to clear the sand covering the tomb, I said to Momo, who had pulled out her trunk and was about to enlarge it. You are going to use your gravity powers, right? But won't it damage the pyramid too? Momo asked with a worried tone. Don't worry, I will use my powers to reinforce the pyramid. It will obviously be difficult for me but doable. I have to do it, I said with clear determination and walked out of the ritual room. I flash stepped right outside of the entrance and with another flash step, I found myself on the tip of the pyramid. I used my powers and started to float over the tip of the pyramid. Using my power I started to reinforce the whole pyramid. It was slightly problematic to use my power on the whole pyramid, but I was able to do it. As soon as I was confident that I had completely reinforced the pyramid, I clasped my hands together and started to gather my power. Using magnetokinesis to reinforce the pyramid and at the same time using gravitational powers were only possible because of my parallel thoughts. A/N, this is for those who skipped the HP arc, MC can have parallel thoughts. After a couple of minutes, I was finally ready. I opened my arms wide. Shinra Tensei. As soon as I said those words, a huge wave of repulsion force escaped from my body. Everything around me except Ensabaner's pyramid was blown apart. The sand and land covering the pyramid were completely gone. As soon as everything calmed down, I started to breathe heavily, even though it didn't look like it, but it was a tiring thing to do. Whenever I use my gravity powers I have to spend a lot of energy, and at the same time I had to reinforce such a huge pyramid. I flash stepped and arrived directly inside the ritual room. Momo has already set up a lot of her equipment with the help of the others. Nemuri was already free and helping Momo to set everything up. I could feel that the pyramid was already powering up. What I just did was a beacon to the whole world, though I doubt that someone will be able to send jets here. After all, only fools are still using their compromised satellites. You are already done. Rumi was the first to notice me when I arrived in the room. Yeah, I thought that you girls would have felt it, I said with a confused look on my face. You used too much power to reinforce the pyramid. We were completely stable, Luna said with a serious look on her face. Well, if Luna said that I used too much power, then I definitely used too much power. Well, you girls are safe. That is the most important thing to me, I said and leaned on the nearby wall. I was already recovering my powers. For whatever reason, all of my powers used different reserves. My magical reserve and power of destruction reserve were completely full, but my magnetokinesis power reserve was almost empty. It feels like that I am not synchronized with all of my powers. I think that all of my powers should work in sync. I haven't noticed this till now, but now that one of my reserves is almost empty, it's easily noticeable. Momo finally pulled out a casket from the trunk. I had a very good idea about the contents of the casket. We aren't going to do some kind of demonic ritual, right? Ororo asked while warily eyeing the casket. Nothing like that, it's something much simpler than that. Momo shook her head in denial. She had a gentle smile on her face and snapped open the casket. Inside the casket was the shell of Ensabanur. Who is the blue dude? Nemuri asked curiously, looking at the body. You are currently looking at the body of the first metahuman, Natasha said while helping Momo. Jean and Ororo were both taken aback. Natasha shoved off the body from the elevated platform. It was the previous body of Ensabanur. Are you serious? This guy is the first metahuman. Rumi asked, staring at the body. Momo carefully levitated the body from the casket and laid it down on the elevated platform. She placed the body exactly where the previous body was. Doesn't he look too young to be the first metahuman? I mean, he should have been born centuries ago, right? Jean asked while carefully looking at the blue body of the first metahuman. We are talking about millennia here. He was born during 8000 BC. Luna said in her usual dreamy tone. She was skipping around the room while reading the hieroglyphs on the wall. What? 4 females exclaimed in complete surprise. It was Rumi, Nemuri, Jean, and Ororo who decided to raise up their doubts. He had a regenerative healing factor. This made him nigh immortal, and he ruled ancient Egypt for more than 5,000 years. Luna continued to explain. I wasn't surprised that Luna knew all of that. Luna knows everything. A few minutes passed in complete silence. The girls digested all the information. So, what are you going to do with him? Ororo asked curiously. We are going to transfer his powers to Natasha, Momo said while powering up her computers. What? That's possible. Jean asked, completely shocked by the revelation. Yes, he has a power that allows him to do that. That is why we are here, Luna said and nodded her head like a sage. Natasha, you are wearing cotton undergarments, right? Momo suddenly asked, and Natasha just nodded her head. Then take off your clothes and get on the platform. Momo was now in her scientist mode, that meant no-nonsense mode. Natasha looked at me and quickly took off her clothes. It was clear that she wasn't ashamed of her body, and she shouldn't be. After getting out of her clothes, Natasha carefully laid down on the platform. Is this ritual similar to that Horcrux ritual? Rumi asked curiously. No, this will be completely different. I will just need to power up the pyramid and everything will happen on its own, Momo said and connected some sensors to Natasha's head. Well, everything is ready. We will begin. All of you back off, Momo said, and everyone backed off. They knew not to mess with Momo when she was in her scientist mode. Nat, are you ready? Momo asked in a gentle and caring tone. As ready as I could ever be, Natasha said and nodded her head in full confidence. Momo nodded her head and turned on the mechanism. I could feel the movements inside the pyramid. The whole room started to glow up and circuits made of liquid gold started to spread around the room. The 2 bodies on the platform started to get surrounded by the circuits. I had full confidence in Momo's abilities, so I wasn't worried, and Luna was carefree, so I was sure that everything will go smoothly. Good luck, Nat, Nemuri murmured under her breath. She looked really worried for Natasha. It was clear that Nemuri cared for Natasha. The elevated platform also started to glow and blue-colored energy started to leave Ensabanur's shell and enter Natasha. Ensabanur's body already started to shrivel, but something was different. Unlike the others, Natasha's skin didn't turn blue, it started to become pale. I threw a worried look towards Momo, who raised up her thumb signifying that everything was going nicely. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The process finally stopped, and now Ensabanur's shell was completely shriveled and it could be called a mummy now. Natasha was still laying on the platform peacefully. She was looking completely pale now, like the vampires from Twilight, but her skin also had a bluish tint to it. It was difficult to explain in words. Suddenly Natasha opened her eyes and gasped for breath. She started to take long breaths. Momo left her computer and started to cast diagnostic spells on Natasha. All of us waited patiently at the side. After a couple of minutes, Momo gave Natasha a sleeping potion and put her down to sleep. There is nothing to worry about. Everything is completely fine. I put her to sleep because her body needs a lot of rest. Her X genes weren't active and were suddenly activated forcefully, which has put her body under a lot of stress. For now, let her rest. Momo beamed with a smile and spoke to us. Well, according to Momo, everything was fine, and Luna was also beaming, which meant everything went as planned. My eyes finally opened and I found that I was no longer inside the tomb. I was back in my room. My body was feeling slightly stiff. With a little difficulty, I was able to turn my head around. I wanted to take a good look at my room. How the hell did I even come here? I tried to remember what happened in the tomb, and with that, all of my thoughts came to a screeching halt when a piercing pain invaded my mind. Foreign memories started to surface in my mind. The intense pain was only there for a few seconds, and after that, it was completely gone. It almost felt that the pain was just a hallucination. I decided to check the memories and found them related to my new powers. Did I just call them my powers? My body was no longer stiff. I rose up from my bed and found myself wearing a bathrobe. I looked inside and found that I wasn't wearing anything underneath. Only now I noticed how pale my skin was now. It almost felt like that there was no blood running inside my veins. My skin also had a minor bluish tint to it, but it wasn't noticeable if someone didn't look carefully. Thank God, I didn't turn out like that guy. To make sure, I once again peeked inside my own head. Yep, that's still me up there. I got up from the bed and walked in front of the mirror. I carefully looked at my face and was stunned when I saw my eyes. I knew that my eyes were blue, even though they are still blue, but there is a big difference now. My eyes were glowing. My hair was also different now. My hair was red, but now it has become crimson. It was blood red. For a couple of minutes, I kept staring at my glowing eyes and my crimson hair. I won't lie, I looked rather enticing. I undid my bathrobe's knot. My curves were definitely much more refined now. I touched my flat stomach. My skin has become much smoother and softer than before. All of my scars were also gone. Is my womb also fixed? A sudden thought appeared inside my mind and my hands shot towards my stomach. I felt several knots forming inside my stomach. I need to find Momo. She will be able to tell me. Before I even knew, I found myself in front of my cupboard. My head immediately snapped back towards the mirror and found that there was a significant distance between both places. It must have been my superhuman speed, I concluded. It couldn't be anything else. I just thought about wearing my clothes and the cupboard opened on its own and the clothes I wanted were pulled out. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. It definitely didn't happen on its own, it was my telekinetic power. There was nothing else that it could be, so, I am already getting used to my powers. I again referred to them as my powers. At a subconscious level, I must be feeling that these are my powers. I didn't even need to wear my clothes, they were absorbed by my skin and appeared on me. This must have been my matter manipulation power. Looks like my powers are working nicely. Now, where should I go to look for Momo? Just as I had that thought, I felt that Momo was already on her way here. It's getting rather tiring with all these powers. Yes, I understand that they are helping me, but I am not used to them. It's making me feel really odd. I walked up to the door and opened it before Momo could knock. Momo gave me an appreciative look. Looks like your powers have started to surface. Momo asked me. Yes, they did. Getting used to them will be rather tiring. Now that I have all these powers, out of the blue I whined and invited Momo to enter the room. I already wanted to ask her if my womb was fixed or not, but no matter how excited I was, I should invite her inside. Now please stand in front of me. I want to check all the changes. Your eyes and hair are obvious. Momo spoke in her scientist mode. I knew that there was no interrupting her now, so I decided to follow Momo's commands obediently. Momo diligently checked all the changes. It was more than half an hour before she finally cleared me. She said I was in perfect condition and by each passing second, my body and powers were getting stronger. According to her, this was only possible because of the regenerative healing factor. Unable to hold myself, I finally asked her about my womb. Momo waved her hand over my womb a few times and then gave me a beaming smile. Just with her smile I knew that it was good news, but I still wanted to hear it from her, so I waited with bated breath. Congratulations! Your womb is completely healed and you can have babies like any other women. As soon as Momo finished speaking, I pulled her into a bone-crushing hug. I wanted to be a mother so badly, but until now it was impossible for me. I have given up hope, but I still held some hope in some corner of my mind. I didn't even notice that I was already crying. Momo was rubbing my back in a soothing manner. I haven't told anyone about this, but this was one of the biggest reasons that I agreed to accept the powers. When we dug up the body, I wasn't so sure even when Momo was already making plans, but when we started to do the tests, we found out about the regenerative healing factor. Momo said that it could heal. After that, the decision was quite easy. On the day when Momo and Rio were editing the memories, I was nervous because of this reason only. I didn't know for sure if it would work or not. Now that it has worked, it felt like a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. Just looking back at how my life changed after I met Nemuri, Rio, and Momo, I want to devote my whole life to them. I was already interested in Rio, but now there will be nothing holding me back. It's okay, it's fine. Momo was still whispering soothing words into my ear. I finally pulled myself away from the hug and wiped off the rest of my tears. You have no idea how happy I am today, I said to Momo, who just nodded with a smile on her face. I kind of understand, Momo said, and made me sit down on my bed. So, how long was I out? I asked Momo. It has been 5 days. The regenerative healing factor has been really helpful, or you would still be on the bed, Momo chided with a serious look on her face. Stay here, let me get you something light to eat, Momo said, and called a house elf. After a few minutes, the house elf popped back with a bowl of fruits and vegetable soup. Momo patiently sat by the window while I finished the food. I found out that I was rather hungry when I finally found food in front of me. After finishing the food, Momo asked me if I wanted to go outside. I wanted to visit the beach on the west side. From Luna and Jean, I have heard that the beach on that side is much nicer. When I told Momo about where I wanted to go, she just shrugged with a mischievous look on her face. I clearly noticed that she was rather amused. Since Momo decided that she won't be taking me, I started to concentrate on my portal generation ability, and only after a few seconds a violet sphere appeared in front of me. Inside the sphere a beach could be seen. I was sure that it was the west side beach. Both Momo and I entered the sphere and found ourselves standing on the beach. I looked back and found the sphere was still there, and inside the sphere, I could still see my room. I willed the sphere to dissipate and it did. Looks like you are getting the hang of your powers rather easily, Momo said, to which I nodded. The memories are obviously helping me. Without the memories, I would have to work on them from the scratch. I haven't tested all of them, but the ones that have shown up mostly work on instincts, I said, and Momo noted it down on her mobile with a nod of her head. So, how are you feeling? I mean, really feeling about the changes in your body, Momo asked me. I gave her an odd look for a few seconds before I started to think about it seriously. It's not a common thing that you wake up and find that you have a bunch of powers. Honestly, I don't know how to feel. I have never felt better in my whole life. It feels like I am completely new, but I am still the old me. I don't think I am making sense, but it's rather difficult to explain in words. I feel like even though I am the old Natasha and at the same time I find myself completely new, the old Natasha was weak. For survival she had to choose masters and she was only alive because she was a weapon, a tool to use, but now, this new Natasha is strong. I feel like I can defeat anyone. I don't have a master who will use me as a weapon, I said while looking at the ocean waves. I didn't need to look at Momo to know that she was intently listening to me. Even after Nemuri brought me here and gave me the freedom, I didn't feel like this, but now I feel like I can take on the whole world. I have my own strength. I finally got the ability to fight for myself. I no longer need to be at the mercy of people like Nick Fury, I said, and finally looked towards Momo, who was looking at me with a smile on her face. Neo Natasha, Momo said with a huge grin on her face. I mused after I heard her. Neo Natasha, I agreed and stared back at the ocean once again.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.